Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Sharks International in Sri Lanka! Woohoo! Okay, turn to the person beside you, tap them on the shoulder with consent, and say, "Good morning." Okay, now turn to the other side, tap them on the shoulder, again with consent, and say, "You made it." Because imagine, with all the flight cancellations and all the rerouted flights, and it is 8:24 in the morning, you are here! Woohoo! My flight was canceled twice, so I'm happy to be here. My name is Anna Oposa, and my day job is the Executive Director and Chief Mermaid of an organization in the Philippines called Save Philippine Seas. But this week, I have the honor of being your MC for every morning plenary. So Sharks International, wow, I have fans. No, just kidding. Thank you, thank you. So Sharks International is the largest conference that brings together people working on sharks, rays, and chimeras. And for the first time ever, I am proud to say it is in Asia. Woohoo! It is also the largest conference so far with 84 countries represented and 854 people confirmed. I felt the collective horror of the introverts in the room, but it's okay, you can charge your social battery on May 9. So Sri Lanka is proud to be the host of Sharks International, but this wouldn't be possible without the vision of the person who started it. When I was preparing my opening spiel for this, I came across an interview of our next speaker. Let's call it soft stalking, because I wanted to get to know her better. And in the process of that interview, I read that at 14 years old, she decided that she wanted to become a marine biologist. And many of us outgrow our teenage dreams. I mean, I did not become an Olympic ice skater, but Michelle stuck to it and decided that she wanted to focus on sharks. And she actually invented tagging techniques that many of you probably still use today. And now she is the Executive Director of Australia's Integrated Marine Observing System. In that interview, I read that Michelle's goal is to try to make the world better for sharks. But by creating something like Sharks International and bringing all of us here to listen, to meet, to exchange shark stuff that are cute, then she has also made the world better for people who are working on sharks. So let's all welcome Michelle Heipel.
Wow. Thank you so much, Anna. That was an amazing intro. I just want to say hello and welcome to Sharks International. It is an absolute pleasure to be here and welcoming you to the 5th installment of this conference. As I look at the program and I look around the room, I see a lot of names and faces I recognize, but I'm absolutely thrilled to see many new names and many new faces amongst us. Given some of you are new to Sharks International, I thought I might take a few minutes to talk about the origin of the conference and what the intention of starting this gathering was. This meeting was actually dreamt up in 2009 when I kept hearing regularly from Australian students that they couldn't afford to go to the US or go to Europe to attend conferences and meet the people whose papers they were reading. So I started thinking, well, if we can't afford to get the students to the conference, maybe we can find a way to get the conference to the students. So based on this thought, we got some money from the Australian Academy of Science to support a conference, and Sharks International was born. The initial meeting was held in Cairns in 2010, and it included a whopping 214 people from 22 countries, which we thought was a pretty good effort at the time, to be honest. We had a very strong focus on supporting student attendance and inclusion of students and early career researchers from developing nations. This conference has always been about trying to give people a chance to connect with their colleagues. At the conclusion of the Australian conference, and I should say it was intended to be a one-off, Jeremy Cliff from South Africa stood up and said, "This was an amazing event and we should do it again. And I'm volunteering to host the next one in 4 years' time in South Africa." So Jeremy's comment and his offer to host put us on the road to being here with all of you today. From South Africa, the conference traveled to Brazil and then on to Spain with increasing participation at every event. And as Anna just said, that brings us to today, where I have the absolute pleasure of spending an entire week with over 850 of you from 84 different countries. This little idea that we started 15 years ago has really seriously grown into something phenomenal. While the community has grown and the number of delegates has increased, the underlying principles of Sharks International have remained. The issues faced by the Australian students who were talking about not being able to afford to go to conferences are not unique, and in many other countries, it's even more difficult to afford conference travel. We already know this, but world economic data demonstrate the stark differences between the global north and the global south, which directly impact opportunities for students and scientists in the global south. This knowledge is part of the decision process around where Sharks International is held. We are committed to bringing this conference to new areas to help provide an opportunity and a platform for people in underserved regions, or for those who can't afford to travel to distant international conferences. For some of you, this will be your very first international conference. I hope Sharks International provides a chance for new voices to be heard and creates opportunities for networking, collaboration, and career advancement amongst the old faces, some of them older than others, and the new faces here today. I want to finish by saying a big thank you to Daniel and his team for hosting us this week here and for putting on such an amazing event. I also want to thank all of you for being here. You all are Sharks International. So thank you for sharing your work and your expertise. I hope you get to meet some new people, learn some new information, make some new professional connections, and continue your great work to improve our understanding of these amazing animals. Have a great conference. I can't wait to hear what everyone's been up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So from 2010, we are now in Sri Lanka. We are in Asia for the first time. And as Michelle said, the 2026 Sharks International is hosted by Blue Resources Trust. Let's give them a round of applause for organizing this. This is not easy. This is not an easy task to bring 800 plus people here, plus the local team. And BRT is a local nonprofit that focuses on research, policy, and conservation. But in the last 4 years, they have also become event organizers. And the co-founder who bid for this actually did not tell his team that he was bidding for this until Michelle announced it at the end of the last Sharks International. And to welcome all of you, I'd like to call its co-founder, who is probably more comfortable counting dead sharks in a wet market or in a windowless room negotiating on shark policies. But this week, he is the reluctant face of Sharks International. Let's give a round of applause to Daniel Fernando.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, and fellow shark, ray, and chimera enthusiasts. Once again, welcome to Sharks International. It's amazing to see so many of you here, especially this early in the morning, so thank you so much. Perhaps, actually, in the spirit of inclusiveness, we should actually be calling it Chondrithian International, because that's what it is now. It's no longer sharks, but we're talking about sharks, rays, and chimeras. To begin, I would like to acknowledge once again, Michelle Heupel. Your vision established Sharks International, and we are extremely grateful for the trust that you have placed in us to host this edition. Many have asked why we chose to host this conference, and there were several times where I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning asking myself the very same thing. Beyond what seemed like a very good idea at the time, the real reason, as Michelle pointed out, was to bring this conference to a part of the world where it had not been before, to broaden participation by bringing together voices across regions, disciplines, and career stages. There's a great deal of important work happening in the Global South, yet it is often underrepresented at international meetings. As we've heard, accessibility remains the barrier. We are well aware of visa and financial restrictions that prioritize access to those with privilege. But hosting this conference has made us realize another, the inherent gatekeeping that is in place due to how conferences are traditionally structured, which more often than not prioritizes those from high-income countries. We've made some changes this year, particularly in how abstracts were selected, and we are extremely grateful to those who supported this new approach. Change is not always comfortable, but it is necessary. And for those of us with privilege, we must accept that at times it is necessary to step back, to allow new voices if we are truly serious about diversity and inclusivity. Maintaining the status quo will not allow us to progress. If we are serious about the future of these species, we must also be willing to rethink how we do science, how we collaborate, and whose voices are heard. It is these decisions that have enabled us to have a program reflecting a broader range of voices. In our view, it is still not sufficient, but again, we hope a step forward. At the same time, we must reflect on the state of our field. To save sharks, rays, and chimeras, we must evolve. Despite decades of work, global trajectories for these species have not improved sufficiently, and in many cases have simply gotten worse. This suggests that what we are doing is not enough or just not right. A quick look at the abstracts presented this week highlights where we are most comfortable: science. We speak frequently about conservation and management, yet there is comparatively less focus on implementation, on policy, compliance, financing, and real-world outcomes. And many of us are guilty of this. A very well-written scientific abstract ending with the final sentence that says something like, "And this data helps support the conservation of the species." But does it truly? And if so, what steps have been taken to ensure that that is translated into effective policy? Sharks International itself is evolving. It now places greater emphasis not only on science, but also on policy, management, and implementation. The strong level of government engagement at this conference reflects an important reality. Science alone is not enough. We must connect knowledge with action. So I encourage all of you to reflect on this. Why do we study these species? And how does our work contribute to their future? I remain optimistic because looking at all of you here, I understand that you're all here for a reason, whether through science, conservation, policy, or curiosity. You're all here for sharks, rays, and chimeras. But this week should not end with presentations alone. Think about what you will take back and how it will influence your future work. Form new collaborations, challenge your assumptions, engage with perspectives that differ from your own. There's remarkable work being done out there in the world, often in places where challenges are greatest and where solutions may look very different to those what we're used to. Ultimately, progress will not come from any single study, institution, or country. It will come from collaboration, global and inclusive networks, better communication, and a shared commitment to action. The 2026 Sharks International is an example of this kind of collaboration and commitment to action. Our funders supported this vision too, and we are immensely grateful to them. While I do not have the time to list everyone, I would like to recognize the Save Our Seas Foundation, the Paul M. Angel Family Foundation, the Shark Conservation Fund, the Roe Foundation in partnership with the Moat Marine Laboratory and Aquarium, and the Marine Conservation Action Fund as our primary supporters. All our other funders are listed on our website and in the beautiful conference book that you have access to. Their collective support has not only made this conference possible, but also significantly improved accessibility, subsidizing registration in some cases by up to 90%. Of course, we recognize that this does not remove all barriers, but combined with the record number of travel grants issued out, we hope it represents a meaningful step towards broader participation. We are also grateful to our advisors and supporters, some of whom could not join this week, but we are extremely grateful for their guidance and encouragement throughout. A few quick thank yous, and again, I apologize if I miss anyone. For those who know me, it is simply my forgetfulness combined with insufficient sleep. But a massive thank you to my team at the Blue Resources Trust Fisheries and Policy Program, who have worked tirelessly over several weeks and months to organize this conference alongside their regular research and policy work. Basically, Sharks International was just a little side hobby for us as part of our normal work. And our request to our audience today is to please forgive us if anything does not go quite to plan. As mentioned, we are far more comfortable at a chaotic fishery landing site than running a conference. So keep your expectations very low, and we might surprise you. I do have to give a special shout out to Michaela for putting together a beautifully designed abstract and conference book, to Leila for fearlessly leading our social media, and to Rahal for coordinating an immense logistical nightmare. So thank you all so much. At this point, I would be amiss to not mention the one individual without whom you would not be here today, and that is Akshay, our Director of Operations. He's He single-handedly fixed and updated the website, developed an abstract reviewer software from scratch to help us save funds, helped figure out innovative ways to make this conference more accessible, all while coordinating a wide range of conference logistics, payments, name tag printing, and loads more. And again, all of this in addition to our usual projects. So thank you so much. Those of you who have had the pleasure of working with him will understand the new dimension of multitasking that he brings to the table. Truly, this conference would not have happened without his input, and I'm extremely and deeply grateful for both his contributions and our friendship. I must end by thanking all of you in this audience. It is both a pleasure and an honor to host you here for this very special gathering in Sri Lanka. I wish you all a very successful and engaging conference and look forward to the discussions ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for showing emotion on stage, which is very rare. So thank you, Daniel, and thank you again to Blue Resources Trust for hosting and organizing this on top of all the work that they've been doing. But a question to keep in mind that Daniel put on screen is, why do we study these species and how do we contribute to their future? So something to think about in the next few days. So Sri Lanka is the host of this conference, and it would not be possible without the support of the Sri Lankan government. So to welcome all of you here, I'd like to invite on stage Honorable Deputy Minister of Environment for Sri Lanka, Mr. Anton Jakayodi.
Good morning, everybody. Dear distinguished guests, government officers of Sri Lanka and other countries, and all the participants, including researchers, policymakers, everyone. Welcome to Shark International 2026 in Sri Lanka. As a Deputy Minister of Environment, I welcome you all on behalf of the Government of Sri Lanka. My ministry, which oversees and land and our oceans, knows the significance today. Though the Minister, Dr. Dhammika Patabandi, will not be present here due to unavoidable reasons. He sent his wishes and greetings. To those who have traveled from over 80 countries to Sri Lanka, I express my sincere gratitude for attending this conference here in Colombo, particularly given all challenges in international travel at present. It is truly an honor for us to host such prestigious event, not just our land nation, but for every first time in Asia. Dear friends, we know the situation. We know, everyone knows about 530 shark species in our oceans. Among them, about 30%, nearly about 70 of species are endangered. Due to what? Due to overfishing. This one, actually some endangered species, their population is decreased up to maybe 95, maybe all someone are maybe 99%. Due to what? Due to overfishing. So, in this one, actually, this type of conference, it is very, very important for our aim. Actually, that we know from whales, sharks, and up to maybe microscopic bacteria, they have actually responsibility, their own responsibility to keep a balance of their ecosystem. In sharks, we know they are balancing very well about the grass habitat, grass ecosystem, and also the coral ecosystem, so many things. If disappear sharks, what will happen? We can't say what will happen in our few ecosystems, because we study about very little thing about the sharks. We have to learn more and more. Actually, for this protect these sharks, especially endemic species, from your ideas, from your challenges, from your actually some suggestions, and you have to be prepare a proper mechanism, proper network, proper roadmap to protect this one. So I think in these 2-3 days, very important for what? To protect this one. And protect and also what we have to do, that we have to understand what is the carrying capacity of this, how fishing. So we know most of the sharks die, killed, and cut their wings and their bodies throughout into sea. I wish that all of you to prepare a proper mechanism and also the guideline to protect this one. I wish you all the best for every 3 days and prepare a very good mechanism. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jakayodi. So yes, 70 out of 100 species of sharks and rays in Sri Lanka are already endangered. And when Honorable Deputy Jakayodi said that we don't know what will happen if we lose sharks, well, we hope we never have to see the answer to that, because we have more than 800 people here who are working to make sure that that future doesn't happen. So there you go. And for this to be a successful conference, there are some reminders and logistical notes that I have to share with you. So they will be up on screen. This is going to be a 5-day conference, and every day the keynote will be here in this hall every 9 a.m. And there are going to be 2 keynotes every morning. And there are also over 600 presentations and posters happening. And honestly, when I opened the conference book, I was also overwhelmed because there are 2 to 3 events happening every single day. And sometimes you want to attend multiple ones, but you have to decide, you have to be strategic. So please make sure you review that every morning, and every night before you sleep, go through your schedule. The poster sessions are happening here in this hall. You can see the poster boards already up at the back. And there are also going to be side events and extra events, so make sure you check out which ones you want to go to. This is the hall we're in. We're in Hall A. Across is Hall B. And then outside, you have to go out to go to Hall C. And then you see the assembly points in red there. We hope we never have to go there, but just in case, those are the assembly points that we need to go to in case there is an emergency. And because we are in Asia, and if you are Asian, you know that the love language that we have is feeding people and making sure people are well fed. Yes, I hear some affirmations. We will provide daily lunch and snacks every day. That's already included in your ticket, and there's going to be rice. Yay! You know, when Asians go to international conferences, they start getting like starvation from lack of rice. But there will be rice, I promise you. There is also coffee and coconut water and fresh fruit juice available for direct purchase from vendors. And if you are still looking for other things, then there are external food vendors outside. The Blue Resources Trust team also put together a Google Maps of their recommendations, so make sure you click that. I've been looking at that every day to check where I want to go. And next, we have the giveaway bag. Were you able to get your giveaway bags yesterday? Such cute things. You have the buff, you have a little pouch, the notebook. The request for the notebook is that if you are going to use it this week, please write your name, because if everyone's going to use it and you might leave it somewhere, you don't want to lose your precious note. So please make sure you write your name in front. And then you can exchange pins. If you have your BFF, your best fin friend, you can exchange pins with somebody, because we all got pins yesterday. If you want merchandise, please do not hesitate, because I heard some things are already running out. So go outside, get your merch, bring stuff for your friends back home who are also your best fin friends. Super cute. You have the bottles. I know, are you like me? You have so many bottles at home, but you still want more bottles. That's me. So I'm requesting a bottle. And then for logistics, sessions have to begin on time, because like I said earlier, there are so many talks going on. So if one talk is late, then it has cascading effects to the other parts of the program. If you are a speaker, then you have to be there early to check your slides, to meet your moderator. And there will be a bell ringing. It's going to give you war flashbacks of when you were in school. There's going to be a bell ringing when it's time to cue you for the next session. And if you are speaking, please upload your presentation the day before at 6 p.m. There is a special link that has been sent to you. And then there's an information desk there outside in the registration area if you have any questions. There are also staff and volunteers available. They have yellow vests. They are not stopping traffic, but they are there to answer your questions. They also have yellow lanyards, so you can see them right away. They have yellow lanyards in their IDs. And if you want the link to all the resources, you can check out this QR code. It's a link tree. I suggest you just keep it open for this week, so anytime you have a question, you can check that first. The links to the general information document, the website, the conference book, the abstract book, it's all there, so you can check that out. Because this is an international event, we request that you treat everyone with respect, engage professionally, and follow the venue and event policies that are in detail in your conference general information books. We also have a few other reminders. There are safety, and if you have any safety and well-being concerns, report them. There's a special email dedicated to this, safety@si2026.org. We hope you don't need it, but there is first aid available. Probably for people who are in this side of the world for the first time, you're adjusting to the heat and humidity. Welcome to our lives. So make sure you drink a lot of water. I sound like an Asian auntie. Please drink water. Drink a lot of water. Stay hydrated. And then contact any of the event staff in case of an emergency. Again, they have the yellow vests and the yellow lanyards. There is a photographer in every single session hall, so don't worry, your pictures will be taken. Event photos will be shared via the Google Drive. There's going to be a link that will be shared to all of you every day, so it's organized by hall or by event, so if you're looking for a specific person or a specific session, then you can find that there. It will be shared with you. All talks will be recorded with prior consent. If you are speaking, you should have checked a box if you give consent to record or not. On social media and comms, please share your participation, tag @sharks.international, and use the hashtag SI2026. There is a detailed social media policy in the general information document, so you can read it there. If you are posting photos with other people, please make sure you have their consent, and more importantly, make sure they also look good. It's not just you who looks good in the photo. You know what I'm talking about. And if you see the no tweeting symbol, this one, please don't tweet it. It will still be shown, but it doesn't mean you can tweet it or share it in public. Now, another important announcement is there is a WhatsApp group. I know there's hesitation in joining yet another WhatsApp group, but this one will not show your phone number. Don't worry, you're not going to get random messages. And it's only the admin who can send announcements. And no spammy announcements. All relevant information will be sent to you. Links, updates on the schedule, what the menu is for today. So make sure you have joined it. As of now, there are 600 people in this WhatsApp group. So we are waiting for a few more to join. And now we are ready to start the keynote presentations. But just a final reminder, please silent all your mobile phones. We don't want any Lazada alerts. And enjoy the program and engage fully. I know all of us left behind work, chores, family, pets, and it's hard to be present and engaged, but think about it. This only happens every 4 years, and this is your chance to meet people. Yesterday at the opening reception, I could hear people saying, "Oh my God, you were just a name in my inbox," or "I'm finally seeing you in 3D," or "I just met you on Zoom." And now they're here, they're in 3D. You can talk to them, you can catch a drink with them. And at the start of every program, we think that we have time. We're always like, "Oh, I'll catch you tomorrow," or "I'll make plans with you." And then before you know it, it's the end of the week. So if you have plans or you have ambitions to talk to certain people, to talk to certain scientists that you've read, whose papers you've read, and whose work you admire, please take that chance and make sure that you make those plans before this week goes away forever. So with that, we are ready to begin our keynote presentations. Woo! I love that the keynote speakers have like these mics that are in the on the face. It reminds me of the Britney Spears and Madonna performance. So I will expect that same level of energy and charisma from the two of you. So we are now about to start our keynote. We are going to take a journey through small-scale fisheries and their impact on shark ecology in West Africa. Our first keynote speaker is Ghofrane Labyedh. She is an aquatic biologist and ocean conservationist from Tunisia and has been based in Cameroon since 2019. She was leading the African Marine Conservation Organization's Shark and Ray and Research and Conservation Program for the past 5 years. But since the start of this year, she's been the lead coordinator of the West and Central Africa Elasmobranch Coalition at the Manta Trust. She is also a National Geographic Explorer, a Fellow of Sustainable Ocean Alliance, and Nature, Environment, and Wildlife Filmmaking, working to bridge gaps in marine research, skills, and policy across the region. And then from Stories in Cameroon, we are going to the Bijagos Archipelago with Dr. Guido Leurs. He is a postdoctoral researcher in the Netherlands, specializing in the ecology and conservation of sharks and rays. His work explores the ecological roles of elasmobranchs across a variety of ecosystems, including large intertidal zones, coral reefs, and temperate coastal waters. He works on shark research projects in West Africa, the Dutch North Sea, and the Caribbean. So let's welcome Ghofrane and Guido.
Morning, everyone. I can't start my talk before telling you how I am feeling now. Being a keynote speaker at Sharks International, it's something beyond my dreams. I think someone nominated me, or maybe more. Yeah, it was last May 2025. I woke up on an email saying that I've been shortlisted to be a keynote speaker. I thought that I was dreaming. So I want to take this moment and say thank you to everyone believed in me and in my journey on sharks and rays in Cameroon and in West Africa, and gave me this stage to tell you my story that I had in Cameroon and in West and Central Africa. So, studying sharks and rays in Cameroon, for me, it was fishers, sharks, rays, and it was more than science. It was actually a story to tell. How this is working, where I need to point? Okay, it's just taking time, yeah. So it was really a story to tell before becoming science or data or reports. This journey started since 2019 until the present moment. And every time I'm presenting, I'm trying to tell the story side of the science that I've been doing. But before telling you about this journey, I would like to tell you the first reason why I'm a Tunisian researcher who is doing shark research in another country and in another region of the world. It was because of my love to whales. And we don't have whales in Tunisia. So I was sure if I wanted to study whales, I need to go elsewhere. And all started with a simple search on Google. I was searching for associations and organizations working on marine mammals, and that's how I ended up by finding the organization I was working for the last 5 years, AMCO. It was by that time African Marine Mammal Conservation Organization. And this simple search led to a 2-month internship to see whales, but also to prospect citizen science data that this organization had. This data was based on a mobile application called Siren that this organization had launched by that time. It's mainly used by fishers. Fishers, they can take pictures of their landings, also of other marine species during their fishing trips, and they send those pictures to us so we can know about the marine biodiversity in Cameroon. And when I was treating this data, I was finding 9,000 observations of sharks and rays out of 10,000. And also, a part of my internship was to visit local fish markets from the north of the coastline to the south of the coastline. And I was visiting those fish markets, and all I have been seeing was sharks and rays. Many species, different sizes, even electric rays, they have been landed. 2 meters to 3 meters rays of fresh water, 2 even juveniles. I don't know where to point. Yeah. Even juveniles that you can be walking next to the shore and you can find them on the sand. All of this was happening by that time, and no one was talking about what's going on. I did the research, no scientific papers published, no reports, no laws protecting this species in the country. And during the 2-month internship, I spent hours at the sea, and I didn't see any whale. So I went back home with a big decision that I am going to start studying sharks. I was in Cameroon for only one reason, is that to start studying sharks. And I helped the organization to integrate the fish market service in parallel with the citizen science tool to collect more in-depth data on sharks and rays. And actually, the citizen science data helped us to identify the key fish markets where we can find more data on sharks and rays. We started this in 2 segments of the coastline. It was the north and the central. And by that time, I wasn't able to go back to Cameroon to do this work myself because of the COVID issues, but I used this data to write my master's thesis, even though I was in Tunisia, and that was the first published data on sharks and rays in 2020. Then, I was able to go back to Cameroon in 2021 through a small grant with Ruford, first for 6 months. And since 2023, I got other small grants, again with the Ruford and the British Ecological Society, to start having Cameroon as my home and to be more close to my field work. And that's where I integrated the socio-economic interviews in our research program. And it was by then that I started seeing things that I wasn't looking for. I started seeing a wool scene happening when the boats arrive to the shore. The beach transforms to be a theater. You see people running to fishers, buying sharks and rays, whether like local consumers or fish market traders or the restaurant buyers. It's a very living scene that you can observe in the fish market. And a very special thing I was seeing is that many villages in Cameroon, they can have 2 to 3 days without electricity. So they need to preserve the meat they are eating, and like processing rays and sharks is one of the traditional habits in Cameroon. It's to smoke rays specifically. And more than that, they have a very traditional plate in Cameroon that we call in French taru, and in English achu, and sometimes the yellow soup. And it's mainly cooked with the smoked rays. And it's a very traditional plate in west of Cameroon and even other zones. So by that time, I slowed down and I told myself, to save a species, it's good to know the ecology of it, but what is more important is to know its economy, it's to know its cultural meaning, it's to know the whole path from being caught to being consumed. And I found out that specifically rays, not sharks in Cameroon, are a cheap source of protein and also a cultural pride. And I started going to the fish markets, not only collecting data, but also to observe and listen. I started going to the fish markets and having the fish markets even like my office. Working, I can bring my laptop and go there just to observe everything going on around the sharks and ray landings. And it was by then that I started discovering the fishing community, how much the fishing community are resilient. They can be working even when it's raining, even when the sun is so strong, even when there is no fish, they keep working and putting energy. I started seeing how much the fishing activity is sacred in Cameroon. It's something that we give to the next generations. It's something that people 100% dependent on. In the fishing activity, everyone participates. Even kids, you can see them setting nets with their parents. Even women, you can even see women setting nets or pulling nets with men fishers. Everyone is participating because villages like this village, which it called Lungi, they are dependent only on the sea. We call this village the fisher village. So it's their life, it's everything they do have. And, sorry. Yeah. And one of the best things I was having when I was in contact with the fishing community is to listen to their stories during their fishing activities. And one of the most remarkable stories, it was from this fisherman. He told me he was once fishing and he caught a pregnant hammerhead shark in his nets. And he ripped his nets and he let the shark go back to the ocean and live and give her offsprings. No one told him to do this. Not the government, not the scientists, but he did this because he knows more the ocean than everyone. And actually, his idea was a big shift in my career. And that's how I wrote a project with Save Our Seas and National Geographic on the live release initiative. And since 2024, a group of 8 fishers in Cameroon, they are releasing baby sharks and rays after being caught in their nets just because they believed in this fisher, not in me, just because he can lead better than me. So this science, Fitra, me and Fitra, she's from Cameroon. I don't know where is Fitra. Fitra, if you are here, raise your hand. Yeah. So Fitra will tell you more about this project during her presentation. We were leading this initiative together in Cameroon. And I will get back to the fishers again. Telling you, during this project, we were going to the sea with the fishers to train them on how to release, safely handle baby sharks and rays and how to release them back to the sea. And it was by then that I really discovered how it's tough to be a fisherman. Sometimes we can spend hours at the sea, and all we have is a single fish. And sometimes not even a fish, it's a trunk of a tree. Sometimes it's jellies, and they need to take it off by their hands. And unfortunately, even corals are being a part of the bycatch of fishermen in Cameroon. So, working closely with the fishing communities made our science more than data and reports, made our science into stories, into like something that we all honor, not just scientists, and made the change more rooted, because the fishing community, they are always close to the ocean more than everyone, more than the government, more than the scientists. We can spend like few days there, few months there, but fishers, it's their home, and if they are leading the change, it's for generations. And thanks to the fishers, we have been able today to know what's going on in the ocean in Cameroon. We confirmed the existence of 28 species of rays and 17 species of sharks. And also by combining science and fishers' knowledge, we have been able to publish the first paper on sharks and rays just this year, like giving data on 46 species and on almost 10,000 individuals, and this data will also be used to elaborate an atlas that probably will be published the next year. So this journey, because we believed in the most powerful thing in Cameroon, which we use it to see as a problem, fishers are sometimes the only problem. Like sometimes we see them even like monsters. They are the cause of the declining and everything. So because we believed in the most powerful thing, we went from this to this. The same hands, the same boats, the same nets, but a different story and a different attitude. The same hands that they use it to catch sharks and rays are releasing sharks and rays today. And to take you more deeply to see how much it's magical to collaborate with the fishing communities, I prepared this video with a song that's called, in French, Terre Rouge, and that's how we call Cameroon, the red land, because the sand looks so red. And yeah, I hope that you will enjoy it.
Non, elle n'est pas électrique. Et pour porter, il faut faire comme ça. Voilà. Mais sur ma terre. C'est quel? C'est le capitaine. C'est la dorade noire. Sur la dorade noire. Sur les pas de mes pères.
Oui, il faut arrêter comme ça.
Et j'entends la voix de mes frères qui me disent n'oublie jamais qui tu es, d'où tu viens. Non, n'oublie jamais les tiens sur la terre rouge. Sur la terre rouge.
It's so lovely to work with the fishing communities. And our achievements, not just that. Working with the fishing community made us also to build regional efforts. Thanks to this observation that we received from a fisherman through the Siren application, the same citizen science tool, we received an email from Manta Trust saying, please keep this specimen. It's maybe a very rare species. They sent the funding and we kept the specimen, and we wrote a paper that confirmed the existence of Mobila hypostoma in the waters of Cameroon because of an observation that we received from a fisher. And it didn't stop here. Since we started working with Manta Trust, we also, in 2023, we created a network in West and Central Africa to connect organizations and researchers that are working on sharks and rays in the region to enhance research, collaboration, and policy. And we hosted the very first workshop in Cameroon in 2023 together, AMCO and Manta Trust by that time, where 12 countries were present, and we drafted a regional strategy plan on sharks and rays. Then the strategy plan was presented during the CMS Marine Megafauna Week, just after a few weeks, and they asked us to expand the network and to have more countries in the region. And this year, we got the funding from Paul M. Angel Family Foundation to implement this coalition, starting from this year until 2028, to work on research and publish papers on policy, trade, and fisheries in the region, and also to elaborate an atlas like describing all the species that are in the region in terms of distribution and other related data. And also we will be creating a website where all the work that researchers have done in the region will be published, and also our events. And we will be having each year an annual in-person meetings to exchange learned lessons, challenges, and how we are collecting data. And also we will be enhancing policy, the most important thing, through CITES workshops and national action plans. We are 14 countries in the coalition, but we will be more focusing on 5 countries which are more advanced in terms of policy, and they are Senegal, Benin, Cameroon, Gabon, and Angola. And before ending my presentation, I would like to tell you how I met my co-presenter, Guido Leurs, who will be presenting just now. I met him when we started creating this coalition in 2023. He was representing Guinea-Bissau and Mauritania. And he was also supervising my project with Save Our Seas and National Geographic for the live release. So I will give him the floor now, and thank you for your listening, and thank you for your lovely energy that made me present even though I was so stressful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. Wow. Thanks, Ghofrane, for the introduction also. Until my slides are up, I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the organizing committee for giving, also on behalf of Ghofrane, I think, for giving us this platform in this stage of our career, but also the research that we do and the work that we do in the region. To present that on this platform. To be honest, at least for me, at the time that they asked me to do this presentation, they didn't tell me it was for 850 people. They only told me yesterday. But it's great to be here. And of course, also thank you to Blue Resources Trust for bringing us all to your beautiful country. Yeah, I'll be presenting about our work in West Africa, specifically in Guinea-Bissau and Mauritania. But I would like to go back to what Ghofrane ended with, which is the Western Central Africa Elasmobank Coalition, which I think is a great effort, and it's a beautiful story to see how it moved from one observation of a mobile array to something now regionally that I think is really needed. The West African region, basically all the data we need for managing sharks arrays is lacking. And I found that out when I started working in the region 7 to 8 years ago. We didn't have any information. And actually funny note is that it started with a Mobila observation, and we actually had our first Mobila observation only 4 weeks ago in Guinea-Bissau. One of the local researchers sent some photos to me. The coalition also makes very much sense because in terms of fisheries, but also in terms of what sharks mean in terms of food security, these countries are quite similar. They have similar coastal fisheries. They have a similar problem with industrial fisheries, which I will get to in a bit, but also a need for local researchers to become more involved in the work and to hopefully carry this further. With that, I would like to explain a bit more what we've been doing in the region for the past years. I'll be talking first about the fisheries part and then going to how these fisheries probably impact the ecosystems in West Africa. And we have this beautiful picture of one of our study areas, which is the Bijacos archipelago in Guinea-Bissau, which is that island group that you see on the left side of the screen off the coast of Guinea-Bissau. And what we have there is we have coastal fisheries that are more, that only take place within the archipelago, within these coastal areas. But we also have these industrial fisheries that are limited to just outside the archipelago. And that's where we started. We wanted to see how big is that fisheries and how is it distributed throughout the region. This is a study that we did based on the Global Fishing Watch data, and it's relatively simple. We just wanted to indicate that the highest fishing effort takes place in this band that is really along the coastal West Africa. And there I want to make a note, even though these figures are the numbers are quite old, almost all of this fishing effort is not by nations from West Africa. It's due to fishing agreements that the EU makes or Asian countries make to buy off the fishing permits in these countries to send their ships there. Often because the fishing regulations at home are probably becoming a bit too strict. And if you look at that band, the purple band of high fishing effort of these industrial fleets, and if we zoom in, you can see two big coastal areas. And that's the areas that I will be mostly talking about, which is the Banc d'Arguin in Mauritania, and the Bijacos archipelago, which you saw on this image from space, in Guinea-Bissau. Just briefly, so you have an idea of what these areas look like, these are what we call large intertidal areas. So these are areas that have large intertidal flats, sand, mud flats, that fall dry during low tide. And 6 hours or 4 hours later, they're submerged. This is what the Banc d'Arguin looks like. It's large sand flats covered with seagrass. It's one of the biggest seagrass areas in West Africa. And then if we look at Guinea-Bissau, you can see it's 88 islands, a lot of them that are uninhabited or only are home to fishing camps from migrant fishers. And you can see these large intertidal flats during low tide. It's also one of the largest mangrove area in West Africa. And this is what that looks like from space. This is a typical island from the Bijacos archipelago. You have these really small islands with fringing mangroves and then these large intertidal flats. We talk mostly about sharks and to preserve them from an ecological perspective. And in West Africa, and that's also, I think, something that the coalition puts high on the agenda, I think we have to realize that sharks are much more than just the ecological role that they have. They are important for food security. They're very much eaten, but in the Bijagos, they're very central to Bijago traditions. They believe that certain shark species have different spiritual meanings, and they are portrayed in the coming-of-age ceremonies. They're offered to village elders, and even they have sawfish-shaped buildings on some of the islands. So it's very much also a spiritual or a cultural role that these animals play, which we might lose if we don't conserve them. And as I said, throughout the region, we are faced with a lot of data deficiency or lacking data. And a lot of that is on the coastal fisheries. Especially, we don't have an idea on what the current catches are, what the historical catches are. And that's something, one of the first things that we try to figure out with our team of researchers. And this is what the fishing boats look like in the Bangladesh. Within the Bangladesh, they have regulations that only artisanal methods are allowed, so they're not allowed to use any engines. All the boats have to be driven by sail, basically. They're also obviously not allowed to use any mechanical forms like winches to pull their nets. And this is the work of my former PhD colleague, Sidi Yahya, who is now a minister in Mauritania. But he used to work on sharks and rays in the Bangladesh for quite a while. And when we looked at the data, so IMROP, the National Fisheries Institute of Mauritania, actually started collecting data on sharks and rays quite early on for the region. So they documented all these landings of sharks and rays in 9 villages in the Bangladesh. And if Sidi Yahya pulled that together and made these catch trends, and obviously this is exactly what we expected. We see a large decline of hammerhead sharks, similar declines in guitarfish, and then a bit more interesting, we see an increase of what we call the pelagic rays, so the Kauner's rays and eagle rays, but then after that also quite a sharp decline. I'll get back to the ecological significance of these results. In the Bijagos, it was a bit different. Nobody was collecting any historical data. There were no specific shark and ray landing surveys being done. And that's one of the first things that we wanted to know. How did sharks and rays decline during the past decades? And as Ghofrane already mentioned, nobody knows the sea as well as fishermen. They are dependent on it, literally dependent on it, and they have been fishing in those areas for a long time. And that's why we trained Asana, Lilicio, and Diogenes of the National Fisheries Institute in Guinea-Bissau to do these in-depth interviews with fishermen to see if we could use their knowledge to reconstruct these catch trends of sharks and rays. And obviously we saw quite some declines. We asked the fishermen, okay, how many sharks did you catch when you started fishing, and how many sharks do you catch now? We also had them even indicate on a measuring tape, like how big is the average hammerhead shark that you would catch back in the day. And also there we can see that nowadays they only catch in juveniles, quite some small individuals. The same for guitarfish. So we have this historical view that we were not very surprised with. We knew that sharks and rays declined in the region, but that didn't mean that we have an idea of the current fisheries. And that's why we proposed this project to the Shark Conservation Fund, together with a regional NGO, PRCM, to start a monitoring program specifically on sharks and rays, a landing site program, to get an idea of what the current fisheries look like. And as you can tell, like in the Bijagos, 88 islands, that's quite logistically a nightmare because sharks and rays are landed on all the different islands. But there is one massive port in Bissau where almost 90% of the catches are landed. And that's what we focused on. And that's where we trained 5 observers in total. Here you see Maudo, Laudelina, and David, who we trained to do these in-depth landing surveys. Using tablets, they go to the landing site and they literally document every single shark and ray. So they make a photo, they measure it, they take tissue samples. Because once we have that animal in our hands, we want to get as much data as we can. But also to create this platform for the National Fisheries Institute that hopefully when this project ends, they can take further. They have a monitoring program that works. Basically how that works, I explained, they measure all the sharks and rays, and they upload that data to us, and we've created this automatic analysis basically that feeds back this information in clear indicators or what we think is important analysis for the National Fisheries Institute to have, and they're displayed in this interactive dashboard. And if the Fisheries Institute wants to have the raw data, they can download it as well, but at least the data doesn't end up somewhere on a hard drive, but is analyzed, and we can always say we have the data for shark management. And what that looks like, this is just a screen video quickly of what the platform now looks like. So far we've done over 2,000 landing site surveys in the past 2 years, indicated around 860 unique fishing vessels, of which 250 are migrant fishers from abroad. We can see where the fishing takes most place. We have an overview of which species are mostly captured. So these are general statistics. So far, 33,000 sharks and rays, individual sharks and rays, have been documented in 2 years. So it's quite a catch. But most importantly, we have these species pages where we show them all the information on which gear types are they most likely to be captured in, where are they most likely to be captured, size, frequency, length-weight relationships, and even some life historic data. So that's really important for the National Fisheries Institute to have that data so they can actually join in on different regional, hopefully regional strategies. And during that time in this monitoring program, we also made quite some notable observations. I think the most important one is this African wedgefish, which actually just happened before we started the monitoring program, but we'll forget about that. This species hasn't been observed, was last observed in the Bijikos archipelago in 2006, and we observed it now in the past couple of years, only once. But so far we've also been able to confirm that lemon sharks still occur in the Bijikos archipelago, that the great hammerhead, which we thought was scalloped hammerheads, but turned out to be great hammerheads, but also recently, of course, the observation of the Mobula ray. And if we look at the top catches, I think there's quite some interesting or expected results, unfortunately. We see that the two species with the fastest life cycle, so the pearl whipray, but also the milk shark, are the ones that are captured the most. So species that have a longer life cycle seem to be quite rare. And also we see that over 40% of the catches is from endangered species. We took two of the species as sort of our indicator species for the project, the black-chin guitarfish and the scalloped hammerhead, what we thought was the scalloped hammerhead, to study further and to really dive into, because these are the two most critically endangered species that are still being caught. Just a little bit of what that looks like. So if we look at the sizes of this guitarfish, we see that basically all the life stages are captured, but it's mostly predominantly juveniles. But what we were able to confirm is that also during our own expeditions, is that it's very likely that the Bijikos is a nursery area for this species. We see newborns literally on the size at birth and still with the remnants of the attachment of the yolk sac. And then we have the scalloped hammerhead, which quite early on, when we started looking into the photos that the observers supplied, is that they're very much juveniles, some newborns as well. But when we took a closer look at the photos, we noticed that there was probably quite some great hammerheads among this data as well. So this is actually data from 2 species. And I'm very happy to say that Shaikh, who is somewhere sitting in the back over there, he will be doing his master project on the genetics of these species and trying to figure out what is what. There is some evidence that it's actually a bit more complicated than just these 2 species. So for any questions about hammerheads and Guinea-Bissau shark fisheries, also go to Shaikh. What we've noticed during our work on these sharks is especially that the beach gulls in these intertidal areas are used by very young individuals, and it makes sense. They're very shallow waters, but that also comes with some complications. We saw that fishers put their nets in the intertidal, so basically closing off complete tidal channels or even on the intertidal mudflats. And what that does is that these juveniles, they move with the tidal movement. So if you put a net right on the intertidal that falls dry during low tide, your survivability is 0. And that's what we're trying now to communicate to the policymakers is if you want to make a change, that's probably where it should be, because guitarfish, we know, survives for quite a long while in nets, and we can move maybe to a release, but not if the nets are placed intertidally. Yeah, so that's basically what I'm saying. We see that the animals with the tide, they move from these tidal flats onto the deeper waters during low tide, and that's really where we think we can make a difference in management of these species. But then we, of course, also have that these species use these shallow areas in the early life stages, so during the first couple of years of their life. And we suspect, and now it's also known from other areas, that especially hammerhead sharks, they will probably move out to more deeper waters when they grow up. Or for guitarfish, we have no idea what they do. Do they stay year-round, or do they move to other coastal areas? And that's something that we wanted to find out because, remember, as soon as they want to leave this area, there's a whole belt of industrial fisheries. So how big is their chance that they actually make it out? And that's why we set out on one of our species, the black-chinned guitarfish, to put these pop-up archival tags on there to see how long they would survive. And we were hoping to see these nice long tracks of their migration or movements. And we tagged, together with Wally, a fisherman that we've been working with for years, quite some guitarfish over the years, 11 in total, of which 9 provided data sets, so we got data back from the transmitters. And then when we started looking at this data, we saw one thing in almost all of them. So you have the depth profile, and then all of a sudden, boom, to the surface. And then you look at where the pop-up happens or where the data is transmitting from. It's from a fishing village. We've had 7 of our 9 guitarfish that provided data shown this. They've been all transmitting from fishing villages, of which one actually, this is Guinea-Bissau, one of them was transmitting from the Casamance, Senegal, indicating that we have also foreign fishermen coming to the beach gulls. Yeah, so we can say that 7 probably were captured in fisheries, quite safe to say. And I made me think about a paper that was published by Alec Moore in 2017, which I think has quite a fitting title. Our guitarfish is the next sawfishes. The beach gulls was the last place where sawfishes in West Africa were seen. The village elders that we speak with, they've observed them themselves. They've also experienced the disappearance of this species. And when we're speaking to them and we show them this data, they're extremely worried because the guitarfish, or the casapai as they call them, is now central, with the sawfish being gone, central to their culture and their ceremonies. So again, yes, we lose the ecology of the species maybe, but we also lose quite a cultural value. And this is, you're probably wondering why I'm studying in those two areas, in Mauritania and in Guinea-Bissau. So I want to explain that a little bit. And that's actually because these are large intertidal areas, and because I saw an opportunity to use bird funding to actually study sharks. My former university, the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, they work a lot on these species, shorebirds. And they migrate from our area, so in the Netherlands, the Wadden Sea. They migrate every winter to West Africa to spend the winter. And in those areas, they look for the bangarguin or the bijiggos, and during low tide, they feed a lot on these intertidal flats. They feed on polychaetes, bivalves, everything to fatten up to make that long migration back. And this is what that looks like for a shorebird. This is during low tide. You have these flats, and they can feed on shrimp or crustaceans in the shallow waters, the remnants. And then a couple of hours later, these intertidal flats flood. The high tide comes in, and this whole system becomes accessible to another group of animals. And that's where my former supervisors thought there was a link. They saw a decline of these shorebirds and the habitat quality of the wintering areas over the past decades. But they've seen one thing change very much, and that was shark fisheries. And they wanted someone to look into, is there a link between shark fisheries and wider ecosystem functioning, or the quality of these habitats for other species? And I'm not going to answer that question because that's another whole PhD thesis, I think. But we did look into that, and we got some interesting results. So we have, during low tide, the birds use these areas, and then during high tide, we see quite some signs that sharks and rays use these areas. We looked at the satellite transmitted birds of, okay, how do they use the intertidal? And obviously, when these tidal areas are available to them, they use them quite a lot. And then we looked at fisheries data. Do sharks and rays use these areas? And we can say that in both areas, the bangarguin and the bijiggos, sharks and rays are actually quite commonly using the intertidal flats. And then we looked at stable isotopes, or like the overlap in their diet. So do they eat the same thing? Are they after the same food resources than the birds? We know for birds they eat a lot of different prey resources, but mostly bivalves and polychaetes, worms, on these intertidal flats. And we determined that for the sharks, and we saw that especially the rays overlapped with the shorebirds for 42% of their trophic niche. It's quite significant, I think. And then if we look at using stable isotope mixing models, what do they feed on? It's most likely that they're all feeding on bivalves. And that brings me back to this trend in the bangarguin. We see these declines of the large cow-nose rays. We know that these cow-nose rays are feeding on one of the bivalves that is literally outcompeting a lot of the smaller bivalves that shorebirds depend on. I said we don't have the answer to it, but there is probably quite a link to between the birds here and the rays. One of the other things that we looked at is during low tide we see all these pits. You saw it in the drone videos also, and that's the perfect size for this pearl whip ray. And remember, first we see these like sort of moon landscapes during low tide of ray pits. And this remnant water, we see a lot of life, like a lot of shrimps that, or even fish larvae that stay there. And we were thinking, is this maybe important for the shorebirds? And remember, the species that creates these pits is now one of the most captured species in the bijiggos. It's the pearl whip ray. And then we looked at these flyways, so more on a global scale, the flyways of these shorebirds, and we looked at the wintering areas of these shorebirds. What do we know about sharks and rays? We know about the Atlantic flyway that shorebirds are in decline for the past decades already. What do we know about the rays? We know that roughly 88 species we know use these intertidal areas, and 54% of them is now threatened with extinction. So that really makes us think like, okay, we need to move to more an integrated approach of conserving these areas, and that's what we're trying now in the Beachagos, is really move the local policymakers to see this as an extension. So don't only protect it for the shorebirds, these intertidal flats, but also have the sharks and rays on your agenda for this. Very large protected areas that we're proposing now for the Beachagos, and that's still in the process. With that, I would like to thank all the funders and the partner organizations that we've worked with over the years, especially Shark Conservation Fund for supporting our current project, together with PRCM and the National Fisheries Institute in Ipoh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ghofrane and Guido. Thank you for reminding us of the value of sharks, not just the ecological and economic value, but also culture and tradition. And I was told that in Sri Lanka, they have the same situation where sawfishes are also extinct or almost extinct. And thank you for the fundraising tip on using seabirds to study sharks and rays. So we are done with this morning's keynote. We have survived the formal opening and the first keynote presentation. And wow, thank you. You're as happy as I am to have finished this early morning. Some of you are, can I see a raise of hands? Who here is feeling super jet lagged? Okay, I would say maybe 1/3 of the room. Thoughts and prayers for you today. So we are going to start the first plenary, the first set of panel sessions in a few minutes. It's going to start exactly at 10:10, very strict instructions to start because there are 3 panels going on at the same time. Same time here tomorrow, 9 a.m. It's going to be 2 talks on shifting cultures in elasmobranch conservation. If you are not yet in the Wi-Fi of the conference, there is a QR code all around, but if you need to know the password, it is race rule, capital R, race, capital R rule. It's a competition with the sharks and the rays, I see. So maybe next time it will be the Chimera's rule in the next SI. And there are also going to be special awards. There's going to be best presentation and best poster for students, and a new special award, best dressed in shark and ray themed gear. So there's a secret council that is going around checking your outfits, and we will announce that at the end. So please make your way to the next set of panels. See you tomorrow and enjoy the rest of the day and stay hydrated. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of the morning.
Thank you. Hi, I'm here from the Department of Environment in the Cayman Islands. And I will tell you all about our new discoveries from the deep ocean and how we went about it. The Cayman Islands are south of Cuba and west of Jamaica. There are 3 little islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. And they are located next to a very deep trench. This is the Cayman Ridge in green, and the Caribbean Trench is the deepest in the Caribbean Sea with 7,690 meters. So we have a lot of deep water surrounding us. The circles are our 12 nautical miles territorial waters, and the shape around this is our EEZ, but it's a tentative one. The borders are not yet all established. In Cayman, we have 18 shark species recorded so far. Some are in the upper coastal shelf, some in the deeper ocean, some occur seasonally, some occur are residents. And we have various marine protection measures, legislative marine protection measures in place, from marine parks to fishing gear restrictions, to species protections and catch limits. We just celebrated the 40 years anniversary this year of our marine parks, and last year we celebrated the 10-year anniversary of our shark protection. Since 2015, all sharks are protected in the Cayman Islands. It is illegal to kill, harass, or catch any shark in the Cayman Islands. And it is also illegal to feed them because we want to create an environment where sharks are protected and can naturally coexist with humans. At the DOE, we are responsible for the sustainable use and interactions with the environment. We are essentially the fisheries department in other countries, but we don't have that in the Cayman Islands. It's just us. We are the conservation department. And while we know a lot about our ocean and our upper coastal shelf, and we are regionally a front runner when it comes to marine protection, there is not really a lot that we knew about the deep sea surrounding us. So what we do know is that our fish stocks are decreasing. We have marine protected areas that are 55% covering 55% of our coastal shelf, but they are only extended to 45 meters depth. Our shark populations are relatively stable, but they remain at low numbers, and the deepwater fishery is not monitored and unregulated, so potentially unsustainable. So the Cayman Island government, with sight of climate change and an ever-increasing human population in the Cayman Islands, wanted to put their best foot forward to close this knowledge gap. So we, the DOE, teamed up with Marine Conservation International, Harvard University Beneath the Waves, for the project Deep Sea Cayman. The two-year project was funded through the UK government, through Darwin Plus, and the Cayman Islands Brewery through White-tip Lager. The aims was to survey the 50 to 2,000 meters and survey the commercial important species such as groupers and snappers, but also highly threatened species such as sharks. We use various research methods, but I'm going to just focus on two where we actually discovered a new species because of time restraint today. So the Deepwater BRUV was 2 BRUV units. They were put on the same line, 50 meters apart, and suspended next to the boat. We did a survey in about 100 meters and 200 meters, and we kind of went along the drop-off, along the depth contour. The bottom camera had a horizontally facing camera with a bait arm and one that was not baited facing down for the habitat substrate, and the bottom camera was we aimed for 2 to 3 meters to be above the seabed. And then the cameras were recording, or the survey was recording for 2 hours. Now, this camera system recorded a school of hammerheads in the beginning of the project, really, below 200 meters in March 2022. The last school that was seen in the Cayman Islands was in the 1970s, and the school that we saw in 2022 was about 11 to 13 individuals. This was a really special moment for us. I certainly cried when I saw the video because it was just a sign of hope. Scalloped hammerheads are critically endangered. They decline in population over 80%, and this is just confirmation for the hard work that we've put in the past and present in the Cayman Islands, but also all over the world, because scalloped hammerheads are migratory species, and the decline or the regional extinction in the Cayman Islands was likely due to overfishing elsewhere. The other one that we used was the baited seabed lander. This was a carbon fiber frame with a camera and a bait arm, and it had strobes. It was deployed in between 287 to 1,250 meters, and it was dropped to the seafloor and stayed there for the entire recording time. And then after we were done, it was released through an acoustic release, so the weight was dropped, and then the buoy, a glass buoy float, came to the surface, and we picked it up from the boat. Now, this camera recorded 5 deepwater shark species, but 2 of them were really special to us because they were new locality records, and one of them was a blurred lantern shark. my personal favorite, if I might add. We saw 3 individuals on 2 occasions in about 650 meters of Grand Cayman. Again, if you want to scan the QR code to access the paper. The blurred lantern shark, as the name implies, is a shark that can glow in the dark. We used strobes here, but you might see that blue hue around the fins a little bit. And it honestly has the cutest little smile when it comes around. It has not ever been recorded in the Atlantic Ocean, so this is even for the Cayman Islands and the Caribbean Sea the first record. Then the other one was the rough-skinned dogfish. We saw 2 individuals off Little Cayman in 1,054 meters. This individual was first described from Japan, and again has a very patchy global distribution, but it is the first record for Little Cayman and the wider Caribbean. I wanted to thank again our partners and supporters, because without them the study would have not been possible. We have continued in the Cayman Islands with our deep sea research, because we didn't even have basics such as maps. And as you can imagine, doing deep sea research, it has been an adventure without proper maps and the depth, knowing the depth surrounding you. So we were really relying on knowledge and skills. So we have started with the UK with a sail drone and the Bluebell program. There was a research expedition earlier this year to collect more data on biodiversity, oceanographic metrics, and the mapping around it. And this all leads to our 30 by 30 goal to extending our MPAs. I said they are covering 55% of our coastal shelf, but because it's so narrow, in terms of our EEZ, it's just 1%. So we are hoping that this gives us the data to then extend the 1% to 30% by creating offshore and deepwater marine protected areas in the future. Thank you so much for listening and your interest. I am around all week if you want to talk about this work, unless we have questions now. I'm not sure about the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna. Yes, we do have time for one quick question. Also, I got a mic down here, so I don't have to go up there, so that saves time.
So thanks for your talk.
Hi.
Could you just tell us a little bit about the history of fisheries in the region for
Yes.
these deepwater sharks, and like why they declined and why they might be coming back now?
Yeah, so in the Cayman Islands, we had a historical shark fishery. Culturally, we are depending on turtles. That's like the national animal. And there was a turtle fishery. They were protected in 68. And then the fishermen didn't know what to do with their nets. And then we're like, oh, there are nurse sharks around, and there are tiger sharks feeding on the turtles, so let's just catch those. And they started with that in the 60s, and then within 10 years we had boom and bust. And then after the 70s, there was no more shark fishery because they kind of stopped everything. And you have to imagine we have this narrow coastal shelf, so we don't support a lot of wildlife and a lot of predators. So there was this historical shark fishery. They exported it for hides. There wasn't really, there is no cultural shark eating in Cayman. In the region there is Trinidad and Tobago, for example, they eat big shark and bake, but in Cayman we don't have that necessarily. So it was more the turtles, and then we are going for pelagics and so forth. So since then, the fishers have not really caught sharks as a target species. It was more killed because it's a nuisance and, just accidentally hooked, and then they killed it until 2015 when the law came into place, and now they have to be released.
Okay, thank you very much, Johanna. That was super interesting. And then next up we have, yes, that's deserved. Perfect. Next up we have Mukherji, and she's going to tell us about data-limited stock assessment for deepwater sharks.
All right.
Thank you for the introduction. So moving into and diving into the deep, we face some particular problems with deepwater sharks. The first one being species identification. So these guys are really hard to tell apart, which often means that they're managed as a single unit or as a quarter basket. So this is how they are managed in the southern and eastern scalefish and shark fishery, or the SESF, in Australia, and I'm going to be using this fishery as an example in my presentation. But because we're in the Sharks in the Dark session, we also know that they're highly vulnerable to exploitation because of their low intrinsic productivity. However, we're still limited with the amount of data that we have available. And this leads into a very important question of how do we assess their stock status? So, the SESF, as you can see on the map here, deepwater sharks are landed all across the different shaded areas. But in 2005, the Australian Fisheries Management Authority introduced a quota management system. And this meant that 18 species that belong to 4 different families are managed collectively as one unit. And managing this basket has some particular constraints. Firstly, these guys are hard to tell apart. But as we saw in David's talk, they all have different vulnerabilities. So not being able to tell them apart is going to have a big impact on management. The second thing is that these guys are mainly managed, they're mainly caught as bycatch or sporadically targeted. So this means that they have low gross value of production and extra funds are likely not going to be available or invested to improve the amount of data that we currently have. And lastly, they have really high discard rates. So only 5 out of the 18 species are actually retained, which means their discard rates are well over 50%. So any sort of estimate of catch per unit effort is likely going to be biased. And this leads into what I did. So we used FishPath, which is an online decision tool, to essentially identify stock assessment methods for the deepwater shark basket within SESF. So FishPath is an online, interactive, free decision support tool that essentially matches the fishery's characteristics. So what it does is that it has a diagnostic questionnaire which will ask you specific characteristics of the fishery or the species that you're working on. It then matches it to a bank of options and gives you assessment it gives you options for stock assessments, data collection, and management measures that's pertaining to your fishery. So what we did was we used FishPath, but we split it into 4 data scenarios. So what were these 4 scenarios? The first one was managing the species as a whole basket. So remember, this is how they're currently managed. So we wanted it to be a realistic progression. So here I considered all 18 species as one unit. We only have logbook records available. The second one, we said, right, what if we just disaggregate the logbook records to a family level? That way we can apply some life history parameters. How does that change the assessment options that we have available? The next one was we had some observer data available. So we said, right, we can use the observer data and reconstruct some catch estimates so that way we can have better catch data. And how does that improve our assessment options? And lastly, we wanted to look at an indicator approach. So we looked at Centrophoridae, which specifically the Denia genus, and these species form 80% of the landings within SESF. So we wanted to look at this as our best available data scenario. So the question that we asked for each of these 4 data scenarios was, what assessment methods can be applied given the constraints of data within each scenario? So what I did, I'm going to give you a very quick overview because nobody wants me to talk about stock assessments. So we essentially used the FishPath questionnaire and we applied the diagnostic questionnaire for each of the 4 scenarios individually. We then followed a 2-step narrowing process, and I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but the FishPath user guide can be accessed through the QR code. It's really good. It gives you a lot of detail, so scan it if you really want to know, or chat to me after. And then this essentially gave us a final list of assessment methods for each scenario. And our assessment methods fell into 7 categories, which went from qualitative risk assessments all the way to quantitative population dynamics models. So let's get into the meaty bit, the results. So the first scenario was a whole basket. We managed all 18 as one unit. We had our 7 assessment categories, and within FishPath, we had 35 different methods that we could possibly have suited to this scenario. But given the data constraints, we only had 2 options available. The first one was ERAEF, which is pretty good in a multi-species scenario, but it only gives you broad estimates of vulnerability. The second one is a hierarchical decision tree, and for those of you that are not used to this, it's an empirical data limited stock assessment, but this requires you to have some sort of estimate of stock status. Whether it's indirect or proxy, it still requires that. So what was our key message, key takeaway from this one? Only 2 methods are available out of 35. We only have qualitative risk assessments available if we manage all of them collectively as a basket. We can flag their vulnerability, but we're not really going to be able to tell any estimates of stock status. So moving on to our second scenario, which was where we disaggregated it to a family level. So this is the logbook records that were split into the different families. Again, this was the methods available. And here we found that we've got more methods available for us. It went from 2 to 5. We had life history-based methods available, which is not a surprise because we were able to apply family-specific life history parameters. And even cooler, we could get some estimates of fishing mortality. We also, and this was the nerd in me, I really like this, we had size and age-based methods available. So these methods don't rely on catch data. So if your catch data has misidentification or high discard rates, this is a really convenient method to apply because it only uses 1 to 2 years of length information. It also gives you an estimate of stock status. So key message here was disaggregating at a family level means that we've got 5 methods available. It also expands analytically what we can do with the data available to us. The next one, this one was where we had reconstructed catch time series with the observer records. And because we had better catch data, it's not surprising that the catch and CPUE-based models became available. Something to remember for this method is that we can only apply it if you've got representative observer coverage. And it can also only be applied to species that are retained because you'll have some discarding bias in there if you do it for discarded species. The last one, which was our best available data scenario, showed us that we've got all 8 methods available. But again, the nerd in me really liked that we had 8 structured integrated models available in our population dynamics model category. And for all of us stock assessment modelers in the crowd, we know that this is a gold standard framework, and this is one time that we can actually estimate spawning biomass over time. So again, just want to remind everyone that this was done with the data that is currently available to us, just we're chopping and changing what is available to us. So what's the point? The first key finding that runs through all of our scenarios is that the amount of data resolution that you have and how you group your species means what you can or can't do with your assessment methods. But that's not really surprising. What was even cooler is that understanding that disaggregating at a family level is going to give us estimates of stock status, and it's going to improve significantly what we can do with a multi-species basket. And I think that's really important given we can't really tell these guys apart. So I just want to leave you guys with a little idea that even in the depths, our part 2 assessment is clearer than we thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sush. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions. I'm sure many people are going to have many questions on all of those numbers, but you can find it later on for the bluntnose 6-gill shark.
right, thank everyone for sticking around into the tea break. So yeah, today I'm going to be discussing the bluntnose sixgill shark. It is one of the largest of all hexanchoforms. It has a global distribution, the largest of the 7 of the most primitive order of sharks, the hexanchoforms. They likely play very similar ecological roles that tiger sharks and semgills play in shallower waters. They are deep water predators and also scavengers. This one's missing the scavenging whale carcass. And all evidence points to the fact that they seem to be very benthic oriented, such as this individual here that's biting the internet cable. And they also experience what's called tropical submergence. This is a species where when found in tropical and temperate waters, you find them in deeper depths, such as this is off of Palo Seamount in Tokelau at 500 meters. And around here in Hawaii, where our lab is based, you find these individuals all across the archipelago, anywhere between 200 to 600, 700 meters. We've actually done some studies of sixgills back in Hawaii, both first by Christina Comfort and Kevin Wang, and then followed up by our lab. Just get a sense of what their swimming behavior is like. As we saw in the previous talk, that diel-vertical migration of the deep water sharks, the sixgills experience this same type of swimming behavior around Hawaii. As you can see here, this was an individual that had a tag on for 240 days. You can almost kind of see like a stitch pattern where it's a series of Bart Simpson heads, where during the daytime, they are down around 600 meters, then at night they go up to about around 200, 300 meters, experiencing a temperature change of about 10 degrees, give or take a few degrees, down at 6 degrees during the daytime, and up to around 16 degrees during at nighttime. But talking about tropical submergence, when you go into higher latitudes, or in this case lower latitudes, towards the poles, you can actually find these sharks in shallow water. So in areas such as British Columbia and Puget Sound, you can actually go scuba diving with these animals at standard scuba depths, such as this one here, taken right off the Seattle Aquarium, or this one here in a fjord in British Columbia in just about 30 meters of water. Something that was interesting is that we saw that most of the individuals that are seen in those areas, such as British Columbia and Puget Sound, all tend to be younger individuals. It's also the area where they've seen neonates, such as this individual here. This is a juvenile or neonate bluntnose sixgill shark, and as a size comparison, there is a Pacific spiny dogfish right next to it. Bluntnose sixgill sharks, as I said, they're massive animals grown to the size of tiger sharks or bigger. Clearly this one is a very, very small individual. So a pattern that we've seen is that all across the Pacific coast of North America, going from British Columbia down into Puget Sound, and from work done by David Ebert, they've seen juveniles in areas in Monterey Bay, Southern California, and also just recently, there was a neonate found on the southern tip of Baja. However, all the individuals that we have seen in Hawaii, both from the fishing efforts that our lab has done, and from the hundreds, if not thousands, of deep water submersibles, drop cameras, and ROV dives around Hawaii, have only found larger individuals. So there's one from the main Hawaiian Islands, another one from the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, and down in the remote Johnson Atoll. These are all mature males that were spotted on these dives. So that poses an interesting question. Does this island and seamountain distribution, where we're only seeing large individuals, apply to everywhere else around the world? Is this a recurring pattern that happens globally? And to that end, are there any records of neonates at any of these islands, atolls, or seamounts? And if that's not the case, if that pattern does hold up, why is that? Is there possibly some type of physiological restriction that is otherwise counter-procuring neonates from occurring in these areas, and why they're only relegated to coastal areas? So to do this, I conducted a meta-analysis of trying to collate sixgill records from everything from online databases such as the GBIF and FishBase, pouring through as many publications as I can find, both white papers and also from reports and just any other fishing records as well. Also trying to collate all the sightings that have been seen, especially in the past 10 years as ROVs have become more commonplace, looking for footage from submersibles, ROVs, and drop cams, Some of that is largely from in their media posting that has not yet made it into their records. Come on. Oop. As you can see, yeah, the global distribution of sixgills does hold up, and if you notice, throughout all oceans, Indian, Atlantic, and Pacific, there's a lot of dots there, highlighting the island distribution where you can find sixgills. And some of this might just be a factor of effort. I'm sure if there's more effort in areas such as off the coast of Fiji or off of French Polynesia, I'm sure if there's more drop cam or submersible dives that would occur there, you would probably find, I would bet a lot of money that you could find sixgills there. Interestingly enough, the pattern that we saw between Hawaii and the Pacific coast of North America held up elsewhere around the world, where neonates and young of the year individuals were only sighted along coastal areas, with the exception of that shelf that you just saw in Brits Talk off of New Zealand. But elsewhere around the world, despite all of the thousands of fishing efforts, sampling, ROV, and deep drop cameras, no sightings of neonates or young of the years on any islands, seamounts, or atolls. So let's go back to this example between Hawaii and the Pacific coast of North America. Recall that the larger individuals that have been tagged off of Hawaii experience this vertical migration, presumably that they are following resources between these depths. And of course, when they do that, they have to experience different body temperatures. So Hawaii kind of has your standard island bathymetry. Each is a volcanic island, generally sloping down. And there are these bands that highlight what is the ideal sixgill habitat around the Hawaiian Islands. So we captured sixgill sharks and put biologgers on them with thermistors that allowed us to measure their body temperature 8 centimeters down into their body. We thankfully have a Deepwater canyon, just a 10-minute boat ride away from our institute outside of Kaneohe Bay. We would catch the sharks, bring them to the surface, put our tag on, and release them in good condition. Here's an example data from one of our individuals. You can see there's that vertical migration, and this is what the body temperature looks like. These are massive animals, so they have very high thermal inertia. Even though they're going between more than 10 degrees difference, it takes that whole time between each cycle for their body to match the ambient water temperature. We did catch a variety of adult-sized individuals, and using the heat coefficient value that we estimated from them, we could then plot a regression to see what it would be like for a smaller individual. So the orange is what a larger individual's body temperature would look like. This is what it looked like for a smaller individual of just over neonatal size. Very quickly, its body temperature would match the ambient water temperature. When we could do a histogram of this data, you can see the temperature that an adult experiences at its body is quite evenly spread. However, for a neonatal species, it likely puts it into what is suboptimal water temperature or body temperature, be it too hot or too cold. So in conclusion, sixgills do indeed have a global distribution across islands and atolls and seamounts all around the world. The neonates and young year, they only occur along continental slopes and margins, and this is possibly due to a thermophysiological constraint for why they don't occupy these islands and atolls. Which brings up an interesting question. For the adults and neonates that we see along the Pacific coast, are they related to each other? And are they related to the species that we see in Hawaii? So this is kind of doing a call out for global collaborative research that should happen with sixgills. This can be done by long-term telemetry where we put acoustic tags in individuals along both coasts, and after a 10-year monitoring period, see if there's any connection of sharks moving from one coast to the nearest islands. Genetic connectivity analyses is sorely lacking for this species. And when adults are able to be sampled, such in places around Hawaii, techniques such as ultrasounding and blood work and hormone analysis can be done to look at their reproductive status. So this is a global call out that this is for this seemingly very important ecologically important species that more collaborative work should be done globally. I'd like to thank all the funders who made all this possible, all the interns who survived or are here presenting today, and thanks to my wife who went door to door with me looking for our biologgers in Waimanalo late at night. And I'd like to take any questions. Ustudi.
All right, we can do one question for Mark. Okay, then I guess if no one has questions, we can all go and have a coffee. I'm sure you can meet Mark there. And then we're going to start again at 11:40. Thank you very much to all of the presenters and the audience.
In the A, B, and J.
The microphone here. Okay. So I'm working at FAO as consultant for this deep sea fisheries project. And the deep sea fisheries project aims to support the regional fisheries management organization to sustainably, sorry. Yeah, there. Okay, perfect. Okay, no? Okay. Was saying the deep sea fishery project support the RFMOs responsible that have the mandate for the management of deep sea fisheries to manage the fisheries on the long term, applying the ecosystem approach and the precautionary approach to fishery management. There are 7 RFMOs fisheries management organizations that are responsible for deep water fisheries, and they are all partners of the project. Deep sea fisheries, this is not a definition, but deep sea fisheries occur typically on or close to the seafloor between 200 and 1,500 meters, and we are in the area beyond national jurisdiction. So area starts beyond the limits of national jurisdiction, and what we wanted to do in these activities of the project is assessing the impact of these fisheries on deep water sharks in the area beyond national jurisdiction. So what we started to think about was, okay, all the deep sea RFMOs have measures in place requiring reporting the catches of deep water sharks using the 3 alpha codes. And this was a starting point. We needed to understand which data were available to assess the impacts of these fisheries. And so we conducted a survey with the RFMO Secretariat, collecting their data on the catches, because they need to, I'm not entering in the definition on landing, catches, and discard, but they have the mandate to collect all the data on what is brought up by fishing gears. This study revealed a high variability in both quantity and resolution in terms of the level of taxonomic details in the catch reports of these organizations. This is not surprising, but we wanted to create a network also of experts, and so we organized a meeting, a workshop on assessing exactly this thematic. This workshop was done in July last year, and we divided this issue in 4 teams. So we tried to focus on catch reporting, so we wanted to improve quantity and resolution of the data in reporting formats, so working with 3 alpha code and considering the implication, their use, and what were the issues, And so having two activities related to ecological risk assessment and fishing for data in terms of involving and engaging the industry. Now, for catch reporting, we need to understand that the member countries of FAO and the parties of the RFMOs are requested to provide landing or catch data on an annual basis usually. And so these two different data sets are currently reviewed by the projects for discovering for comparing them and discovering what are the different quantities, catches, resolution of their contents. So we need to understand that FAO asks on annual data, there is an annual data request for landings in FAO, producing the statistics. And the RFMO's data sets are defined based on the conservation and management measures describing reporting formats and contents. So we are trying to conduct this review. With regard to the 3 alpha code, this is a big issue here because even if the RFMOs request the 3 alpha code, they are not species specific usually, and even if the request is, it's a request of the use of the 3 alpha code, but the 3 alpha code can be used at higher level. So if we look at the race in general, we could eventually use a code that is BAI. This would be the correct code for this species. Usually in the FAO data, we find SRX, the Raiformes, and we will talk this about later. Then we can eventually have 2 groups of skates that are in the depth, Arincobatide and Raide, but we don't have any code for the Arincobatide currently, so we could decide to add one because it makes sense to divide the 2 groups. And then we have a code, for example, for Batiraya, and the best option will be recognize the species as should be the obligation, the reporting obligation, and this will be the best practice. And please note that Batiraya multispinis had not any code since last year, and it was added during this year. So we have a sort of improper use of generic code for Raya, Raide, family, and Raiformes, because we know that the taxonomy of this group has changed a lot in the last decades, and so the assignation of the cause does not correspond to the current taxonomic definitions. Then the other thematic are trying to conduct an ecological risk assessment at global level, starting from the experience in the South Pacific and the Southern Indian Ocean. And this would be a very good opportunity for improving the knowledge and sharing the knowledge across RFMOs. We have another point here, because even if we want to start this very impacting fisheries in the depth, it's important to involve the industry, because they are still a very good source of information for this species. So a good collaboration with the fisheries industry is essential. With regard to the amounts of species that are in the depth, we try to select only few of them for the activities of the project, because we cannot expect to work with all. And if you are interested in this discussion, we'll continue at the side event at lunchtime with regard to the criteria and the activities related to this species. And this is, if you would like to join our network, this is the QR of the D group of the project. You can find all the presentation of the workshop. And thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Monica. We have some time for questions.
You are scared about the 3 alpha codes, I know.
Okay, I'll ask, how do you determine What three-letter code do you use for species?
Well, it depends on your ability in the identification. In my view, if you are able to arrive at least at genus, at family level, it should be possible. Then our aim is just to improve one step. If our osmosis is using family, we would like them to use the genus level or at species level, at least for the more identifiable species. This is our aim, just a bit step on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Monica. All right, next up we have Colette Appert, and she's going to be introducing bycatch mortality of one of the Southern Ocean skates.
Thank you, Britt. I'm going to be presenting a glimpse into my PhD, which I just submitted last month. And thank you. I'm going to take you 6,000 kilometers south of where we are today, down to the Kerguelen Plateau, where demersal longliners fish for Patagonian toothfish, and one of the main bycatch species are deep-sea skates, Batharaja, which were just mentioned, and in particular Batharaja errasa. So zooming into the plateau, we have the French Kerguelen Island to the north and the Australian Heard Island to the south. I'll be concentrating mostly on the management of the Australian waters. Batharaja errasa can be found between 500 and 2,000 meters and is endemic to the plateau. Its distribution looks about like this, and unfortunately, the Patagonian toothfish can be found pretty much in the same areas, so the fishing effort looks a lot like this map, with the exception of some nice marine reserves, no-catch zones, which, as you can see, don't really overlap with the depths where the Patagonian toothfish and skates are found. So as a result of this fishing pressure and population estimates that have been declining for the last decades, the species has been listed as vulnerable under the IUCN Red List. The bycatch of the species, the management of the species and all skates in Australian waters follows a three-pronged approach of avoid, mitigation, and limit. Avoidance is done through the marine reserve that you just saw, and a move-on rule that applies to any very high catches in one haul. But both of these are based on very little knowledge of behavioral ecology. We don't know where the skates are, what they do, where they move, why they move, and basically nothing. Secondly, mitigation is done through release. All skates that are in good condition have to be released. This, as a result, makes that 99% of skates are released, sometimes even if they probably shouldn't. But we don't actually know what the post-release survival rate is on these animals, and it's expected to be quite low because of the deepness of the fishery. And lastly, the skate bycatch limit, which applies to all species, is of 120 tons. That hasn't changed since the late 90s, and it was based on a Patagonian toothfish catch. So it doesn't really have any ecological basis, and it is almost never, or actually not reached at all. So to answer a lot of these questions and address these problems, I went on a Patagonian toothfish fishing vessel for 3 months, and I caught a lot of toothfish and just enough skates. So we included skates that were over a meter in total length and captured between 1,200 and 1,700 meters. And first off, we took blood from 100 animals that were both in good conditions with minimal injuries and some in bad condition that should not be released with severe injuries. We measured a slew of blood parameters, some of which were included in David's talk, so I'm glad to see I didn't go completely wrong. And we measured capture stress. On animals that were in good condition, a subset of them, we put pop-up satellite archival tags on them, which were attached through the tail. And we got to measure accelerometry, depth, and temperature for 30 days before they popped up to the surface to transmit their data. From that, we got survival for these animals, which allowed us to look into the predictive powers of the blood parameters. And of the survivors, we looked at behavior. I'm not going to talk any more about behavior, unfortunately, so I'm going to focus first on survival. So this is the time series of depth of 6 individual skates, each in a different color. And you can see they're having a merry time doing skate things, going up and down hundreds of meters. I don't have the really nice dial vertical migrations that the sharks are having. These are very chaotic movements on the bottom of the ocean, and I haven't managed to find any sense to them. But these were 6 very happy survivors, which were very different to the other 18 skates. Unfortunately, we got flat lines on these animals pretty much from the moment that they touched the bottom. So the mortality was quite immediate after release, even though they were in good condition, which gave us a mortality rate of approximately 74%, which is not great when the bycatch mitigation strategy is to release animals. So we're going to look a bit further. So the skate bycatch limits probably should be revised and will be revised with the management based on this new estimate with fishery and mortality. And we should actually be thinking of getting released with a high post-release survival to be efficient in any way to conserve these species. So looking into what could be factors in the survival of these animals after their release, we are in a deep sea fishery, so of course capture depth is going to have an effect. You can see up here the 6 survivors were caught shallower than 1,400 meters, and all animals caught deeper than 1,400 meters didn't survive. So despite a quite small sample size, we had quite a strong effect of depth. So fishing at shallower waters should have an effect on survival. Secondly, to have a bit of better understanding, we looked into physiological parameters that affect survival to try and understand maybe what mechanisms were leading to mortality. And the 2 best parameters were lactate and hematocrit. I'm not going to go any further into looking at lactate, but I'm going to focus a bit more on hematocrit. Hematocrit is a measure of the total red blood cell volume compared to total blood, and it can give an idea of a lot of things, but when it reduces and when it decreases, it indicates that there's possible anemia and possible blood loss in the animal. And these skates can have little pinprick injuries, just like this one from the hooks. They can have slightly bigger injuries that are a bit larger, but they can also have quite gruesome injuries that obviously lead to quite heavy blood loss. But the thing is, with even the small pinprick injury that I first showed, even those ones can lead to quite heavy blood loss because these animals can be on the line up to 36 hours at a time because that's the soak time that they had. And the time that they take to actually get hooked up and hauled up can be between 50 minutes and 2 hours. So a lot of time to lose some blood. And this was reflected in the results of hematocrit. So the hematocrit of surviving skates was significantly higher than those of dead skates. And those that weren't tagged had levels even lower than the ones that didn't survive, which is not a very good prognosis for those animals. So to conclude with these estimates, we have to reassess the bycatch limit based on this post-release survival estimate. To mitigate the survival and increase the survival of these animals, fishing in shallower waters should surely have quite a significant effect, and finding ways to reduce blood loss should be also helpful to reduce that mortality. That could be through different fishing techniques, different gear, improving handling, and that will need to be looked into. These 2 problems highlight that avoidance is key, and we should look into whether or not this marine reserve that seemed to be slightly missing the mark on protecting these skates, whether or not it is protecting these animals. I don't have time to talk about this, but I do have a bit of time to talk about some very cool thing that happened. So I live and work here in Tasmania on the tip of the Australian continent. And the tags, when they popped up to the surface, they transmitted their data, and I never really expected to hear from them because we're thousands of kilometers away from any land. They just drifted on the surface until their battery died. It's like pollution of plastic, but we couldn't do anything. But one decided to drift 5,000 kilometers back home over 10 months and ended up on a beach and was picked up by a good Samaritan that called us and gave the data. So I ended up, luckily, that tag was on a surviving skate. So we got a high-resolution data set of a very active skate that allowed us to look into some very cool behavioral problems that I would love to talk about with people that are into these demersal creatures after the talk. So thank you very much for your attention, and open to questions.
Thank you, Colette. Great work. We've got time for 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you for that talk. That was really interesting. So you talk about the hook times and stuff and how that might have an effect. Have you ever looked at air temperature on the days when you're catching them? Because I know sometimes when we're tagging the Greenland sharks and it's a hot sunny day, the water temperature right at the surface can be much warmer than normal, and I would assume that would have cause more stress for the animal.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been found to have an effect on skates. There's a very good study on that. But the nice thing about the Southern Ocean is that we were at a pretty balmy 2 degrees from bottom to top the whole time. So it sometimes went up to 3-4 degrees, but it didn't have that much of. I did look at temperature, but it didn't have an effect with those small differences.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Colette.
Thank you.
Congrats on your PhD. Next up, we have Diana Catarino, and she's going to take us to Azores, where they've been dropping some deep-sea BRUVs.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm talking about the deep-sea baited cameras. So just to give you a bit of background, so deep water conditions are those that live at more than 200 meters deep, and they are usually seen as vulnerable species because of their life history traits. And in the Azores, we have a total, or at least 25 species of deep water sharks, plus 5 skates that we know about, and also 4 chimeras that are rarely seen. From these, about a quarter of them are at some level of threat category, and also about a quarter are actually data deficient that we don't know much about it. So these deep water elasmobranchs, they are bycaught by commercial fisheries. In the Azores, it's mostly bottom long lines. And of course, they are vulnerable to disturbances and overfishing. So it's essential that we monitoring these populations to ensure the sustainability of deep water fisheries. So how we do that? Usually or traditionally, this is done by fishing, which then we are killing them to monitoring them, so it's not very good because most of them will actually die. So in the last 5 years, we have actually been doing some non-invasive methods complementary to the fishing service that we have in our institute. So we are trying environmental DNA and also baited cameras, which is the ones that I'm talking about. So our BRUV structure is based on a Azure drift cam, but without the live view system, and when you just put a bait basket then. So we choose this structure because it's oval, so in our perspective it's a bit better to avoid entanglement with fishing gears and also with the rocks. And we also think it's a bit better for very steep slopes, like in the seamounts that we have around the Azores. So in case the weight gets lost, it comes float to the surface, and in our case, we actually have the BRUV is benthic, it stays on the bottom, and we have a cable connected to a buoy on the surface that we then retrieve it when we want. So basically, we have this work. We have done about 120 BRUVs since 2021, so the last 5 years, between 200 meters and about 1,200 meters deep. So basically what we have seen 17 deep sea sharks, 3 rays, and 2 chimeras. These comprise a little bit over 60% of the species that we know that we have in the Azores, which is quite good achievement. I apologize for the species codes in the graph, but feel free to come to me and ask all about them. I will be very pleased to explain you. So basically, as you see, there's many of the species that actually we only have a few encounters. But for 3 species on the bottom, we can actually have many encounters. So for those 3 species, we think that BRUVs will be a potential monitoring tool. This is like the sixgill sharks that we encountered in 40% of the time, so they are around a lot. The flapper skate and the kitefin shark. So these ones are a good potential for monitoring with this technique. Then about the soaking time. So what we know about the shallow water BRUVs, it's usually the deployments are about 1 hour, maybe a little bit more, 2 hours. But if you see for all the species that we got, that is not going to work in the deep sea. So in our case, we really need longer deployments to at least try to get the range or the first time of arrival for most of the species. Not all, because some will take a very long time to come, but most of the species, and also the 3 species that can be monitoring or potentially monitoring with this technique. So what we can also see with our deployments, it's actually, if you go deeper, you need to stay longer. Because, I mean, it's a vast area, there's few individuals, and they will take some time to come. So, because we have the BRUV attached to a cable to a buoy on the surface, we have a bit of issues with drift. It's a long, long, long cable. So, we did a test about the moon effect, because we know with currents it could be a bit more prone to drift. We didn't have a statistical effect on the moon, but we can see that in new moon and full moon, we have a potential for more extreme drift events, which is the number 3, the more extreme events. So it will be good to make the deployments in other time of the month besides the full moon and the new moon. But sometimes drift can be a good thing. Because of drift, we actually found a nursery area for Icelandic cat shark. Actually, I think it's the first time that a nursery area for this shark is found. And this is because our camera was just drifting around and end up to seeing it. So we have been also trying to use some AI techniques, because this is very long deployments, it takes a long time. So we try this software, Shark Track, and we did some training with pelagic shark images. They don't work for deep sea sharks. I mean, they are weird, they are brown, it's just a nightmare. So we actually need to move on to our data sets and training for deep sea species specifically. Well, we did there's some issues that we overcome. Of course, the gray zone, dark sharks, gray zone, perfect, but the algorithm could get it. So we now have only some issues with the closer view to the camera, so it doesn't recognize quite well. So it needs a bit more annotations for a better model, improving some training in the closer view, and also if you have only one class of elasmobranch, it's much easier than several species, because yeah, they are difficult to identify. So as a take-home message, so these BRUVs, deep sea BRUVs, are quite nice for biodiversity purpose, but then for monitoring purpose, I mean, only for a few species it really makes sense. And we can actually see that for the species that we get mostly during the demersal surveys, and are not showing in the BRUVs, and the species that we get less in the demersal surveys are the ones more common in the BRUVs. So actually we think a multidisciplinary approach will be ideal for the deep sea species. Of course, you also have to have longer deployments with the ideal so-called soak time, about 3.5 hours. And of course, if you have some AI tools that will help you going through all the video hours will be much beneficial. And of course, the stream events of drifting could be a problem, but it could also be an opportunity. So this is the team that make this work possible, so thank you very much, and also to many more that were on board doing the deployments. And thank you so much also for all the funders that make this work possible for the last 5 years. And if you want to follow us in our social media for these great videos of these amazing species, be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Thanks for including the video of the chimera. We've got 1 minute for a question or two.
Hi, thanks. Great presentation. I'm wondering if you can briefly describe your decision process of, do you decide to go for a drifting deep BRUV, or do you decide to go for a stationary? Like you say, there's pros and cons. I'm interested in your thought process.
Yeah, so we wanted a stationary BRUV, but we use this drift, or it drifts because, of course, we have a cable. So the decision to use that structure was because of the entanglement of the fishing gear, and also, honestly, because of budget. Because then if we need a release device, we could not afford it. So we were like, okay, is this way or no way? So what we noticed, actually, it was a few occasions, maybe 5 to 6 occasions, that if we had used a release device instead of the cable, we had lost the BRUV. Because of sixgills, they are aggressive. So they are moving the structure around, it gets stuck in the rock, and then if the release just pop up, it will stay there. So with the cable, we still have extra secure or insurance that we can retrieve it eventually. So far in 5 years, we didn't lost any.
All right, thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
And next up, we have a few speed talks. So we're going to have some short and sweet talks, starting with Tia Burke, who's going to be talking about deep sea shark trophodynamics.
Thank you for the introduction. So animals can fill a variety of functional roles in ecosystems, including as predators, prey, and competitors. They might also act in transporting nutrients or be facilitators for other species. And the sum of these functional roles can be used to define the ecological role of a species. Now, in marine systems, there's been a lot of focus on the ability of large predators, such as sharks, to regulate food webs through top-down control or cause trophic cascades as a result of direct predation or by modifying prey behavior in coastal and coral reef ecosystems. But where does that leave deep sea sharks? And well, there's a lot that we don't know, and with ongoing interest in mining the deep sea and fisheries targeting deeper waters, it's become even more important that we understand the trophic characteristics and factors that influence population sizes, so we can determine the consequences of the removal of these species and also create baselines in which we can monitor them moving forwards. So one of the objectives of my PhD is to generate a contemporary trophic and ecological data set of deep-sea chondrichthyans on Chatham Rise, New Zealand. And Chatham Rise is a submarine ridge that extends over 1,000 kilometers east off the South Island of New Zealand, and it's a global hotspot for deep-sea sharks. So earlier this year, in January and February, we opportunistically collected tissue samples on board the research vessel Tangaroa, and these included muscle, liver, fin clips, and blood for biochemical analyses, and we also removed stomachs from select species. In total, we sampled 640 chondrichthyans across 33 different species, some of the highlights of which included the leaf-scale gulper shark, which was one of 19 different shark species, the rare Velcro skate, which was one of 8 different skates, and also 6 chimeras, including the Australasian narrow-nosed spookfish. Since I just got back very recently, my next steps include using complementary methods, including stable isotopes, fatty acid analysis, and stomach content analysis to create comprehensive trophic and dietary niche profiles. And we're also aiming to attempt to recreate the current chondrichthyan food web structure in this region, so we can start to take this and maybe piece together what might be happening in the deep sea and see if these ecological roles might be similar or different. And Prickly Pete made it at the top of the food web. So these data will be important for getting that baseline ecological knowledge of these species in this region, which can help us to determine which ones might be more susceptible or resilient to changes in deep sea ecosystems. And this can be useful in helping to tailor conservation and management strategies to ensure the species' persistence, recovery, and overall ecosystem stability in the region. And with that, I just want to say a really big thank you to Earth Sciences New Zealand and Fisheries New Zealand for allowing me to partake on the survey this year, the Save Our Seas Foundation for providing funding for this project, and OCS and FSBI for supporting my travel to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. We have time for one quick question. All right, we'll let you off the hook. They'll come find you later. Thank you, Tia. Next up, we have down in the Indian EZ.
Hi, I'm here to present the results of our fishery oceanic surveys from the Indian EZ. So as we all know, Northern Indian Ocean is a critical habitat for many deep sea constrictants, and we have almost recorded more than 70 deep sea constrictants from the Indian EZ. And our research vessel, Forevi Sagar Sampata, has managed to collect most of these samples. And beyond the new discoveries and reports, we have, this data has given some insights in the composition, distribution, and the catch trends. So for this, we have analyzed almost 25 cruise data from 2006 to 24, covering Southeastern Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, and Andaman Sea, using different trawling methods. So from the reports, we have confirmed the occurrence of 35 deep sea constrictants, led by 22 sharks, 10 batoids, and 3 chimeras. So among these, 7 species were very dominant and frequently occurring throughout the sampling stations and throughout the years. So first one is Eridagnus radcliffei, which was highly numerically abundant and consistent across the sampling, followed by Bytholurus hispidus, which is again numerically abundant and consistent in the Andaman Sea, and which also showed a new depth record to a depth of 625 meters. Then Centrophorus camelosus, an endangered species. In our cruise records, there is no record after 2010 from the Andaman Sea. Benthobatus moresby, again numerically abundant and consistent in the terrace region of Trivandrum, and it showed a range extension to the Bay of Bengal and showed a new depth range to a depth of 1,069 meters. Then Plesiobatus davisi, less in number but very consistent across the period in Andaman Sea. Hydrolagus africanus, which is again less numerically abundant but consistent during the sampling period, which showed an range extension to the Andaman Sea and also a maximum new depth record to 1,788. And Neohyriota pinnata, which is less numerically abundant and inconsistent during the sampling period. And we also managed to record some novel species and new records from the cruise data samples. So to conclude, the Southeastern Arabian Sea, the submarine terrace region, and the Northeastern Andaman Sea showed highest species richness and diversity. And also species like Eridagnus radcliffei, Bytholurus hispidus, and Benthobatus moresby were collected frequently and abundantly from certain depths, which shows some depth stratified populations. And the high biomass of these species can also highlight their ecological importance. And the inconsistent catch trends, especially in Centrophorus camelosus and Neohyriota pinnata, may reflect their underlying population decline. And the new records and the geographical range extensions show a significant knowledge gap of our understanding of these species. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got time for questions.
This is awesome. As someone who really likes catch per unit effort, how did you, when you're saying population declines and stuff, how was that calculated?
No, population declines means overall in the world it is showing population declines. I am just saying that it may imply to the current records and already what is published.
I have a very quick question. I didn't set it on the list of species. Did you observe any bramble sharks?
No.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll give one last round of applause to all our presenters in the Sharks in the Dark session.
To introduce Naseem Sidat, who's going to talk about her work.
Thank you. Can you see me? Hi everyone, I'm Natsiba from Mozambique. Sorry. So Mozambique is considered a global hotspot for sharks and rays, and 49% is threatened in the IUCN. Small-scale fisheries is very important for the coastal livelihood, but the knowledge about the impact of these fisheries on sharks and rays is still limited. So catch survey revealed a critical site with the significant catches of juveniles and threatened species, including the critical endangered scallop hammerhead shark, which also triggered Zalala Beach as an important shark and ray area. So we wanted to understand how the fishing is important for the community, what are their perceptions and management for conservation, and identify some challenges and potential solutions using a participatory approach in different formats. And this work resulted in 25 solutions, from which most of them were exclusively community-driven. Those solutions included management measures, capacity building, improved livelihoods, including fishing and non-fishing related, and the whole report on this work can be found in this QR code. This work also enabled increased awareness about shark biology and negative impacts for overfishing through posters, and increased knowledge about the national regulations, such as the list of protected species. As you can see on top left picture, we distributed posters with images of protected species that are now in place in Mozambique. There are 14 species, and this was something new for the fishers, as well as improved their knowledge on minimum sizes. As you can see in the bottom left picture, this hammerhead shark is bigger than me, and I'm 1.5 meter height, so this means that this shark size is legally caught. So, not in my words, but in the words from the community, if you want to co-design solutions, they eager our support to continue work together with them on local management measures that can ensure the sustainable use of their own resources and secure their subsistence. So thank you so much for the variety of partners and funders who have been supporting shark and ray projects in Mozambique, and thank you so much for your attention and for being here.
Thank you. Well done. That was 2.5 minutes. Do we have time for a quick question? Anybody got any questions? No. Okay. We'll let you go. We got one? No, it's just a stretch, I think. Raj has one.
No, I'm just interested because this is one of the parts that I do speak about. So are you actually using transdisciplinary methodology? I mean, that methodological framework, are you consciously using it?
We are using participatory approaches to engage with the community and support them, both to ensure their livelihood is safeguarded, but also conserve shark and ray.
And I'm just asking from the methodological perspective, I don't know, have you looked into transdisciplinary methodology?
Can you clarify?
No, so we'll speak about this,
yes.
But what you're doing is exactly, what they speak about. So this is fantastic.
Thank you.
So yeah, so we'll speak about this. Thank you so
I
much.
will look for you.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give her another round of applause.
Thank you. Okay, so next up we have Melina Keane, who's going to be looking at movement ecology of large sharks in coastal waters.
Thank you. As coastal populations grow and the popularity of marine recreation continues to increase, we are seeing more human-wildlife interactions and the increased likelihood of human-shark conflict. For managers, this means navigating a difficult balance between both enhancing beach user safety and also maintaining ecologically healthy shark populations. Noosa in southeast Queensland, Australia exemplifies this challenge. Not only is it a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, it's also a World Surfing Reserve that sees thousands of visitors and local stakeholders using its inshore waters daily. Current management in the region uses lethal methods like mesh nets and beta drumlines to reduce negative human-shark interactions by reducing the population of target species. And this management program is very successful in catching not only those 7 target species of sharks, but also a range of other critically endangered and vulnerable sharks and other marine megafauna. And so this isn't really assisting in maintaining healthy sharks populations and is largely driven by a community fear of incident rather than the actual risk of human-shark conflict occurring. And one way I think we can start to reduce this community fear is providing evidence on nearshore habitat use by these coastal species. And that's what we're aiming to do here with this project by investigating the spatial and temporal occupancy of large sharks in the coastal waters of the Noosa Biosphere Reserve. To do so, we have installed a fine-scale acoustic array of AnovaSea receivers that have been uploaded to the IMOS database. And so these 8 receivers, we prioritize their locations based on high-use areas like beaches, surf breaks, and popular fishing spots where we've had depredation reports from local fishermen, and also leveraging existing mooring hardware that's already out there. And so these listening stations are detecting a network of tagged individuals from various species, including bull sharks, tiger sharks, sand tiger sharks, and white sharks as well, thanks to my supervisors and collaborators. And so here are some extremely preliminary results. We only just managed to get into the field last week and download 3 out of 8 of our receivers so far. But we're beginning to build a picture on how different individuals and across species are using this coastline and some of those interspecies differences as well. So of the 20 individuals we detected in the last 4 months, 18 of those were bull sharks. And those top 4 individuals with the high detections across all 4 sites, they're all juvenile bull sharks that were tagged locally in the Noosa River in the last couple years. So it's really interesting, we're starting to see their first movements out of the river mouth as they explore those nearshore waters. So I'm particularly interested in downloading the next bit of data to see what this cohort is doing. And then you've got some of our more transient individuals like the sand tiger shark in the yellow that was picked up once from our inshore receiver in Tidri Bay on her way up to Wolf Rock. So next steps are obviously downloading the rest of our receiver data and to continue monitoring this array so we can start to answer these questions, but then also incorporating some additional data sets from the Queensland Shark Control Program, like their historic catch data and also their SharkSmart drone trial data as well, to build a nice comprehensive overview of large shark habitat use and how that relates to urban use overlap as well. I'd just like to say thanks to my supervisors and those who are supporting this research, and also to OCS for supporting my attendance here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Melina. That was a really interesting look at human-shark coexistence there. We do have time for a quick question, if anyone has anything they'd like to ask. You might have been let off for now, but do catch up with Melina if you do think of anything in one of the breaks. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have extended the time of this talk a little bit to a normal sized talk. Now we have Raj Sekhar, who's going to talk about transdisciplinary work with sharks.
Are we? Yeah, okay, hi. I wish I could tell you the journey it has been to be here. So thank you for this opportunity. And I'm part of that rare species of social scientists working with sharks. So it's really a privilege being here. So just very quickly, I was born in a family of painters. My father's a painter. After that, a couple of decades of research, 2 PhDs, and I found myself standing in front of the Vidadari River, the Sundarbans. You see, at that time, it was about 2-3 months into my fieldwork, working with humans and shark conflict. And there was tears in my eyes. I was 20 years too late. This research should have been done 20 years back. The women who suffered the shark bites, almost their life is over. And the sharks, our beloved sharks, decimated. We had to focus on the charismatic megafauna that was Royal Bengal tigers. That's why no one focused on the water, on the sharks. But you see, this was my second major fieldwork. Before that, I've been told I was conducting the first ever multi-species ethnographic investigation with human-shark interaction. Thankfully now, a couple of other scholars are also doing that. And I was, from 2014 to 2018, I was working in Bluff, New Zealand, with the cage diving industry. The basic premise of multi-species investigation, it's a little different from how natural scientists understand multi-species. In social sciences, multi-species, so historically human-shark interactions has evolved, as we know, over millennia, but they have been studied in isolation, even in spaces of interaction. You see, the natural scientists often studied the sharks, and recently there has been work in social sciences, and they studied the humans. Even in classical social sciences, whenever we were involving the animal others, like the sharks, they were perceived as being beyond the purview of agency. They were supposed to be passive observers. But that meant we failed to understand the entangled reality. And yeah, humans were given the singular agentive ability in that interaction. Altering that, challenging that, multi-species ethnography research like multi-species ethnography challenged this anthropocentric perspective. And yeah, like I was told, I was conducting the first ever, rather field testing the first ever human-shark multi-species methodology in New Zealand. For that, I was documenting not only the lives of the sharks, but the lives of all the humans. All the different demographic, the geographic structures of this interaction and the ecology, the socio-ecological relationship they were involved with. But back to Sundarban. Could the same multi-species ethnographic structure that I used there, can it be used in Sundarban? Hey, just for a fact, a white shark in New Zealand, you guys know, you can see them 10 meters, sometimes 20 meters away underwater. Sundarban, 2 feet underwater, you can't see the sharks. And local experts, like we're speaking about local experts, do we take enough knowledge from this? Is working with local experts just about going and asking them questions, or do we need to live with them, be in that sand, be in that mud, be baked ourselves? Eat that food, live that experience. I was also constantly asking myself, what about knowledge beyond natural sciences or even social sciences for that matter? What about sensory knowledge? How much of our knowledge is actually verbal? 10%, 20%, the rest is non-verbal. And finally, what about the people who are not natural scientists? What about a painter? What about a lawyer? What about an engineer? They want to contribute to shark sciences. What about them? So I could realize there was a stark power structure difference between humans and sharks, natural sciences, social sciences, humanities, science expert, local experts, objective knowledge and sensory expression. And I realized there was no formalized framework of holistic research of human-shark interaction in these contact zones. And I didn't know at that time, but I was living a transdisciplinary human-shark research 2019 to 2024. I needed to tell a full-on encompassing story and create actions. As we know, transdisciplinarity adds action into knowledge creation, but for betterment of both species. For that, in all those years, worked on sustainable livelihood for the shark bite victims, collected information about the bites and tried to understand the ecology of the sharks. I actually created with the locals an idol which tried to bring focus on the women and the shark who suffered the bites. And also for the sharks, we tried to create a shark database of shark abundance in that region, and obviously local ecological distraction. That is where the last couple of years I've been working on the human shark methodology. So I'm defining right now this shark, smart name, isn't it? Shark Human Holistic Research and Knowledge System, SHARKS. So it's a multi-species transdisciplinary relational system approach in analyzing human-shark relational events in contact zones while generating knowledge and action for the common good. Oh God. Okay, so it bridges the gap between disciplines, knowledge systems, modalities, and being a transdisciplinary approach, it is for the common good. I will have to run through all of this. I'm running out of time. So I'll just mention these terms, contact zones. The object of the study is not humans or sharks, rather the relational spaces where this coexistence happens. There are three fundamental pillars: the multi-species reality, that's the ontological foundation. The epistemology is transdisciplinarity, bringing in interdisciplinarity, trans-knowledge system, and multimodality. And the analytical background is the relationship model. I would love to speak about this after this is done. And this is how we can create a physical approach like this. Identify the contact zone, co-construct the problem, multimodal data collection, triangulation, relationship mapping, intervention design, and obviously it's an iterative process. So I'll just finish with this. This lady was the last person with whom I took my data. She had Alzheimer's at that point. She suffered a shark bite 20 years back when I couldn't finish taking that data because she just looked at me and she was keeping on crying. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Do we have any questions for Raj? Okay, have we got time for a quick one?
Yeah.
What's your plan for kind of rolling out this?
I don't know. You guys tell me. You are the national scientists.
Have you put it into practice?
Yeah, the Sundar one basically was that. And now I want to work with the collaborative. This is what I'm here for. I want to collaborate in Europe, in America, North America, in Asia. Let's try to figure this out. I've not figured this out. Let's try to figure this out. We need, as much as it's nice to say, yeah, we need to collaborate, but what's the structure? I think thinking of a structure, not necessarily this, maybe something that evolves from this can possibly help us. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you're going to have a very busy lunch hour.
Hopefully. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Give
you.
a round of applause.
Yeah.
Okay, the final talk before we break for lunch comes from Lucy Clark, and we're heading over to the Ascension Island to look at...
Can't believe that it's over.
Good afternoon, everybody. I like the nice echo effect. It's like being in the Philippines doing karaoke. The three of you, you don't get to sit down and hide down there. I'm not going to be the only one up here, so the three of you come up, please. Yeah. It's not as intimidating as doing a keynote speech on the first day of a big conference. So, have a seat. So, thanks everyone for coming along today. This side event is, the idea is we wanted to let everyone meet some of our project leaders, but also to hear from the project leaders themselves about their experiences in their careers, how they get funding, some of their journeys. And the idea is like, we wanted to create a space where people could feel like they could ask our project leaders questions about how they've worked with the Save Our Seas, but more importantly, how their careers have developed, and then leave some space afterwards for a discussion about some of the challenges we face in the career, and yeah, just have a very frank and honest discussion about, yeah, what we face in this profession. So we've asked each of these three people to put together a quick presentation about their journey in their career. And I think we start off with Alifa. So Alifa, if you'd like to come up, you can leave the mic there. This mic should work. So it's a standard backwards, forwards. Thank you. You guys can see through the heads, right? We're not blocking anybody.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for turning up. We were thinking, well, it's lunchtime. However, thanks. I would want to thank TRIM Sri Lanka for bringing Shark International so close to home, which means I get to see a lot of people from home for the first time, which is amazing. So thank you very much. Well, my first Shark International talk was last Shark International. And about 4 years, 1 PhD, and half head full of gray hairs later, I think I'm in the same space. However, I would like to share a little bit of my journey through our work that we do in the Bay of Bengal. Well, who am I is a question that I haven't been ever able to answer. What I would do is to tell you what I do, and that's just a part of me. So I am an associate professor at the University of Dhaka in Bangladesh, where I have tried to create a platform with very younger people from Bangladesh to work with sharks and rays called the Bengali Lasmo Lab, and currently also doing a fellowship in the University of Edinburgh. That's one part of me, right? And another part, which is always in transition, and I would like to believe that it's evolving within that transitional period. And with this evolution of me and my team, one inherent feeling that I have, and by conversation that I have with colleagues, is feeling like being an imposter in this arena of very, very difficult work. And I would be talking a little bit about that. Where I work and what I work with unsettles me on a daily basis. We work with conservation. We want to change something. It's very difficult to define what are we trying to change. However, we know that we want to see more alive sharks and rays in the world for our future, but that's not what we work with in a global south country. Our work starts with areas like this, where a lot of dead sharks turn up on a daily basis. No complaints in terms of fisheries, however, that's where it is. And when you are working somewhere like this on a daily basis, two things happen. Sometimes you lose your sensitivity because you are there all the time, and that becomes a normal, and sometimes we need to question that. And the second is losing sensitivity is not a very good thing. And this unsettling feeling is a feeling like a race that you're trying to race against time. A lot of anxiety creeps in while you're feeling like this, and there is a huge fear of failure that in your lifetime, probably you wouldn't see a lot of change in terms of the species that we work with. However, I also get to work with people, and people surprise me on a daily basis. They reveal themselves when you work with them, beyond your questionnaires, workshops, and FGDs that you run. They reveal yourself as a self while you're doing this with these people, and it surprises you sometimes that who you are around these people. The diversity of knowledge, the depth, the existing wisdom that we do not have a lot of framework to really capture and mainstream to understand shark in waters with people. And that creeps in, again, a lot of anxiety because on a daily basis, I feel like that I'm breaking a promise that I haven't verbally made with these people by writing a lot of papers but not going back. What really brings in terms of writing a lot of papers, becoming a scientist, but then again, what is there to give back? Or am I even the person or have some power to give back? That's a very big thing to think about. So again, a lot of anxiety creeps in of breaking promises. However, I also get to work with a lot of young people. In just last 3 years, we have been working there for a decade, but in the last 3 years, I had this amazing opportunity to work with a lot of young people from Bangladesh, from people from the business background, zoology, natural scientists, want to work with social sciences, local data collector, fishers within our platform. It is chaotic when you work with a team, you would know, but real world is chaotic. But the best part is that this also makes me feel that even if as an individual I fail, there's 25 people who might not. So a good thing about working with young people and giving the space to the next generation who are hungry for doing something better beyond our comprehension. And the great bit is that 7 of these people applied for this conference, 6 got in, 5 are here, which is a new first thing for a country like ours. My first grant back in 2019 was with Save Our Seas Foundation. That sort of created the cornerstone or a platform where I stood and sort of started working with. And that was amazing. That sort of had given me the opportunity to create the first data set on a very critically endangered species like the sawfish, right, which we thought we did not have. And these photos are for just dramatic effect. We discovered, with the help of people and a network of fishers, that we still have sawfishes in Bangladesh and were regularly being landed, and by regular in standards of sawfishes, right? We were being able to find a lot of them and started doing a lot of sawfish work with the fishing communities and obviously publishing a lot of papers, started a release program. But beyond that, what really this grant really helped me to do is given me the opportunity within 3 years to be in the field for 300 days. And that's huge. That sort of creates your first conviction platform, who you are, what you want to do. A person being in the field and collecting their own data and just immerse themselves into these settings would write differently, will have a different sort of conviction, would think about these systems differently, and that is important for the younger generation to be able to give that space into working in these spaces to have their conviction. In this period of time, I also got an EDGE fellowship, which is also for young students, which also really helped me to understand and find a little bit of myself and my conviction to work with these things. However, I also want to talk about that this is an almost impossibly difficult thing that we're trying to solve. Sharks and rays in a global south fisheries where a lot of people are working. The fisheries look like this. It is not blue waters, it is murky waters. It is not people going out for recreational activities. It's people going out for daily livelihood, and one species is important, one specimen is important for them to catch and have. But while doing that, we are doing a lot of different other things that are also problematic for the sea. And then thinking about sharks and rays just as one piece of the whole puzzle was something we wanted to do with the fishing communities. So we started, again, delving into the idea that how do we really think about fishing communities and what they know of these waters and mainstreaming it to understanding what we want to understand. And here I became the Frankenstein's creator of a match of natural science, social science, ecologist, conservationist, and at the end of it, I don't know what. So we started working with fishers, collecting a lot of data, understanding where these species are, where they're being caught from, and sort of seeing where these fisheries are by tracking them. And it was such a frugal project. It was less than $5,000 we spent. And within years, we started looking into fisheries for the first time in Bangladesh, where exactly these navigation routes are, where these species are being caught from, where fishers are going. And we also wanted to try out something that behavioral change, what we aim for, is not a very simple question to ask. And can we test some of this? How do we think that what is happening can be changed in terms of releasing some of the critically endangered species that are being caught in these waters? So we tried a lot of technological solutions, and we designed these technologies alongside fishing communities for about 3 years, trying out what works, what doesn't work. What we really wanted to do was not to only extract data, write papers, and do conferences, but really see how to create this holistic environment whereby we create enabling conditions for this data to be then used by the fishing communities for themselves to decide what to do. And would it really empower access to information? Does it really empower and create enabling conditions for a community which is so marginalized to behave differently, which something as people we might not want to really expect? That's a different debate. So we created a communication device whereby fishers, no matter where they are, for the first time in Bangladesh, can really communicate at the harbor. We can on real time really see where they are, and then they can also voluntarily collect the data that we're interested in, right? So it's a lot of different things, and we wanted to see if this access to information and understanding of safety at sea, that if there is a problem, they can really call back and ask for help, would allow them to behave differently or in a better way, taking a pro-conservation decision. Beyond willingness, a lot of people would have willingness, but wouldn't have the ability to really work on the willingness, right? What happened, and I'm the last part of it, this February, this year, what happened was amazing, last year, sorry. One of the fishing boats, so we are working with 20 fishing boats, so one of the fishing boats called back in the harbor and said, our engine failed, and we're drifting, it was night, we don't know where we're going, and sinking boats in Bangladesh is a common phenomenon. Everywhere, every fishing community would have a story where their father, brother, uncle were lost and dead at sea. They never found them, right? And it was a big deal for them. They called back that we're drifting away, we don't know what to do. And we had no capacity to have a rescue. We are a research team, right? And for the first time, we thought, oh my God, what have we done? This is not a solution. What do we do? There are 13 fishers. But what happened really, which was not part of the project, and we didn't even think that would happen, the community came together. Within 5 hours, they arranged an expensive rescue within their own boats, went out, rescued these 13 fishers, they came back, and we were baffled. And these fishers pledged not to catch or retain any critically endangered species ever, and they have been releasing critically endangered guitar fishes of good sizes, whatever they're being caught in their nets, within these 20 boats. This is what it looks like, right? I was not expecting the sound. Now, this is heartwarming, a fantastic story. Feels like a mid-career person have succeeded collecting all this data, looking into an experiment that would really allow having proof of concept in terms of that behavioral change takes not only willingness, but creating enabling conditions, and that is so context appropriate. But this is just 20 boats, right? At scale, would it work? Do I have the capacity to really do it? How much funding would I need? Would any funding body be okay to really fund a project that is so high risk that might fail? All of these questions, and imagine if I have all of these questions, think about what an early career student or a person, an aspirant, is thinking about to jump into this very chaotic scene of conservation, especially marine conservation fisheries scene, with that much of anxiety, that much of fear of failure, and thinking about, am I good enough to make a little bit of change? So in short, what I've learned in this decade of experience is that leadership doesn't look like this. Your leader is not here. It looks like this. It's diffusive, everyone is here, and we need younger people. Sometimes younger people do not need us, by the way. Trust me, professors are doomed without younger people. And then funders of today's world really need to think about these realities to be able to fund these lag phases where people try to find themselves, have their convictions ready without high gain results. They need to be ready to allow themselves to really invest in people, not only project, and see what that can bring about. And people like us who are still thinking, are we early carrier, or we have moved past that and went on to something else, thinking about how best we can create that space to really have the early carriers into our lives. Thank you.
Okay, so next on deck, we have Fakih Al-Ghazali from Indonesia, who's going to be talking about his journey with EPI and some of the life lessons, I guess, he has reflected on with his experience. Over to you, Fakih. Where do I shoot this to? There you go.
Hello. I'm not really good with formal talks. I'm Fakih, and this was me a few years back. I guess this is a story about my journey, so I guess I gotta show this embarrassing photo of mine. But this is always something that I will always look back into. I started here. I don't like having short hair. I think it's pretty obvious. But this is where I start my first year as an undergrad. And this is where I am now. I'm pretty fortunate. I'm now leading a local NGO in Indonesia called Ilas Mubrang Project Indonesia. And I'm currently enrolling for my master's at James Cook University. Thanks to Andrew for kidnapping me. But I've also been to some of these institutions shown up at the above. I think I'm very fortunate for their support. And we're currently here. This photo, I guess, is to highlight that some people are saying that tagging are not really something that people in Asia do, but we're shifting towards that. But it doesn't mean that we believe that tagging is the only way forward. There are a lot of things, and I'll be sharing that throughout my journey. I'm proud, born, raised in South Tangerang. You probably haven't heard that. It's a little bit south to Jakarta. And yeah, I'm the co-founder. We don't have a title such as director in our NGO. I don't like it. I've always called myself just a project leader because I think I'm nothing without my team. And this is where I started. So in my third year of undergrad university, there was no subject, no lecturers that taught anything about sharks and rays. While I've always been, I think they're cool species and everything. So I had to, not that me and everyone has to, but I had to build my own student community where we study sharks and rays. So we do all these things with our own pocket money, where it has always been difficult for us to, just to even get ourselves to buy something that we want back then. But we did a lot of things. Well, mostly it has to do with dead sharks, which is not really nice for, I think, the most of you, but it's part of the important work. And it's actually something kind of like the foundation of my final year project. And what I'm currently doing is also a reflection of what I did for my bachelor's thesis. I was very insistent to my undergrad supervisor back then, hey, I want to catch my own shark. So I went out for 6 months trying to catch my own shark, coming back with nothing. And she laughed in my face, I told you what? And so I ended up doing genetics because she's kind of like a geneticist, not a shark person, but I'm very grateful to her because of that, I managed to get into shark research for the first time. And this was my first published paper. I'm very fortunate as well to Rani and the WWF Indonesia team for picking me up from somewhere out of nowhere in the world. I managed to travel to remote places in Indonesia, to Papua, where you have to dig some dirt to take a leak and to poop. It's very remote places, but I managed to see some amazing things, meet some amazing people, catch species that I've previously have not seen myself as well. But it was a tough journey. I managed to do some amazing things as well. Here in the picture, Dr. Jaya from Bali, he was the first one to teach me how to do suturing on live sharks. Well, I wasn't allowed to touch anything back then, but it was a pretty good experience. And then I had to sacrifice a lot to get to where I am. I didn't extend my contract with WWF, and I co-founded this with a few youth who's probably also in the room today. We started as a project, Elasmo Brown Project Indonesia. We're supposed to only be a website project where we collect citizen science data, but we need money. I'm not gonna lie, James, I'm sorry, but well, our first, so before we go there, I also managed to go to the US thanks to Wisely. So a few people from Moat Lab, who's probably in the room, I cannot see them, but I'm really thankful to Damien, Jack, Val, Devin, and the whole Moat team, where I managed to learn how to do like these tagging things that people in Asia also think is really cool. But going back to EPI, through our citizen science project, we managed to collect some data from divers, which is a pretty unique data. Some, a few are species that's not been encountered before. A few are rare species, such as the ornate eagle, the bow-mouthed gitterfish. And up to today, we've collected over 1,400 data across 31 provinces. I think in Indo we have 220-something species, and we managed to collect almost half of them through citizen science, which is quite something. But as I said before, we need money. I also want to do research. I also want to go to the field, but I don't want to do. I don't just want to do cool stuff. Again, I think going back to conservation and why I want to do it is because it's not just for the species; it's also for the people. So I think. The video on the top left showed something similar to what Ghofrane and Alifa has done, and I think a few people in the room has done as well, where we work with them to shift them, the hands that used to be catching them, to be the hand that will be releasing and protecting them for the future. And yeah, some cool species that we managed to study as well in the park. We also have another project that we are currently running in Raja Ampat. Is working on the endemic epaulet species, so we call it the walking shark. I'm also very fortunate because people from CI, I don't know if Mr. Mark Ertman, Iqbal, Abdi is currently in the room, but they help us to do this as well. This project has been running for the 3rd years now. So in total, I guess EPI is now 6 years old. We started where we couldn't even pay our intern a measly 50 Australian dollars. And now we're able to give them stipends, accommodation, travel. We managed to hire full-time employees now for the past 2-3 years. And I cannot be more grateful for that. But it didn't come without challenges. So the first one is definitely, we're all early careers. We started everything mostly from scratch. So I think I missed something that most people have, which is supervisors. We only had, like, I think me and Nadia, the co-founder, I think we only had a few years of being supervised. So now we have to supervise the younger generation who will say we might not need us at all. And also there is this feeling, of course, that we cannot really give to every of the early careers below my generations because we've been there. We had to start from scratch. We've sacrificed things. We don't want them to go through the things that we've went through, but reality sucks. There's also this, you'll deal with issues related to people and not really to sharks and rays, and not even the communities that you're working with, but with your team. You'll face that as well. And it's part of the process of growing up, I guess. And then handling and providing for the next early careers. I don't want to say Gen Z, but it's going to happen between generations, and I'm facing it right now. And I guess it's always going to happen. It's the reality that we're facing, is how can we still provide them? There are going to be changes. Maybe I'll be the boomers later. It's the reality. Money, especially, I'm sorry if anyone here is from the government, but back home, to invite people from the government, you need extra money just to invite them, even though they got paid by tax money. So sometimes we're being seen the same as, I think people call them bingo, the big NGOs. We always told the authorities, hey, we don't have that money. But they keep always, hey, you should sign MOU. Hey, you should invite us. Hey, yeah, we don't have money to pay you to come. But that happens. And this is one of the biggest challenge, I guess. Advocating it is more difficult than just doing science. I think one of the talks today was we're talking about, we keep doing science. Well, I think it was Guido. But walking the talk is more difficult than taking some sharks. There's also things that we need to face. Reality sometimes don't give a shit what we think. Authorities have their own egos. They, oh, I want this. No, I don't want to work with them. But you have to deal with them anyway. And yeah, sometimes your government don't have a very good relationship with your communities. So you kind of have to play the kind of like the good cop, bad cop kind of people. And it's not a really nice feeling, but it's the reality. And I think that's all I can share. Thank you.
Obviously, some people from EPI in the back somewhere. Thank you, Paki. So we'll end off with our last speaker, who will come and share some of her experience and the challenges she's faced. And we saw her this morning talking about her work. After Ghofrane's finished speaking, we might just set some time open to throw questions to the audience. And then we'll end up with, I guess, a bit of a panel discussion with some of the themes that have been raised by our speakers here, things to discuss, I guess, a little bit more detail. All right, Ghofrane.
Hi again. Raise your hand if speaking in public makes you nervous. Oh. Lucky you to the people who didn't raise their hands. We need to catch up later. Okay, thank you for joining us today here to talk about what's going on in early careers' lives. I'm going to ask you another question. Raise your hand if you start studying something and then you find out that you don't feel yourself in anymore. You are not alone. The picture you are seeing, that was me in 2013. I was studying medical biology and genetics. I chose this. Nobody forced me to do this. I thought that was my dream. I thought that was what I wanted to do. And to study this, I moved from a city to another city in Tunisia. And I moved to a coastal city, and where I used to live by that time was just 2 minutes away from the sea. And while I was studying genetics and medical biology, I was also going to the sea. By that time, I wasn't even able to swim more than 2 meters depth. I got myself a mask, and I started seeing fish for the first time, not on a plate to eat. I started seeing fish swimming. I started seeing colors under the water, a whole life that I knew nothing about. Also, slowly, I found out about an association in the same city, Monastir, working on an isolated island called Coryat, just far from where I was living, maybe 20 kilometers. And they were mainly working on sea turtles because this island was a stable site for nidification for the loggerhead sea turtle. And I started volunteering with them. I started spending almost the whole summer living on this island, no electricity, no running water, very remote life, spending the whole night waiting for the sea turtles to come out from the sea and tag them and monitor the nests. Believe me, it was the first time that I felt existent on this planet Earth. I felt that I'm doing something besides eating and sleeping. And I was on my second year at the university studying biology. And I said, no more. Everyone was upset to me, especially mom. 2 years. You're gonna lose 2 years. I was like, I'm gonna lose 2 years to gain the rest of my life. And I changed my career from medical biology to marine biology. Since 2015, I started from zero, but I'm going like where I want to go. And I even did my bachelor thesis, counting the fish around this island where my love for the ocean and the seas started, to determine the biodiversity of fishes. It's now a marine protected area, this island in Tunisia. Again, I gave up on another dream, as I was telling you this morning. I first wanted to study whales in 2019, and then I went to Cameroon searching for whales, but I didn't see any whale until 2024 in Cameroon. Like, I was already doing my research on sharks. And also by that time, I felt the same thing. I felt that I'm giving up on another dream. And I remember very well, I was drawing this picture when I decided to study sharks. I just imagined that whales telling me, keep dreaming, keep listening to the universe. Sometimes we don't choose what is meant for us. Sometimes what is meant for us will choose us. And that's how it was like with me. Yeah, sharks say no, and they choose me since 2019, and I've never regretted changing my career to study sharks in Cameroon and in West Africa. So the first thing I want to say to early careers like me is be brave enough to stop what you are doing and you are not feeling yourself in. It's not a shame. It's not a waste of time, but it's something powerful that will lead you like far more than you think. That's the first thing I learned through my journey. Another thing, how many of you, another question, raise your hand, if you submitted an application to get a small grant and the application wasn't approved? Almost all of us, yeah. Sorry, Save Our Seas, I'm sharing this. It's totally fine. And it's also totally fine to be sad about it. Cry, it's okay. Take your time, do your grief. This is an email I received from Save Our Seas in 2020 saying your application wasn't approved. I was sad by that time. But that doesn't mean that your work is enough. That doesn't mean that you are not worth it to have the grant. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of preparing more yourself, having more a clear idea. I know that my idea by then wasn't much clear, like when I submitted again in 2024 and I got the grant and I became not just like a project leader with Save Our Seas. They are also highlighting my work every time. Like today, they invited me to talk more about myself. So keep trying. Fail is check, is totally fine. Which is not fine is to stop trying and telling yourself, oh, I don't deserve this. You deserve even more than this. If it's not happening today, it will happen tomorrow, and even much better. I'm not telling you everything happened to my life. If I will tell you that, like the checks and the fail I had, that like it was sometimes so hard to accept. But what was like most important is that I kept trying, even though sometimes it's hard to keep trying. And another thing, I know I'm oversharing today, but the organization I'm working with today, I was interviewed for 2 roles and I gotten selected for the role. And today I work with them as well. It's the same lesson. Sometimes you are not well prepared now, but it's yours for another time. So if I will introduce myself now by the end after telling you all what I've been saying. So I'm Ghofrane, I'm from Tunisia. My love for the sea and oceans started on an island called Courgette, trying to protect sea turtles. Sorry. And then my love for whales led me to study sharks in Cameroon and recently in West and Central Africa. And my vision is to tell science with stories so people can remember what's going on about my science. And to end up my talk, I would like to say this quote. It's actually an Arabic quote, but I will say it in English. It's saying that the river cannot go back. It's said that before entering the sea, a river, I cannot see it. Okay, the river transforms, okay, I cannot see it. Yeah, that's good. Sorry. Yeah, it's said that before entering the sea, a river trembles with fear. Another time, 1, 2, 3. It's said that before entering the sea, a river trembles with fear. She looks back at the path she has traveled, from the peaks of the mountains, the long winding road crossing forests and villages, and in front of her, she sees an ocean so vast that to enter, there seems nothing more than to disappear forever. But there is no other way. The river cannot go back. Nobody can go back. To go back is impossible in existence. The river needs to take the risk of entering the ocean, because only then will fear disappear. Because that's where the river will know it's not about disappearing into the ocean, but of becoming the ocean. I know sometimes our dreams are so far to achieve, and the more our dreams are big, the more the fear is big. Be afraid, it's okay, but also keep chasing your dreams. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you guys for being a bit vulnerable and sharing your story, your high school photos from way back when. I think we'll take a few minutes just to see if there's any questions in the audience. If you'd like to ask any of the panelists about their experiences and their thoughts, please raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you.
Thank you for your time, and I would like to appreciate all of you on the stage right now. You are so brave for going through all that. So as an early career, I have a question to ask to all of you. What advice would you give to all the early careers here who have faced rejection and career failures in the shark and ray conservation field, and we would like to persist? Thank you.
So what advice would you give in facing rejection and failure?
Not so much as an advice, but more like let's think together. It's everyone's story. Ask anyone here. Everyone was rejected at a point of life. It is difficult. It's going to keep being difficult even if you're successful in the first stage and get what you want to get, because then you have to do it, right? That is another level of difficult. So I don't feel like rejection to be as a barrier. It's a challenge for sure. Keep at it. Have some patience. If you're keeping at it, people would know you. You would know yourself, and I am sure that opportunities would come. There are people who are looking for people to work together as well. And these are the events where you can find those networks and sort of talk about your dreams and where you really want to be. While we're rejected, it feels like, oh my God, but that's just a part of life. I hope this helps.
Is it working? Yeah. Don't take it personally. That's all.
I guess just to see that we're not the only one making mistakes and getting rejected. That the world doesn't revolve around us. I'm pretty sure even Andrew here have made mistakes. We've been rejected before, so you don't need to, defend yourself. But just saying, it's not the end of the world. I've rejected by a grant before in the early part of my career, and I felt like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. Ends up doing it anyway, I think everyone has different kind of a healing time and something like that. But again, as Ghofrane said, don't take it personally. It doesn't mean that James don't want to give you money. Maybe some other people will. It will happen, I guess.
And just to give you some, I guess, insight from the other side, when we are looking through all of these grants, every year, we want to fund more than we have the budget for. Every year we argue about, we're looking behind the couch for loose change to try and find budget to fund one more project. So if you get rejected, it's not that, it may not be that your project wasn't good. It just may not have been the right time and we didn't have the budget for it. And I think, Ghofrane's advice, don't take it personally because it's not personal. Just keep going. And Faki, to answer your question, I got rejected as an undergrad from JCU. They wouldn't accept me into the bachelor program. I now run a research lab there. So, these things happen. Any more questions?
You direct me, Andrew, and then I can't see you.
This gentleman right here.
Hi, thank you, all of you. It was really touching and moving talks. It was really inspirational, all the work you've done. And my question particularly focuses on the grants themselves. What would you say from your success would make a successful grant application? Because as many people here, I've had many applications rejected, a few accepted, but yeah, really love to explore that a bit more as well, if possible, this time.
So if I heard the question, it's what makes a successful, how do you increase your odds of success when writing grant applications?
Yeah.
I would just share my example with Save Our Seas. To
get an application well done, you need some of background. You need to convince the foundation that I did this work. I have some, I have some information. Oh, I've been collecting this data and I need to collect more, and that's why I need to collect more. So you need like a minimum of background. You cannot ask like funders to fund just an idea in your head. Like how they can trust you if you weren't in the field doing something. So for me, this is like a very important thing. And also try to show the funders that you are collaborating with others. You are not doing the work alone. We are not a hero like, oh, I'm a Superman, I've been doing this, and no. Collaborate with people and show the funders that you have been doing the work, not just alone. You have a proof, you have information, you have a background, and you have a frame where the work has been done. Yeah, that's my experience anyway.
I guess for me, it's more on the background as well. You ask yourself why are you doing it? If you're not satisfied with it, then maybe that's more of a reason to work more on the project and why are you doing it? It's more like, I think as Guido mentioned, why are you doing this research? So what? And that's a very harsh truth, I think, for some early careers, thinking that they're designing a very good project, but it ends up with just so what? And it's not really answering anything and not really giving any impact on the ground, not really changing anything. It's probably why.
Well, I'll take the different route. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. So not like one application to one funder. Find everyone there are, make a list, look at the deadlines, prepare a project. If you have the concept very clear with some conviction, I'm sure you will find something that works, might not be the first year, but next. So just have a clear understanding of where they are and if you have access or not. Reach out to people who have been successful, most of them write back. And wants to help, and that really helps to structure applications. Third one is that I want to also, because it's not just the early carriers, we had this discussion, within this discussion, we also need to have funders and people who have been successful so that we can have the discussion from the other way around. I think we need to start funding ideas. We need to start funding something that feels like, it is not a standardized methodology, nobody has done it, we don't know if it's going to bring something. But with some moderation, we need to start investing in those passions as well, and we might be quite successful in those areas. And there are a few conversations we are having in different circuits where we're thinking about how can we fund those lag phases where someone is supported to think about the idea, which is so novel, can really help as well. So we might need to think about that.
All right, James, this gentleman at the front.
I'm sorry, this is not really about funding, but since I got the three of you. So when you as a child, when you thought of sharks, and then as you became adults and you started thinking about working with sharks, and now let's say on the other side of actually working with sharks, how have your emotional, almost embodied connection with sharks has evolved, in this process? Like, how did you used to feel about them when you were a child? What's the sensory experience? And after now you're working with them, trying to save them and all that, how is that evolving to you personally?
Actually, firstly, I wasn't caring about sharks, to be honest. And I spent doing my research on sharks and rays, and all what I've been seeing, dead sharks and rays. And through time, I started seeing even the landings of sharks and rays. Sometimes they are alive in the fish markets. And I remember that's when I started feeling something, that seeing the animal alive and struggling, and I'm unable to do anything, I started feeling like a sort of shame and emotional in a bad way, not in a good way. But now when I'm seeing like the alive rays being released by fishers, I'm more like released and saying, oh, like the work is coming through time. But I think our emotions depend about the context we are inside, and sometimes we need to hide our emotions, even though we still care from the bottom of our hearts. When I'm with fishers, I cannot say, oh, please, no, put it back to the sea. He will God freak out, you know? Even though you are crying insidely. So being emotional is totally fine, but managing our emotions is so, so important. Yeah.
I think for me personally, I used to have this kind of like savior feeling of jumping into this field like, no, you don't catch those sharks. Why you little? Like, I've had that kind of feeling before. But just last month, I had a chat with one of the women in our community. She's fishing while her husband is part of the government village stuff. And we were talking about the fact that back when she was little, she wanted to be a teacher, but she forced to get married at 11, 12. She couldn't even continue her education. She couldn't become the teacher that she wants to be. And now she's fishing. And at random times, she will be catching some sharks, some gitterfish. And the first thing that she said, well, what if it's dead? What if I need that for money? What if I have to release them, but then I cannot think of what I can eat the next day? So I think it comes with time to feel that we are pretty privileged to even be able to come to this conference. And sometimes reality is the best teacher for us. It's fine to you know, if we used to have this sense of ideology in the wrong way, so long as you can understand that it's not really what you think is the correct way. It's yeah, something like that.
It's an extremely difficult question to answer. How do you have a relationship with something that you don't know if having a relationship back with you? Sharks and rays, right? I mean, it's almost being in a position of such power. Oh, you have a relationship with something so inanimate, which when they're dead, and so animate when in their waters. And oh my God, I can have a relationship with them, but they don't. So I don't know how that works, or how would you put it in words? What relationship I have with myself while working with them is something I can talk about. I feel insignificant. Oh my God, on a daily basis. I am not even a dot in this world map, and I am trying to change it. It doesn't work like that. So I have relationships with people I work with, and I sort of try to see the whole problem through the lenses of that, and that's why I was talking about anxiety so much. So what relationship I have with the people who have the relationship with their waters is something that has evolved with time, where I sort of feel like, well, I can be a part of something, but never the sum of it, if that makes sense.
All right, I think we have time for one last question. There was a gentleman at the back, if they're still there. Could you put your hand up again?
Sorry, just coming.
Yes, I apologize. My question isn't too much about funding again, but you guys showed, thankfully, quite a human side on some of your presentations. So I kind of wanted to ask, as a new researcher, how do you guys deal with the difficulties of, say, extended periods of time in the field and constantly struggling with barriers? How do you kind of keep your spirits up and your motivation going when so many things seem to be trying to impede what you're trying to do?
Fantastic question, thank you. Well, first step is acknowledging it is difficult. Second step is also very unique. Can you imagine being somewhere to do a job, but that also something you're so passionate about is quite unique, and so it sort of cuts through that challenge bit. I think it's about age as well. When you're very young, it doesn't feel like a sacrifice. It feels like, oh my God, I'm going to go and get it. When you get a little older, you sort of start asking these questions of what I have done and stuff like that. So barriers are individual. It is context dependent. It's dependent on which geographies you are working in. Who are you working with, right? Working with people is always a challenge, even if in a conference. Try to make a relationship with a professor here, you will feel like, oh my God, what I'm gonna say, making a new friend. Working with communities are the same. These are also different people with different philosophical stances maybe different, coming from a different space than I am in. The best thing that I can do is be open about it, learn the ways, and while having those difficulties, use those difficulties as data. You are trying to understand a system, and those difficulties are so rich in understanding the system, whereby when you are going to talk about, oh, I tried to do something with this particular fishing community or a particular group of people, and these 5 things I could do, and these 5 I couldn't, and the answering why you couldn't because of the challenges is a fantastic thing for the next person who's going to do the same thing. So, no data, challenges are fantastic things. So, obviously it's going to be difficult, but fantastically difficult.
I guess for me, and this is really personal to me, I don't want to say that it resonates to everyone in the room, because I believe it's not going to be, but don't get your hopes up. I mean, here's the thing. I feel very privileged, and maybe most of us here are very privileged. We come to a community, we come to a location. Hey, I come here to save some sharks, because, hey, this species is only available here, and that's why I'm coming here. But who are you to the communities? What kind of expectations are you putting up to them? They might not even be able to think about what they can eat the next day, and you're telling them, hey, can you please not catch these sharks? And then the simplest answer they came to us was like, oh, okay, I'll stop. But will you feed my family tomorrow? Maybe not, definitely not, right? So as an early careers, we learn to put our expectation down. The world doesn't revolve around us. If we fail, we move on. It's like that.
Yeah, it's really a good question. Before coming to Sharks International, I was having a field work, a very, very tough field work. And I had a deadline, like I had to finish the field work before coming to Sharks International. And I was sick, like an insect bitten me, and my face was like swollen, and I had to do the field work. And some people in the village, they weren't accepting me to do the work, even though I've been working there for years. And I've been asking myself what I'm doing in Cameroon again and again, like usual. I think it's totally fine to feel overwhelmed sometimes, especially when we are doing field work. I think it's the very tough thing. But just finish. Don't make any decisions when you are overwhelmed. Just finish it. Sit with yourself and ask yourself again, is it worth it or not? Don't ask yourself when you are overwhelmed. It's not you. Just finish, take your time, sit with yourself, and you will find motivation again. When you will see the result after your field work, you will remember why you are doing what you are doing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I hear the bell tolling the passage of time, telling us that we need to move on. I'd like to thank all of you for being a bit real and creating a space and being open to having some conversations about, we all talk about R and modeling, and that's scary enough, but the realities of your fieldwork and what it's like to be in this profession, that's worth talking about too. Thank you all for coming along and for your interest. You know what they look like. Please feel free to hunt them down and ask them more questions. Thank our panelists again, please. All right, thanks everyone.
We'll be talking about bridging colonial knowledge And my eyesight has gone. What does that say? And modern science. Well done, Corey. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, good. Perfect. The first time that I heard the name Te Parata, it wasn't in a scientific paper, it was in a story. In the Tuamotus, the elders spoke of the Parata, the oceanic white-tip shark, not as a species, but as a presence, a being tied to ancestral spirits, to the deep and angry parts of the ocean where humans just weren't meant to linger. And the name Te Parata originates from ancient Polynesian legends describing a powerful ocean creature that brought whirlpools and dangerous open ocean currents. And that name became associated with the oceanic white-tip shark, a fitting living metaphor as a pelagic species known for its bold and often aggressive behavior. The ancient warriors of Ana'a Atoll placed the name of the Parata onto themselves as well, embodying the same ferocity, fearlessness, even adorning themselves in shark skin and teeth as a physical expression of that. And even today, that legend endures, carried forward by those who trace their lineage to these warriors and who continue to identify as descendants of the Parata, considering the sharks their blood relatives. So to scientists, the oceanic white-tip is a declining pelagic shark species, but to many Polynesian families, it is something else entirely. It is an ancestor, a guardian, a warning. And that raises an uncomfortable question for those of us who arise as researchers. What does it mean to study a species that is considered sacred? Polynesian navigators crossed the largest ocean on Earth without any instruments, reading the swells, the stars, the seabirds. In many ways, they've been practicing marine science long before the word science has existed. Our role as modern scientists is not to replace that knowledge, it's to help translate it and adapt it to data that's fit for modern systems of governance. So the oceanic white-tip shark specifically holds a really unique place in Polynesian culture. It's not just a shark, but it's part of the identity of the people. So when I proposed the satellite tagging of the oceanic white-tip shark, Te Parata, a really important question kept lingering over me. Who has the right to place their hands and their technology upon an ancestor to learn their secrets? The solution was simple in practice, but a little bit unorthodox. Instead of bringing in outside collaborators, they would be tagged by those who were culturally tied to the species. And our field team consisted of boat captains, mechanics, surfers, storytellers, fishermen. They are all now published scientists. In many ways, pelagic sharks are the original wayfinders. Long before the Polynesian navigators were crossing the ocean, these animals were already doing these giant ocean basin crossings, guided by the invisible structure of the sea itself. We found that males traveled vast distances across the Pacific, while the females were more constrained in their movements. When sharks encountered seamountains, their behavioral patterns shifted dramatically. Long directional travel gave way to looping behavior and increased residency. Signals that these underwater mountains were ecological hotspots. Perhaps the most exciting was the discovery of a thermal boundary shaping where the Parata moved throughout the region. Sea surface temperature appeared to act as invisible barriers, constraining the horizontal habitat use, as well as influencing when these sharks were vulnerable near the surface. And that insight changed the way that we thought about modern coexistence. Because when these sharks go to the surface in the Society Islands, they're sharing space with the same operators during humpback whale swim tours. An industry that has grown by over 700% just in the last decade. And the urgency of that overlap became clear after a severe multi-bite incident occurred in 2019 that deeply affected the community. So the question then became, how do we reduce risk while still respecting both the sharks and the people who are culturally connected to them? The science helped us understand the sharks, the culture had brought a fear of them. The next step was helping the people understand how to share the water. The answer was not another tagging program. Instead, it was a preventative safety system developed with the local whale tour operators. Science and culture in this instance combined within the local community itself to create risk assessment models, onboard tourist briefings, in-water training courses, and a public alert system. Project Rohia taught us an even deeper lesson. Even with the necessary legal permits in hand, it didn't automatically grant us the right to conduct the research. We spent 2 years meeting with the village leaders, the community, going over our intentions, the risks involved, our expectations of the project. And it was ultimately brought to a decision of the community, a public vote. They had said yes, but with conditions. They retain the final authority over the data. It would inform, if and when it would inform management decisions, and they most importantly required that the project remain free of all media exposure, especially social media and documentary filming. The process was rarely easy, if ever at all. There were many, many meetings and many years where the answer was no. There were concerns about exploitation, about outsiders taking the knowledge, about history repeating itself, and there were concerns about impacting the balance that existed between their cultural guardians, the sharks, and their children. Would the guardians be angered for being caught, restrained, implanted with tags, and would they seek revenge for this disrespect? And honestly, those concerns were completely justified. The study site where the tiger sharks gather is only 500 meters from the most famous snorkeling spot on the island, from the public beach, from the pass where the scuba divers and their drift dives, as well as from the dock where the kids jump off and splash every single day. In Rangiroa, there seems to exist some unspoken boundary where the people and the tiger sharks share the same water with a quiet understanding that neither of them crosses a certain line. And for many in the community, it was not the fear of the sharks themselves, it was that our research might disrupt a balance that they felt should not be interfered with. And to be honest, I was so terrified of the possibility of an incident after putting those tags out, because even with the high number of sharks and insane human overlap, no bite has ever occurred in Rangiroa. And if, God forbid, something did happen after I put those tags out, it would be all my fault. To be granted the trust to work within that delicate balance has been an extraordinary honor and a huge responsibility. Through acoustic telemetry, genetics, and biologging, we are beginning to understand how the sharks use the system of the Rangiroa Lagoon in complete coexistence with the people. What struck us most during this project was not just the data, but the intensity of the sharks themselves. It was a vivid reminder that we were working with an apex predator arena, the same arena where a large portion of that local community hunts alongside these predators to support their families. In just 4 days, we surgically acoustic implanted 20 tiger sharks, while more sharks circled the boat after we had run the transmitters. When the movement tracks began to emerge, something even more striking became clear. The lagoon was not occasionally visited by the tiger sharks, it was deeply inhabited by them. 18 of the 20 sharks that we tagged showed strong residency inside the lagoon. At any given month of 2025, 15 to 18 of the 20 sharks were detected. It forces a humbling realization. The people of Rangiroa are not living near tiger sharks, they're living with an extraordinary density of them every single day. Respecting culture sometimes means that we have to accept limits on the research that we might want to do, but embracing culture provides us with perspectives that data alone could never provide. Through these projects, we learned several important lessons. First, listen before designing the project. Community participation must be real, not just symbolic. The people must have a genuine authority in shaping how the research is conducted and how its results are used. Perhaps most importantly, traditional knowledge is not folklore. It is data collected across generations. While modern science often measures ecosystems over years or decades, cultural knowledge reflects data that's been collected over centuries. Sometimes the most important thing that a scientist can do is listen. Because when we ask how humanity can coexist with sharks, the answer may not lie in just new technology or new data. Sometimes that answer lies in looking backwards towards the cultures who've been doing it all along. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Does anyone have any questions for Corey? Don't see any hands. Oh, we've got one right here.
Thank you for that. But I'm going to ask something which is controversial, which is like those images, I love them, and I've actually have friends who do cageless interaction with large predatory sharks like that. But there are quite a few, a few influences out there, as you very well know, who are doing those kind of free diving with white sharks.
Yeah.
And what's your, not just white sharks, with tiger sharks and all, what's your perspective? I don't know what the answer, what's your perspective?
Obviously, coming from that image specifically, that you saw of the man holding the mouth of the tiger shark, he is from Rangiroa, he was raised there, he grew up fishing those spots. He is not an influencer, he's not doing that for likes. he has learned how to handle the sharks so that he can be sure to get himself back to his family. So I think it's something that's delicate, right? It's a privileged perspective to say, oh, don't touch sharks, and to say that towards communities that have to keep themselves safe in these situations, but then to also be okay with drilling into sharks. So it's a balance, right? It's all context. Nothing is ever black and white. And in this scenario specifically, if these people don't learn how to handle the sharks, which that diver specifically, he works with his friends, the fellow fishermen, and trains them also on how to handle the sharks. So that's a part of safety, and it's a part of coexistence in this context, not for social media, not for likes. This is for survival.
Thank you very much. That's our time up, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Well done, Corey.
Okay, next up, we're going to move to the Maldives with Flossy Barraud Aminath Zoona, and they'll be looking at building inclusive pathways to ocean engagement and elasmobranch conservation.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here. I am Zoona, I'm from the Maldives. I am the founder of Salt Adventure Swimmers. It's a swim school based in the capital city called Male. Since 2019, we've been training swim instructors and helping children and adults learn to swim and achieve water competency in order to enable a meaningful connection with the ocean. In the capital city, swim lessons are available to anyone who'd like to learn to swim, but it's not the case elsewhere in the country. In 2022, I met Flossy while I was brainstorming ways to help the much-needed communities in those islands, and since then, we've been working together on the Ocean Women Project. It's a project aimed to make the transformational benefits of the ocean accessible to all women and girls all over the world for years to come.
Hi everyone, I'm Flossy, and just to add to that, I've also just finished up my PhD on exploring barriers and enablers to women and girls accessing ocean recreation in the tropical majority. So we're going to be presenting on this today. It's a bit different, but it does tie into sharks and conservation in the end. But we're going to start with a quick game just to get everybody up after lunch. So if you love the ocean, can you please stand up if you're able to? And if not, please put your hand up. Okay, now, if you first fell in love with the sea because of an experience in, on, or around the sea, then please can you wave your arms around? Okay, quite a lot of arms waving. Okay, I want you to hold on to that experience and think about how it might have affected you being here today at this conference, doing the amazing work that you do, because we're going to talk about increasing people's access to those experiences and how you can do this with the communities that you work within. And you may sit down now.
Thank you all, that was beautiful. So what's the problem? Globally, 2/3 of women cannot swim. In South Asia, where I am from, it is even more severe. 78% women lack this essential life-saving skill compared to 52% men. Women are underrepresented in marine fields globally. And as we all know, conservation is most effective when it's locally led and when locals are involved. But local people in the tropical majority are underrepresented in these fields. These are some of the quotes from Flossy's PhD interviewees describing the problems. I mentioned I'm from the Maldives, right? Maldives is an island nation which consists of 99% ocean and only 1% land. We are the world's lowest lying country. Most of our island communities, they live just meters from the sea. And to commute from one island to another island, our number one mode of transport is sea transport. Yet, so many of us, especially women and girls, they lack the essential skills of living close to the water. They cannot swim. In a country made of more water than land, swimming is more than a sport to us. It's a survival skill. But in the Maldives and across the world, still, women and girls face social, cultural, and structural barriers to learning to swim. I hope you can read that. Those are some of our research findings which reveals the ocean access disparity in the Maldives. And on this picture, you can see teenage Maldivian boys and girls enjoying the ocean space. While the boys are very comfortable in the deep area, the girls tend to be enjoying in the shallow area. Subsequent observations like these led us to develop the Ocean Women Project and address the disparities and barriers. I need you all to think of the communities that you live or work within. Who uses the ocean space and who's been left out? Consider this. How different would coastal communities be if every woman and girl could swim? Or if every child had the opportunity to experience the marine ecosystem through snorkeling? What could change if they felt more safe, more confident, and empowered in those spaces rather than being excluded from it? And how can this contribute to achieve much bigger goals like mitigating climate change or conserving endangered species like the elasmobranchs? Flossy will continue from here.
So my PhD research started to answer some of these questions. And though it's Maldives focused, I believe that some of the findings, especially the enablers and impacts, will be relevant for some of you. So this is a visualization of my results from interviews with 42 Maldivian people. In the middle, you have key recreational ocean access barriers. On the next ring, you have key enablers. And the primary one is access to effective learning opportunities, such as female swimming, snorkeling, and diving instructors, teaching mothers to swim so that they teach their children, having systemic school swimming and snorkeling programs, and having opportunities for, to access the sea and enjoy the sea, such as snorkeling camps. And even one opportunity like this can have transformational impacts. So on the outer ring, we have the impacts, the first being personal transformation and blue health. So when women and girls access ocean activities, they experience mental and physical health benefits and increases in self-confidence, self-empowerment, and self-fulfillment that extended beyond the ocean space and into their wider communities. They also access jobs in ocean fields, which we all know is very important for more local people to be involved with. And there were social shifts in some communities. So the more that females engaged, the more that it became the norm for them to engage. And this links to the finding of female role models. In small interconnected communities, a local female role model can have a big impact. So this was a key thing, as well as people engaging others once they were engaged, that created ripple effects. These are some quotes about marine citizenship. That was the final impact that's relevant to you all and your work. Experiences increase people's marine citizenship, increase people's intention to act, much more than awareness raising. In 2022, Zoona and I set out to address this problem. We worked with many communities and we trained 7 swimming and snorkeling instructors, including 5 females. Since 2022, these instructors have set up their own swimming school. They've taught over 100 women and children to swim. They've facilitated over 120 to access swimming and snorkeling and environmental education field trips, and they've created a sustained income source through charging a small fee for their lessons. In 2024, we were contacted by an organization from Madagascar who wanted to do the same thing that we had in the Maldives. We provided a bit of mentoring, they put in a lot of hard work, and they created their own program, which has now taught nearly 300 Madagascan people to swim, and trained 7 lifeguards, instructors, and snorkeling guides, and that program's ongoing. We realized the power of knowledge sharing. This year, we're creating an ocean connection toolkit. We're working with the principal collaborators listed on the screen and some other organizations around the world that work on ocean access. And this isn't just swimming, it's swimming, snorkeling, marine scientist training, training female fishers, and indigenous-led programs in different cultural contexts. The toolkit's going to outline the tools and case studies that people like you need to create your own ocean access programs and realize some of those impacts. We're going to provide free mentoring, free webinars, and you can sign up for updates using the QR code on the screen. So that's all going to be released at some point this year. And thank you very much, and thanks to our key supporters and partners as well. Good job.
Thank you, Zoona and Flossy. What an incredible initiative. That's amazing that you're working to break down those barriers and get more women and children confident swimming. We do have time for a brief question, if there's one on the floor at all. At the back with Andrew.
Yeah, thanks for a completely different and awesome presentation. It's so obvious, but so foundational, and I hadn't thought of that. So I'm curious, like, what's the story of the genesis of this? Like, what happened to go, hey, this is a massive opportunity that we're all missing?
For me, it was I wanted more people to experience what I experienced, for them to feel more safe in the ocean. I started the swim school for that reason, and I wanted more people to get involved, to help more communities. And then I met Flossy, who had the idea to actually do it as a research, to address the actual barriers.
Yeah, so I worked with the Manta Trust in the Maldives for several years with communities, and learned from a lot of people, ran a lot of snorkeling sessions, and just noticed that a lot of the girls we took out, it was their first time snorkeling. And then I saw the impacts that it had on them, spoke with a lot of people, came up with the project, got our first grant, and started working with Zoona. And then it's just evolved ever since. Yeah, hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And can I just echo what a great project, well done. So next up on the stage, we have Gabriel Viana, who's going to be talking about sharks as business partners in the Galapagos. Gabriel.
Hi, everyone. All right, so traditionally, shark conservation has been framed around the ecological value of sharks. And well, as we see, as we look at the fisheries records, that hasn't been enough to stop the population declines, right? And one of the reasons that that happens is because explaining the ecological benefits of conserving sharks is pretty complicated. Okay? It's a very abstract concept, and the timescales are very vague, and that's really hard to explain these benefits to stakeholders. So in the last 15 years or so, there have been a few studies that have adopted a different approach, which is basically quantifying the value of the shark diving industry and the socioeconomic benefits that this industry, that conservation of sharks can bring to communities, governments, and other institutions as well. And these studies are very interesting because they provide, as they're quantifying the value, the economic value of these industries, they provide metrics that are directly comparable to the metrics that you can get from shark fisheries, right? Which means that they are very measurable, but also that you can define these metrics. You can define this value in time scales that are comparable to fisheries, which means that the stakeholders involved in this industry and in other industry, they can do this comparison, and the decision makers can actually have easier ways of making decisions about it, right? So shark diving, it's a very well-established, or there well-established shark diving industry in more than 40 countries around the world. And this industry is estimated to generate around $450 million per year. This is corrected for inflation of an old study that was done in 2013. But in places, in locations where shark diving is well established, and that studies have evaluated this industry, the socio-economic value of this industry, what we usually see, that's this graph on the right, is that we have all these bars on the right, which are the value of sharks through tourism, and the one on the left is the value of the shark, of a shark dead, right? And what we see is that the value of the sharks alive through tourism, it's orders of magnitude higher than the value of the sharks dead, right? So for example, in Palau, where a study have actually quantified the value that, how much money fishers could get from the sharks that are in a dive site, and they figure out that each fisher could get about $200 if they all fish this population. But each fisher could get around $1,200 per year if they don't fish these sharks, and if they provide reef fish to the shark divers that go there to dive with these sharks. So this shows that the communities that could be otherwise fishing the sharks, they can get a direct revenue that it's much higher, and it's also renewable. It's something that they can get year after year. Right, so Galapagos is it's a world-class shark diving destination, and Galapagos is really special because it's one of the few places around the world where we can still see large schools of scallop hammerheads in predictable aggregations that the shark diving industry can actually take you to go there. But Galapagos also has large female whale sharks seasonally that are very predictable in terms of sightings as well. And coastally, Galapagos has a very abundant and healthy population of coastal sharks as well, which means that you can see sharks diving, but you can also go snorkeling with them. In Galapagos, feeding is not allowed, so all the sightings are opportunistic. And because there are both shark diving opportunities, but also shark snorkeling, what I'm going to be talking now, it's about shark watching. So it's the industry of watching sharks using different methods, which means that's not just restricted to a very specialized public that can go diving, right? So how did we do this? How did we estimate the socio-economic value of sharks in Galapagos? Well, first, with the official statistics, we know the number of tourists that visit Galapagos. From there, we did a couple of surveys, one to estimate the percentage of these tourists that were engaging in diving and snorkeling, and from there, another survey that estimate the percentage of shark watchers, which means shark divers and shark snorkelers, people who went there and engaged in some sort of shark watching activity. So from that group, the shark watchers, we estimate the expenditures, so pretty much how much money they were spending with the tours, the shark watching activity, but also with accommodations, with food, and other things that could be associated to the shark watching experience. There's more into that. If you want to just come to me, we can talk about the methodology. But the take-home message here is that with those expenditures, we can start to break that down into what are the business revenues that this industry generates, which means that what the industry is getting from that, we can break down that in terms of taxes and fees that are paid for the government, and also how many jobs that the industry is generating for the communities. Right, so what we found in Galapagos is that shark diving and snorkeling, or shark watching, generated around $52 million in 2023, right? And of that 52 million, about 6 million were just taxes. They were basically revenue taxes for the government. In terms of park entry fees, which means that that money that those shark watchers were spending just to get into Galapagos, that was about 1.8 million. And the industry support close to 2,000 jobs. So when we actually look at how this money, these revenues, they permeate the economy and the multiplier effects that have, because that shark dollar is actually generating more business in the economy. The total economic impact of this industry, it's about $76 million. And just to put that into perspective, that's about 50% of the gross revenues generated by the Galapagos economy, which shows that shark conservation is actually quite important. So when you look at hammerheads, which are the star of this industry, hammerheads alone generated about 10 million in 2023. And hammerheads are protected in Ecuador, but when we look at the last year when hammerheads were legally fished, and the revenue of this catch adjusted for inflation, and we compare to the revenues generated by the industry, by hammerheads in the shark diving industry, we see that they are the tourist value is about 30 times higher than the entire country value as a fishing resource, right? And beyond that, hammerheads, there are a few studies that show that the hammerheads, they are migratory, and they will migrate between MPAs, the oceanic MPAs in the region. So the hammerheads that we see in Galapagos, that this industry is seeing in Galapagos, they will also go to Cocos, they will also go to Malpelo, and each one of these places has their own shark diving industry, which means that this connectivity between MPAs amplifies these economic benefits from hammerheads to different countries. So the same animals are generating sustainable revenues in different countries, different MPAs, different industries. So how do we harness that for conservation? Well, in Galapagos, the most evident thing is that this industry is generating taxes that can be used by the park for enforcement. So there is a direct economic incentive there. It generates more political willingness as well for the park to be enforcing that. But also, it generates buy-in for the community because they see that there is a socio-economic benefit for them to have that industry and to be more strict about illegal fishing, right? Because illegal long-lining in Galapagos is probably the biggest threat for these animals. But this is the easy part. The more complex part is like, how do we make these benefits reach the fishers outside of Galapagos, right? So there is a big long-line industry outside of Galapagos, and they are catching a lot of these sharks that are migrating outside. But as I showed before, there is about $6 million generated in taxes there. And that money, if the government really wants to help this industry, which is a big industry, it's a very relevant industry for the country, for Ecuador, they can invest, they can direct this $6 million into social programs that will help to reduce the bycatch of sharks with the communities that would benefit from shark fishing, but otherwise would not be benefiting directly from the shark diving industry. Thank you very much. If you want to know more about it, this QR code has my contact, or just come to talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. You filled your time perfectly, so we don't have time for questions, I'm afraid, but I'm sure you'll be available for people to talk to. Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda, we've got Aviad Shainan looking at sharks at the power plant, decades of coexistence disrupted by a rare brutal attack in Hadera, Israel.
So I would like to thank my collaborators. And so this is our unique and beautiful shark winter aggregation in the Hadera power plant. And decades of coexistence were interfered brutally by this happened the 21st of April, 2025. But let's take a step backwards and let's learn what we've learned during our research there before we dive into the event. So our study site is in the middle of Israel. This is the place where the attack was there. It's an area that is very affected by human. It has a warm water effluent that is about 10 degrees higher than the ambient temperature. There is a desalination effluent. It's about 50% more salty than it comes out. And there is also a small stream, a small estuary, that when rain is there, brings in a lot of some pollutions and some nutrients. So this is another view of our study site. In the aggregation that we have been studied, we have two species. One is the dusky shark, which is data deficient in the Mediterranean, according to the IUCN, and the sandbar, which are endangered in the Med. All sharks and rays are protected by law in Israel. We run a unique long-term shark tagging project since 2015. In the 11 years so far, we've tagged 127 sharks, 79 females and only one male, 41 male sandbars and only 6 females. This tagging represents the segregation that we have in, in our study site of gender and species. In a study that we did on acoustic telemetry, we've been shown in this study that dusky shark mainly uses the coastal, very shallow water, between 0 to 2 meters, as you can see from this drone footage, whereas the sandbars use deeper waters between 4 to 10 meters, and this footage was taken under the current. You can see the white flume up there, and they are aggregating there in quite large numbers, as you can see in this nice video. Surprisingly, 2025, we had the first 3 shark stranding events in our study site. It was surprising. For 11 years, we didn't have any, or 10 years. And it was we had 2 pregnant females, 1 dusky, 1 sandbar, and we had 1 sandbar male that stranded. We did necropsy, and it is on process, the analysis, but we found that all of them had meningoencephalocytis in their brain, which, as you might know, it might cause some neural effect and behavior change. So, going to the week before our attack, in April, water is starting to warm up, and we had a fish die off in the stream near our site, and the sharks, mainly dusky sharks, came to feed on those fish. Some people also took the fish and threw the sharks, and also videoed them with a GoPro or another camera, as you can see. It was a holiday, and as you can see, many people came and did similar photographing, videoing, and so on. I must say that the Israeli public over the last decade was very, as you can see, very reluctant with those huge 3-meter sharks. We didn't have any attack that caused injury, so it was something that was surprising. Okay, on the day of the attack, it was the 21st of April, 2025, Barak Tzach, a 47 years old sea and nature lover, came with a snorkel mask, bathing suit, flippers, and a GoPro, and went into the water. He was alone in the water. And when he got into the water, he was suddenly attacked by a shark. And beach goers that were there heard him and started to video this. I'm sorry for this footage, but it's important to understand what happened there. What we see first, after he was shouting, is, according to the size, probably a dusky shark. So we think the first bite, or the first attack, was by a dusky shark. But later on, we see a lot of sharks there around it. It's hard to say if there were, which species, if there were duskies, if those were sandbars that were involved, but it was a very dramatic, very like a brutal way of attacking. Another footage that was taken from another spot, you can see that the attack was around the current, where those sandbars in big numbers hang down there. I got this picture yesterday, actually, from the family. These are the trousers of a Barak. What the rescue divers found of Barak was only the waist and some leg. So, and you can see from these trousers that it was probably feeding frenzy, very aggressive, that was there. The GoPro wasn't found. So these are the facts and the background that we have on this. But what happened? What are the speculation for the attack? So yours would be as good as mine. Was it the GoPro that created this? This was taken a few days before the attack, and you see the dusky shark attracted by a GoPro held by a camera. But then when I spoke to many photographers that hang a lot around there, they told me, oh, long before this event, we see this behavior that sharks, duskies and sandbar come to the cameras and hit it. And we even had this event a few months before that a dusky shark gave a bite to the camera. So, over the last decade and more, hundreds, maybe thousands of bathers swam with those sharks, feeling very safe, or quite safe. But this case, or this attack, raises the importance of implementing adaptive multi-stakeholders management framework to adjust and manage this unique aggregation. So I would like to thank you all, and this talk is in the courtesy of Barak Tzach, and here you can find the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Aviad. It's certainly difficult viewing. Does anyone have any questions? We've got time for a brief one.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. My question is, after the attack, did the management of the site change it, and what were the consequences for the people going to the beach? Is the beach closed, or what happened after it?
So the municipality closed the beach. You're not allowed to enter it. There is no integrated planning for it yet, but I must say that the public voted in its legs or fins, and hardly anybody went into this site this season, which is supposed to end soon. So things happened, but they're not managed as good as we would like them to.
Thank you again.
Okay, we have two more talks. This is Casey. Yeah. So, yeah, if you want to make your way up, thank you. So next we have Casey O'Connor, who's going to be talking about distinguishing the functionality of electrical shark deterrence. When you're ready, Casey. Thank you.
Going through extra slides. So electrical shark deterrents, or ESDs, have emerged as one of the leading non-lethal strategies for reducing shark bites, depredation, and bycatch. And they've become a very important tool for protecting global human and shark populations. Now, an ESD is essentially two electrodes attached to a power source, which emits fields at around about 100 volts and less than 10 hertz. And they're also incredibly adaptable, so they can either be worn or attached to equipment like surfboards. Now, the reason we have these devices is because it's been known since the 1970s that external electrical stimulation can cause fleeing responses in sharks. And since then, we've seen quite a number of commercialized models become available for public use, with all of them claiming to work by overstimulating the ampullae lorenzini, the shark electroreceptors. This claim, however, may not be entirely accurate. So yes, the ampullae are highly sensitive, able to detect cues down to microvolt levels. However, they also saturate at low field strengths as well. So when the ampullae saturates, the nerves are already responding at their maximum intensity. So stronger field strengths are likely to increase that signal going towards the brain. So if we expect that electroreceptor overstimulation is leading to deterrence responses, we would expect that these sharks are responding below that saturation point. Instead, the field strengths that cause avoidance behaviors typically occur at field strengths tens of thousands of times stronger than that. And so rather than being deterred 20 meters away, as theory would suggest, the effective range of ESDs is typically less than 1.5 meters, which obviously is a struggle for people in the public to actually trust. Another mechanism may be neuromuscular activation. And so electrical stimulation is known to cause action potentials in the muscles and nerves, causing involuntary contractions and the loss of coordinated motor control. In sharks, during exposure to ESDs, we've seen body and head spasming, as well as gill and head twitching. This distinction is important because the stimuli that will best affect the ampullae are likely different than those that best activate the nerves and the muscles. So, for example, the ampullae are most sensitive to fields below 20 hertz, whereas muscle twitching will actually increase with frequency up to and beyond 150 hertz. And so it may be that ESDs all this time have just been emitting the wrong types of signals. And so our lab wanted to look at what exactly causes electrically mediated shark deterrence and what type of stimuli do this best. And so what we did in captivity, we exposed blind shark, Port Jackson shark, and bonnethead sharks to over 50 types of stimuli. Now these stimuli were broadly grouped across 4 types of shape, that being a continuous rectangular, continuous exponential, and those 2 gated burst waveforms you see on the left there, which rather than having a constant frequency, would have these sort of groups of pulses separated by a relatively longer delay. And the modifications we would make would be sort of making changes to the pulse width, the pattern of the delays between the pulses or the pulse groups, the polarity, the voltage, whatever you want to do, we could make that change via the sort of custom-built waveform generator we made. Now, the first thing we wanted to do was we wanted to isolate the effects on muscle twitching independent of behavior. So to do that, we anesthetize animals, we would restrain them, give them a ventilation pump, and we would expose them to and we would align them with the positive electrode, which you see there. Now, voltages between 10 to 40 volts, depending on the animal, would be emitted from those electrodes. And we would use, so under that blue bandage there is an accelerometer, which captures fine scale movement, and that allowed us to quantify the intensity of the muscle twitching that occurred during exposure to each of these waveforms. And so what that meant was we only had to have exposure periods of sort of 5 seconds, and that allowed us to test the effects of as many different waveforms as we wanted in a relatively rapid manner. Now, post those trials, we would synchronize the video and the accelerometer data, we would remove background noise, and then we record the peak twitching effects caused by each different type of waveform. So what we found was that the loom shapes had a stronger effect than all the other shapes. Now, I forgot to mention with the loom, that's all right. I forgot to mention with the loom is that it actually has a stepwise increase in voltage within its cycles. And so it actually achieves a high peak voltage compared to those other stimuli. And so it's unsurprising then that it caused greater muscle twitching compared to the other waveforms. Now, across all widths, delays, etc., rectangular waveforms perform better than exponential waveforms. Now, pulse width also mattered, but only up to about 2 milliseconds before those effects leveled off, suggesting that increasing the pulse does have sort of a threshold value, essentially. Now, surprisingly, when we emitted bipolar waveforms, so these are waveforms that alternate between being emitted by the positive and the negative electrode, would actually cause stronger responses compared to otherwise identical unipolar volumes, waveforms. Now, by contrast, changing the delay either between pulses or between pulse groups, so we had delays of 25 milliseconds to 1,000 milliseconds, this had no effect at all. And so now we need to verify if muscle twitching does actually correlate to animal behavior. So for the bonnetheads, we have this buoyant board you can see there, and the waveform emitter was mounted on top of that, wired to these decal electrodes underneath the board, and we had bait connected underneath to help draw sharks into the field. The blind sharks and the Port Jackson sharks were not reliably motivated by bait, so for them we had to submerge the electrodes deeper into the water column. For the Port Jacksons, we could just leave it on the side of the aquarium and their natural swim movements would bring them in contact with the field naturally. And for the blind sharks, we actually had to move the electrodes into the proximity of the animal. Now for these experiments, we tested 8 waveform types, which were guided by our results in the anesthesia trials. And these were loom and trave waveforms of different sort of delays, as well as a square waveform with a very short pulse width, 0.2 milliseconds, and an exponential waveform with a pulse width of 1 millisecond. And the reason I'm mentioning them is because those are the waveforms emitted by the 2 most popular commercially available ESDs. And if you were paying attention before, you would have noticed they were the ones that caused the least amount of muscle twitching. And so what we found was that when muscle twitching occurred within an encounter, the probability of withdrawal occurring was significantly increased. So muscle twitching was not just a side effect of response, it was likely also leading to that sort of deterrence response we saw. Now we also looked at how close to the electrodes did responses like withdrawal and muscle twitching occur. For the blind and the Port Jackson sharks, we found that the loom and the train waveforms performed similarly, but they caused muscle twitching and withdrawal at greater distances from the electrodes compared to those exponential and those square waveforms. Now, interestingly, the bonnetheads responded similar to pretty much all the waveforms, excluding that 0.2 millisecond square waveform. And the important thing I want to note with them was that that square waveform was the least likely to cause withdrawal responses. It was also the least likely to cause body twitching or that sort of body spasming results. And so again, highlighting how muscle stimulation is relevant to the avoidance behaviors of these animals. Now, why we saw differences in results between the experiments could relate to the mechanisms that cause these effects. So during the anesthesia trials, the agent we used to put these animals to sleep suppresses sensory and nervous system activity. And so stimulation was the result of just direct muscle fiber stimulation. During the free swimming trials, those fields had the opportunity to cause muscle stimulation via multiple pathways. So they could do it via motor neuron activation, reflex pathways, and potentially even via the electrosensory afferents themselves. And these all have lower activation thresholds compared to direct stimulation of the muscle fibers. And so when we're emitting a stronger waveform, so we used 70 volts for those free swimming trials, we had multiple pathways potentially being stimulated, which mean that slight differences between waveforms, so like a difference of 1 millisecond pulse width, may be relatively less important for causing those responses. The potential importance of muscle stimulation to waveforms means we need to move past just focusing on low frequency signals that match the tuning of the ampullae, and also begin to prioritize understanding how signals that maximize muscle stimulation may improve ESD efficacy. So things like looking at longer pulse widths or higher frequencies than what we could test, so 20 hertz and above. As for the ampullae, we did see withdrawal without visible muscle twitching, and this did occur at field strains lower than what typically causes muscle contractions in these animals. In terms of what we need to do to directly understand what's causing this, we need direct physiological measurements of what is happening in those ampullary pathways or on those neuromuscular systems as well. And this can be done via recordings of the receptor cells or those electrosensory nerves or exercised muscle tissue. This combined with behavioral testing on the larger, more predatory species that these devices are designed for, is how we will lead to a more rapid improvement of electrical shark deterrence that are based on first principle knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions, so please do track him down in the next tea break. Okay, so final talk we've got for this session is Jessica Cramp, looking at coexistence and finding pathways to mitigate human-wildlife conflict in Pacific Island fisheries.
Hello, everyone. I'm aware that I am standing between you and coffee, so we'll do our best not to go over the time. But my name is Jess. I'm the founder and executive director of Shark Pacific, and we've been based in the Pacific for the last 15 years. So today we're going to talk about truly co-designing pathways for mitigation of human-shark conflict. So we talk about Pacific fisheries. The Pacific is pretty synonymous with fishing, particularly subsistence fishing. So there are 22 countries, all island nations in the Pacific, and more than 80% of the coastal catch is actually for subsistence fishing. Now, also, fishing is a huge part of livelihoods and culture. This is not going to come as a surprise to anyone in the room. Neither is the fact that their fisheries are under threat, primarily from overfishing, both at the industrial scale, or primarily at the industrial scale. Right? We also have issues along the coast, but we're not going to talk about those at this moment, but also from climate change. So climate change is causing incredible impacts on reefs, which is actually we're asking coastal communities to now focus their harvesting on pelagic fish, which sounds like a great thing, except when you start talking about sharks. So the cost of transferring from the reef, outside of the reef to pelagics is actually quite high in fuel and in lures and other gear. And then we have an emerging issue of shark depredation, which we understand has been quite significant in the last 10 years. Now, when we talk about shifting from reefs to pelagic fish, that is primarily achieved through FAD-based fisheries. So of the 22 Pacific Island countries, each one of them has a plan to put coastal FADs around their reefs to focus on pelagic species. This is a video, hopefully it has sound.
You go out fishing with expensive gear. In a single day, you might lose about 10 lures and another 10 hooks. In a single day, and you come back with no fish. The shark will just come and take your hook. So it's always a competition. Well, the thing is, fish is our staple diet. You always hear Tongala say that, no fish, the meal is not good. This is the problem. The shark is taking the fish from the fishermen. That is the problem. You come back with nothing.
So what is Moneta talking about? He's talking about human-wildlife conflict. It's pretty synonymous with terrestrial animals, but we're less familiar with this in the sea. It's costly. It's taking catch gear, affecting their livelihoods, affecting culture, which we're going to talk about, and also fishers' well-being. It's also exacerbated by climate impacts because climate change is not only changing the shift of food security for tunas, but also the movement patterns of sharks. There are minimal alternatives. What are we going to tell someone living on an atoll to start farming? And that is leading to food insecurity issues. So what is the goal here? We have threatened populations of sharks at the same time as we have fishing practices and cultures that are threatened. So we're really looking to find a way toward coexistence. Now, our approach at Shark Pacific has always been one rooted in what we call relationships over research. Now, in order to have an effective mitigation strategy that is implemented, it needs to be designed and co-championed by the communities themselves. It needs to be rooted in cultural relevance. We can't come in with outside ideas and expect them to be uptaken by the community. And then we conduct ecological and socioeconomic research. And the goal there is co-development of pragmatic, effective, implementable solutions. I'm going to talk to you about work we're doing in Niue. It's a Pacific Island country of only 1,500 people. They're Polynesian. We're also conducting this research in the Cook Islands and the Federated States of Micronesia, and we have requests from 16 Pacific Island countries who are experiencing shark depredation at high rates. Now, in Niue, the cultural context there is that the perception of sharks, while in the West, there's this beautiful story of sharks being guardians in the culture, our experience is quite different. The fishers, it's wonderful in folklore, but the experience is I've never met a fisher who has not killed a shark as a result of cultural significance. They're quite frustrated. In Niue, there are customary fishing grounds. So if you have an issue in your fishing area, you cannot just replace your fishing in another area. And primarily, the food is caught on a vaca, which is a canoe, as you can see here. And what's really fun, actually, is they have these exciting annual fishing competitions every year. So then, once we understand the cultural context, we go into our ecological research. So we're looking to identify which species are responsible, the seasonality, any depredation rates, movement patterns, and again, these are fad-based fisheries targeting pelagics. So we're looking at the movement patterns of the target species around the fads, but also what they're doing when they're not at the fad, so the EEZ boundaries. And the fishers are very excited about tuna, so we tagged a bunch of tuna as well to look at the overlap of the sharks and the tuna species. We also conducted socio-economic research with formal interviews and surveys both in English and Niuean. And the goal there is, of course, to understand the behaviors and perceptions of the fishers themselves and the community members, to quantify the losses, and then to have the fishers help us identify their priorities and what solutions, what mitigation measures could be feasible and practical to trial in Niue. Now, what we found is that we're primarily dealing with threatened sharks. So primarily silky sharks, also oceanic whitetips, and others. Here's just a snapshot of some of the work we've done. We've tagged a fair number of silky sharks, 34 sat tags, 41 acoustic tags to date, and some of our data. So this is the movement patterns of the sharks on the FAD network. So the FADs, there's about 13 of them. The inshore movements show there's a bit of a separation between the gray reef sharks. They're all highly resident at the FADs. The gray reef sharks hang out inshore. Silky sharks primarily hang out offshore. And then when the sharks are actually not in Niue, this is just a little schematic of where some of the animals are going. So here we have silkies that are tagged in Niue, and most of them are heading westward into Tonga. Now, it's important to understand what happens in Tonga, and that is a lot of fishing. So most of these animals were likely killed by longline industry. So they're under threat, both coastally and offshore. This is Mr. Grumpy. He was kind of fun to highlight. He traveled across multiple national jurisdictions, over 4,000 kilometers in a year. He was tagged by the head of fisheries, Lonoa, and yeah, we were pretty excited to see that he traveled to the Cook Islands, and they said, oh no, you sent him back. So here he is. Findings from our socioeconomic research: shark depredation has gone from bad to worse. Now, this wasn't the sentiment from everyone, but it's what we've heard consistently over the last decade and a half that we've been working in the Pacific, and so it was interesting for that to come out in the data. It goes from, some of the older folks find it a bit inconvenient to, some fishers saying that they have completely stopped fishing as a result. These are some of the losses they've experienced, and then importantly, almost over 3/4 of fishers found sharks a threat to fishing in Niue. There are a lot of fears around sharks, so if you were perched upon a canoe of this size and there was an animal over 2 meters that you had to drag in on a hand line or a vertical long line or a single baited hook, it becomes quite a daunting task. And also, sharks are actually contributing to the broad decline of Niuean fishing in their culture. So young people and old people don't want to go out on the canoes anymore. What do they want? What do the local communities want? They actually want more information. They want to understand shark ID, because I think prior to us engaging in this work with them, they all thought like a shark was a shark. And then these are some of the things that they tried, but more importantly, there was a huge desire for mitigation strategies. Now, a lot of the fishers are, while frustrated, they don't actually want to be killing sharks. They want to be able to land their fish. So what are we doing? One of the first things that we did after the ecological research and understanding what mitigation measures would be practical is we started with necromones. So if anybody knows what necromones are, it's dead shark smell. So Vinay, this was the very first time that fishers were not throwing up their hand to help us in the research. And we deployed successive rotting silky shark around the fads. Again, yeah, fad-based. Then we also are working currently with the fishers, with all of the fishers actually, with the fish tech device on electrical deterrence. And then something we're in the process of trialing is actually a parametric insurance scheme. So the government of Kenya has adopted a human-wildlife conflict parametric insurance scheme, which has been wildly successful. And we are looking to see if it's feasible to implement this in Oceania. And so that's something that I think is pretty exciting, and hopefully we have some good results out of that. Now, how are we supporting the culture? Because a lot of community organizations or nonprofits, like us, stand up and say, you have to work with the community, you have to. And so one of the things we have actually done is we listened that the fishing competition is a big deal. And so we decided to host the fishing competition, but with a catch. So traditionally, or I should say more recently, when you have a competition, if you get sharked, then you are ineligible for a prize. but we actually pay for a prize for the biggest fish that's been sharked. We also then, when a fisher catches a shark, they put it on a buoy. We're there with the enforcement vessel, and we go in and we tag it, and we give them money for that. Before the prize giving, we give a presentation on our updated research. We do ID and other education, and it's actually quite a cool experience. There's Lance with his winning sailfish that he pulled in on one of those little canoes. Again, we're creating ID guides, and then we have research and training programs. So we have a program called Denticles and Tentacles, and it teaches Pacific Islands youth how to conduct research in their home waters using tools and materials they can actually gather from home. So we use coconuts as floats, and it's good fun. So towards coexistence at sea, and I say toward because this is not a one-stop shop. I don't believe there's going to be just a simple technical solution here. For us, it's really about engaging the communities, building trust, setting expectations, and ensuring that we're working toward the persistence of sharks and the persistence of coastal communities at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jess. I'm afraid people are going to have to catch you on the tea break for questions. So thank you very much for sticking around for that session. That does take us on to afternoon tea. We'll be back in this hall at 4 o'clock. Hello, everyone. So we're ready to get going with this final part of the session, the Living with Sharks session. If you've been here for the past couple of hours where we've been going through them, we've had some really interesting talks looking at different kind of themes and topics that cover human-wildlife coexistence. The term Living with Sharks is one of the new work packages we're looking into at the Shark Trust. It's a new kind of theme for us, but it's actually, the ethos of it is very heavily embedded in everything we do as a conservation organisation. It looks ahead to a future where sharks are showing improved signs of recovery and there's positive coexistence between humans and sharks. So we're getting to a point where those decades of effective fisheries management and implementation, thank you, are finally starting to pay off. But what do we need to do to get to that point where we are coexisting peacefully with sharks? This session's exploring the realities of human-shark interactions from fisheries to tourism and coastal use. We'll be looking at how we can navigate coexistence without undermining conservation progress. So some of the themes we've been looking at include depredation, where a shark takes all or part of a fish's catch. We have code of conducts and marine guidance and how they can be utilised, beach safety and management and what communities can do to keep themselves safe, education and delivery of effective communication strategies. And we have a panel of experts to help us along this journey. So first up we have Dr. Jonathan Mitchell. Let me just click through on here and you will appear up there as well. So we have Dr. Jonathan Mitchell, who's an adjunct research fellow at the University of Western Australia. John's research focuses on understanding depredation of catch by sharks across Northern Australia and outlying islands. He's conducted numerous studies to identify hotspots for spatial and temporal overlap between fishes and sharks, as well as exploring mitigation methods to reduce incidents of depredation, including testing electrical and magnetic deterrents. We then have Dr. Gonzalo Araujo, who is a postdoctoral associate researcher at Qatar University, as well as founder of the UK-based Marine Research and Conservation Foundation, Morocco. His research and conservation efforts over the years have focused primarily on whale sharks, contributing substantially to global knowledge of this species, as well as to the development and implementation of national and international management strategies. He's experienced in reviewing shark tourism and in developing best practice guidelines. We have Dr. Divya Kannad, who's an interdisciplinary researcher working on marine conservation and social science. Her work focuses on the human dimensions of conservation, and her conservation philosophy integrates science, policy, and community engagement, emphasizing local fisher knowledge and participatory management approaches. Divya is now senior lecturer at the University of Exeter Penryn campus in the UK. Next up, we have Dr. Adi Barash, a marine conservation researcher specializing in sharks, rays, and guitarfish in the Mediterranean Sea. Adi is co-founder of Sharks in Israel. Her research focuses on shark ecology, behavior, and human-wildlife interactions, including the unique seasonal shark aggregations along Israel's Mediterranean coast. As part of the MECO project, her work uses social media, data, and citizen science to monitor elasmobranch populations and better understand long-term changes in the region. She combines academic research with public education, community engagement, and policy work, and is currently completing an applied postdoctoral fellowship at the Fisheries Division. And finally, we have Paul Cox, who is the CEO of the UK-based charity, the Shark Trust. Paul has a strong interest in the social dimensions of conservation, with a particular emphasis on how human behaviour, perception, and communication influence outcomes for both people and wildlife. He's played a key role in developing the Shark Trust's Living with Sharks work programme, exploring practical strategies for coexistence and risk reduction in shared marine environments. Through this combined expertise in research, conservation, and science communication, I hope we can bring some critical insights to discussions on depredation in fisheries, education, beach safety, risk communication, and crucially, coexistence with sharks. Too many notes. So, my name's Kat Gordon. I'm Senior Conservation Officer at the Shark Trust, and I lead our community engagement programme, which includes our citizen science initiatives as well as the Living with Sharks programme. So, I'm going to be leading us through the panel for the next hour. So, with introductions out of the way, let's look at what some of the current challenges and emerging issues are that could stand in the way of this future scenario. So, John, coming to you first on depredation, which there's a whole theme session on this tomorrow. What needs to happen from this moment in time to make sure depredation doesn't become a serious obstacle for shark conservation progress, in your opinion?
So thanks, Kat, for the introduction. And yeah, thanks. We also had Jess just talking earlier, giving us a nice introduction about depredation as well and the background of it. So I think this is a really important topic to try and get an understanding of early. So in a number of places around the world, this is an issue that's cropping up actually as a result of successful shark conservation in some ways. You know, we put in measures to protect shark populations. They're now starting to rebound, and therefore fishes are interacting with them more, whether that's bycatch or depredation. So I think in terms of looking at management and conservation, we need to involve these fishes in this process early and sort of predict that these kind of conflicts are going to happen more in the future. So I work mainly in Australia, and we've gotten quite far behind the 8 ball in terms of like catching up with where we should have been 10 to 15 years ago. You know, we're in a lucky position to have really healthy shark populations. However, this is causing a lot of conflict with fishing. So I think, yeah, that whole co-design process is a really important part of it. And also trying to sort of reframe the conversation around coexistence, like Jess talked about. You know, we're probably not going to be able to get rid of shark depredation completely. We have to get to a point where we sort of accept that it's going to be there. However, there are measures we can use to reduce it down to sort of acceptable levels, hopefully. So I think, yeah, trying to bring this all together and really make sure we're including all the stakeholders and having an open, clear conversation, and where we're planning new conservation or management measures, really try to look into the future and sort of set those goals early on and plan for that kind of outcome of potentially further sort of interactions happening.
Thanks, John. And depredation already places real pressure on livelihoods, and we know that across the commercial sector, recreational sector, and especially for small-scale fishers. So, Divya, building on that, how do you see the future for these fishing communities in a scenario where shark abundance increases, and therefore we're likely to see more human-shark interactions?
So, from the perspective of small-scale fishers, I think a lot of people used to be in contact with sharks and rays a lot more earlier. And as the populations have gone down, some of that contact has disappeared as well. And there were all these old stories of how people interacted with sharks. And I think Corey brought that up in the last session as well, of how fishers have this traditional knowledge of how they deal with sharks and rays under particular conditions, and how to not deal with them or avoid them under certain other conditions. And this is knowledge that's being lost just as the populations of sharks decline. And what is happening now, if there are sharks coming back into the environment, is that there is a new generation of people who don't have this knowledge, who are now encountering these species and not knowing how to deal with them, and not knowing what to do and what not to do. And one example of this was when there was a recent case of a shark bite in India, where I do a lot of my work. And the person who was bitten was a really young fisherman who happened to go into the sea along with one of his cast nets where he happened to catch a lot of fish. And this is something that people had been doing a lot, and it just was really unlucky that this one person got bitten. But when he came back to the village, a lot of the elders said, don't you know you're not supposed to do that? If there's a lot of fish in the net, please don't walk into the sea with the net. And like I said, because there were just so few sharks, this was not a conversation that was ever had between the generations. But I think as we see a future with more sharks, these are things that need to come out more.
You're getting those huge generational gaps. And we know that it's not always as simple as a fisher downing tools one day and shifting to ecotourism. And there's a lot more involved behind that. But we often hear about the economic value of live sharks and the growth of shark tourism. Done poorly, if you saw that first image of the whale shark being very heavily crowded, but done poorly, tourism can become part of the problem. So Gonzo, you've reviewed dive practices in the Maldives, you've developed codes of conduct for blue shark swim with operators in the UK. How do you see shark tourism evolving, and how do we ensure it develops responsibly?
Thanks, Kat, for having me and for this panel of experts. Thank you for having me. I think it's very important to understand that shark tourism has an important role to play. This is not something that we want to ignore or pretend it doesn't happen. It's a very important component, and it's very important for livelihoods in many communities. I would just say that always working with stakeholders in the development of any management intervention is kind of critical. That's been at least my experience, and where things have succeeded is not coming in with, I have the solution, I have the magic wand. We don't have such things. I think it's important to develop those tools with the people that are dealing with these animals on a daily basis. And obviously, as we saw through many of the talks today, that did focus on community-led initiatives, or whether it's fisheries or tagging with fisher communities or those kinds of initiatives, I think they're most likely to succeed in the long term if we're talking about sustainability of sharks and shark use. We always talk about extractive versus non-extractive. The non-extractive one can be a really gray area as well, so where do we fit shark tourism in that? But it's still worth always acknowledging that it's better than an extractive use of the resource. And is, I think, as one of the presentations showed earlier today with tiger sharks and oceanic whitetips in the Pacific Islands, I think that was fascinating, because it's like, I kind of agree with what she was saying. She was saying, look, we can have this partnership with local communities that are the champions that will champion this species to survival into the future. So if we don't work with them, how are we going to succeed for the sake of the sharks? So I think it's a really interesting space. The rise in social media, the selfie culture, the I want to get a shot and be out of there. All of this is driving more tourism interactions with sharks around the world, with some devastating effects, as we saw earlier as well from Israel. So I think it's important to try and work with the tourism as it develops, and make sure that practices are in place to manage for the safety of the shark, for the safety of the shark's environment, and for the safety of the tourists. And that's what we've done in the UK with blue sharks. As a plain example, we always said it's about shark safety, about human safety, because consequences for sharks through bad interactions can be quite bad. But thank you.
Co-design is key. And we definitely, as you said, we've seen that echoed throughout the talks earlier. So good marine guidance, it must protect sharks' welfare, avoid behaviour changes, especially in ways that might affect other interest groups that are sharing that space. But we also need to ensure risks are communicated and minimised. Adi, the tragic incident last year in Israel really highlighted what can happen when there's that spatial overlap between different ocean user groups and sharks. From this experience, what have we learned about communicating shark safety?
Okay, first, thank you. This is very interesting for me as well. We learned a lot of things. I can't say that I have any way of solution yet. The specific site in Israel is very problematic. But first of all, I think the public has to be prepared, and you can't start doing it when when the shark starts rehabilitating or we're coming back. You have to start before, and you have to start telling people that we have sharks in the sea, because in Israel nobody knew that there are actually sharks in the water. You have to prepare, and you have to say sharks, sharks, sharks again and again and again until they get used to the idea, because as you said, people are not aware of it anymore. And you have to remember the lines, because what happened to us, at least, that we kept saying, you should not do that. These are things that you should not be doing. But as it became more and more popular, and the years went by and nothing happened, so we got to disbelieve ourselves a little bit, and we shouted less strongly. So you have to keep saying it again and again and again, and even if people think you're being ridiculous, these sharks are wild animals, and you have to treat them with respect, and you have to keep the lines very clear. And the last thing I'm thinking about is that you have to document, and you have to document everything, because what happened in Israel is this is a very busy site that many people are going in, swimming, snorkeling, boating, fishing, I don't know, whatever you can think of, to see the sharks. And there are 50 sharks in the water, and it's just very accessible. And just before the accident happened, I was trying to get newspapers to write about this place and to tell people not to go in. So I sent videos everywhere of the mess that you have in the site. And when the bite happened, this was the first thing that was circulated. So the blame shifted from the sharks to the people. And this was just luck, but being able to show the problem, that the problems are not the sharks, the problems are many times the management. So it's kind of only after it happens, but at least at that point it was very important to be able to show that. And we know these kind of problems from other species in other places. And the aftermath could be much worse.
It comes down to managing humans more so than sharks in some cases. I know that you'd raised concerns about that site well before the incident, and you were saying that initially you're having to say there are sharks here, and then you got to the point where shark encounters became normalized amongst the local community, so that risk perception obviously had shifted at some point. Paul, from a communications perspective, what role does language play in shaping how people perceive sharks, and how can we ensure communication is used more effectively?
Thanks, Kat. Thanks, everyone, for letting me join you, genuine experts and myself. I guess you'd expect me to say this, but I think at the place we are in shark conservation, we need to learn to get smarter and smarter with how we communicate. We've seen some really great examples today in the last 4 hours we've been in this room talking about living with sharks. Some really great projects where clearly there's some deep conversation happening with communities. And I think this living with sharks work, how we get from here to your future that you talked about, means we're going to be doing a lot of conservation communication with communities, listening to communities, and in some cases encouraging and helping people to move to a different perspective on sharks. And so I think the language we use and the way we go about that conversation is going to be really important. I think as a general rule, we probably as conservationists sometimes need to learn to listen first and then speak, and not put our views on the table before we've heard the perspectives of others. And then I think we have to be very careful about the language we use, and meet people where they are. Use language and terminology that hits home, that we're not just kind of using scientific language or the acronyms and jargon that we're used to as a community. And I also think we need to be very careful of kind of harmful frames. I think we're a bit behind the curve as well. John mentioned being behind the curve on depredation, but I think we're a bit behind the curve on the phrase shark attack, which is kind of, I think there's widespread appreciation now that's not in public spheres the most helpful phrase, and it's a negative frame which elicits in people's minds all of their negative connotations that they already hold towards sharks, and so it's a barrier to shark-human coexistence. And so I think we're kind of now kind of backpedaling a little bit, trying to address that terminology and use different terminology for these incidents when they happen. And also, I think we've been sort of not helping ourselves over the last 20 years or so by kind of inadvertently using probably well-meaning, but ultimately probably counterproductive myth-busting approaches to trying to play down the phrase shark attack and the incidents of bite incidents. So I think we need to kind of really learn about language, how we're using it, work much more with social scientists who can look at the patterns in the language we're using and the framing that we're using and making sure that we're not kind of causing ourselves problems for the future. I do have a bit of a challenge with the word depredation, actually. It's something that I'm not sure that at the last Sharks International I heard it at all. Maybe I was running around doing stuff and not listening. But it's a phrase that's come, I've heard it in this room many times today. And I've been hearing it and thinking, what does that actually mean? So I thought I'd look it up. So I did a quick Google search, and here's the definition that came up. Depredation, or depredation, depends which part of the world you're from, is the act of plundering, pillaging, or ravaging, usually implying violent destruction or theft. So we're talking about a wild animal here that's reacting to some food being dangled in front of it on a piece of string. So I'm not sure if that's necessarily the way that we want to keep referring to this phenomenon, and whether we ought to try and find some more helpful language around that before it kind of leaks into common parlance and people start looking it up like I just have and make those negative associations with sharks. So I think generally more thoughtful communication, working with social scientists, really thinking about and testing our communication as we go in order to make sure that we're hitting the sweet spot when we're communicating with people and engaging them in this journey that we're going on together towards coexistence.
Thank you. Did you want to share some examples of the myth busting you mentioned earlier on as well? And then I'm going to ask John.
So, more people are killed by toasters or vending machines or coconuts than sharks. They don't help. When you try and play down something, you often just end up reinforcing it in people's minds. So I think it's time to drop those. Okay, and John, just coming back to you quickly on the definition of depredation. Is this anything that you've come across before? Are there different terms that you've used when conversing with fishers? Would you use something different that's less loaded?
Yeah, so it's really interesting, and we often call it, well, when we're talking with fishers, we call it bite-offs or getting sharked or getting taxed. There's a lot of different, common terms for it. And it's kind of interesting in the literature as well because it's used across few different things. So there's obviously depredation in fishing context, but also in a terrestrial context as well. And you've got things like wolves eating livestock, that kind of thing. And even, in relation to piracy, I get sent all these random papers on piracy because it's depredation, So I think that's a really good point about changing the terminology to make sure it's relatable to sort of fishers and the general public.
And in the States as well, when we've looked into it previously, there's the nuisance permits as well, which are, like you said, the wolves and bears and more terrestrial-based, and it's for species that are depredating, that you can get a nuisance permit to eradicate them. So again, it's not too many steps that you're going down that route for sharks. So across that, there's a lot of common themes that are emerging across what initially seemed like quite different issues. So you've got communication between different user groups is essential to build understanding, engagement being a two-way process, and recognizing kind of barriers and addressing them. At this point, and I might need help from the AV chaps, I was going to open up a Menti, if it will work. It's going to keep spinning, just so we could put some... There we go. So just to put some questions out to the floor, I'm afraid we haven't got unlimited access on this, so I think 50 people can participate. So make your questions count. We won't have time to go through 50 questions anyway. But what question would you like to ask the panel? If we can't get to it now, I'll come on to it later, but we do have a Shark Trust podcast, and we're quite keen to do a bit of a roundup and a wrap-up, a debrief with it. So we will absolutely pose the questions to the panel if we don't get time to get to them today. They're not going to appear on screen, so they're going to stay moderated. And my colleague Harriet's going to keep checking in on them, and we'll come back to that fairly soon and check back in. So in the meantime, solutions, so we can fix all of these problems. Coming to each of you, what single solution, if we've end up with more time, we can go to more. So these could be behavior-related, technologically related, educational. What do you think could make the biggest difference in reducing human-shark conflict? I'll let you choose who wants to go first this time.
So I think in terms of depredation, we've got actually quite a few talks in our session tomorrow on shark deterrent devices. This is kind of a field that's grown from deterrents that have been designed for human safety, for surfers and divers. And there's a couple of companies now that make products specifically to clip on your fishing line. And from the limited testing we've done, they show quite promising results. You know, some of them can be up to like 60% reduction in depredation. So that's a good starting point. There is still a lot more work to be done to actually get to the point where fishers are using them and we get that uptake that's enough to sort of make a difference. And also, you know, there could be issues around habituation to these devices that we need to do more long-term testing. But I think that sort of technological side of things is one aspect of the solution, and then also education is a big one. Just coming back to that point of before about sort of reframing it around coexistence, managing people's expectations. There's not going to be any silver bullet solution. You know, once you've got to the point where you've got sharks and humans competing for food, there's only so much you can do. We have to be realistic about that. So just trying to have that education, coming up with best practice guidelines for fishing is another one as well. And often, like, the fishers have already tested a whole range of things themselves, and they kind of know what works and what doesn't. So trying to bring that into the mix along with the sort of scientific research as well.
Thank you. And I think, again, one of the earlier talks covered that humans are hunting alongside a predator. So it's kind of after the same resource. Divya?
I think from my perspective, it would be to look at context-specific solutions, because the same species, in fact, can behave differently in different places based on what's happening in those places, as we saw in some of the talks in the previous sessions. And so it's really important to understand how the species are behaving and how the people are behaving, and how to then develop these solutions for those particular contexts. And I think, yeah, having that kind of a vision that it doesn't have to be one solution that's rolled out everywhere in exactly the same way, but to have that flexibility and adaptability to be able to modify it to the local context.
Yeah, so we can take lessons from other regions, but adapt them to be more specific for that location. Gonzo?
Yeah, and going on Divya's points, I think when it comes to tourism, as much as we'd like this big blanket that fixes everything, each site is very unique. It's very context and site specific. We might be dealing with the same species, like blue sharks in the UK, or Baja California in Mexico, or in the Azores, and each interaction is quite different. So we can have an overarching set of guidelines. I think that's coming from common ground. I think that's useful. But then having monitoring and enforcement of said guidelines, either by third parties or government or whoever is the relevant stakeholder, is very important. But there's also another point you mentioned on managing expectations as well. When it comes to tourism, people see, people want to do, right? So if we can have manage expectations for shark tourism interactions, you can put some of that responsibility on the tourists as well. The tourists will demand, if they're aware, if they've been educated of how those interactions should run, how the tour should go, how that interaction should happen, because they will have that pre-knowledge. So I think that would be incredibly useful as well.
And I guess with marine guidance as well, it's worth considering that some guidance, like the Blue Shark Code of Conduct, we've got a Basking Shark Code of Conduct, they're voluntary guidance, but there are some places where they are mandatory. So have you got examples of those that you could cover as well?
Yeah, I think this is always the conversation on whale shark tourism. Ningaloo Reef in Western Australia is the gold standard because the government is heavily involved with stakeholders, how they manage tourism. And it is very well run, and they've been running for nearly 30 years or so. And it has set the gold standard for other sites doing whale shark tourism. But it does come back to that kind of government investment, that ability to have that level of investment as well. So there is something to be said about the amount of capital that goes into the behind the scenes managing some of these interactions as well.
And in that scenario, that very much puts the onus on the operator, doesn't it, rather than the individual. So we want to see it kind of that it comes down to the individual who is seeking out that operator and choosing to do these experiences, to making sure they're well educated. Adi, what's your solution?
Of course, there's not one solution, and it really depends on the site and on the specific problem. And this is part of what I'm thinking. It's not a final idea, but what I'm seeing is first that we have recovery of some of the species, and we were not expecting it to happen so fast. So this is something we have to realize as well, and keep our eyes on like check the pulse all the time and see what's happening and adjust. And I think we have to keep checking what is the problem, because if a species does not have a problem, then we might want to take the foot off the gas. So we wanna maybe slow down. Or we don't want, of course, to go back, but we wanna make sure we are dealing with a problem all the time and not helping one species instead of another. I worked in a project somewhere when we were looking for sea turtles, big sea turtles. And so we were going with lights every night, not caring about the pumas and the tapir and all the rest of the animals there. We were just looking for sea turtles. So we have to make sure that what we're doing has a general, a good influence on the environment, and that we're still on the ball with the problem. And if the problem changed, or we learned that the problem is different, then to change our measures and not help the balance be broken.
And in terms of time frame, you said you've actually seen quite rapid recovery, and that's from a total ban on fishing activities on sharks, and that happened when?
It's not just rapid, it's also thinking Israel is so small. Why would it make such a big difference? We were not expecting sharks to start coming back. This is something we don't understand yet, the recovery process. But this is long-living species, and yet we see the recovery coming much faster than we were expecting. So it's something to consider.
Thank you. And Paul, what single solution would you pitch for?
I think I've kind of done one already, which was to get, I sound like a recruitment agent for social scientists today. I think, as I said earlier, getting more social science thinking into everything that we do is part of the solution, and developing better communication strategies, thinking very clearly about the communication that we're doing, and disseminating how we're doing that and why we're doing that through other people that are communicating with the broader public. I think on the kind of on the beach safety side of things, I think there's a general kind of issue with risk analysis, of risk assessment. I think people are pretty bad at assessing risk these days. And so I think there's a kind of a general point that we need to help to communicate all of the risks that are involved in entering a wild environment, including some that happen to be shark related, but you know, there are other risks involved in that, and just helping people towards being better at looking after themselves, at making themselves safe. So I think on a kind of a broader scale of communication, we had a great talk from Flossy earlier about teaching people to swim, and so having more people with better water awareness is going to be part of that picture as well. So I think there's some very focused things that we can do, but there's some very broad things that we can be part of and encourage to happen as well.
Fantastic, thank you. So moving from solutions onto risks, how real is the risk that conservation measures could be rolled back if we don't get this right at this moment in time? And has anyone got any examples of regions where you feel this may already be happening? Are we going to come down the line again, John?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting context. So we did some work at Cocos Keeling Islands, which is a tiny isolated island off Western Australia. And it's a community that's very reliant on seafood for their, protein. And they are sort of actively killing sharks, and they have been for years, as a solution to try and reduce depredation. So that's sort of, at the moment, the shark populations are pretty healthy, but if they were to sort of introduce a more concerted effort to go out and kill as many as they could, then that could lead to reductions, particularly in some of the reef sharks, which, there wouldn't be that sort of outside replenishment of those populations. But then another context is on the east coast of Australia. Bull sharks are sort of getting a lot of bad press at the moment because they're involved in, shark bites and depredation. They're one of the key species. And it's an interesting context because there's sort of evidence from climate change that they're moving further south. They've got new estuaries that they're breeding in. Their populations seem to be doing really well. Fishers are encountering them a lot more. So I think that's leading to a lot more conflict. And, there has been instances where certain groups have gone out targeting bull sharks. Commercial fishers are pushing to try and increase harvests. At this stage, it's not a threat to their sort of sustainability, but if you look forward into the future, some of those issues in localized areas could become a problem. So I think, yeah, that's a couple of contexts from my work.
I think, I'm not going to mention the place, but let's say somewhere where we've co-designed a code of conduct with stakeholder engagement. As time passes by, because we have more and more tourists interacting with these wild animals, there have been incidents. So how do we manage those incidents? When we co-created this perfect set of guidelines that we thought was perfect. So I think it's a scenario where we need adaptive management to continue to improve and learn, because interaction of humans with sharks has been studied for not a very long time. There's actually very limited literature. So the more time we have, the more we will learn, and the more science can actually contribute a bit more into it as well. So I think adapting and evolving as issues arrive and new challenges present themselves.
Continue refining the process each time as well. Okay, and Divya or Paul, you jumping in? Which one?
I think I come from contexts where maybe the governance is not so reactive and responsive as quickly as one might expect. But I think, yeah, one of the things is to sort of understand also the cultural context from which all of this is coming up. While it is, a real threat to many people within some of these fishing communities where I work, it's perhaps not necessarily a part of their culture that the immediate reaction is, oh, let's go out and then manage the population as a form of retaliation for this. That may be just a cultural thing of how those people think, which may be quite different from, how it is thought about in the West, where there is this immediate reactionary kind of thing. So there are a lot of different things to contend with. It may not be so simple as just saying, oh, if there are events, then there will automatically be this kind of a reaction. There could be very complex things that go on.
I think with the backlash, we're feeling it very strongly now that fishermen, whether they catch more sharks or not, it's not important, but as people are more scared of sharks, then they use it to say there's so many sharks, we have to fish them, we have to protect their people. So this is something we knew that's gonna happen. We didn't know how it's gonna happen, but we knew it's gonna come at some point. And they're actually starting to convince people and the government. So this is a very easy to see backlash, and which was obviously going to happen.
Yes, with a very unprecedented event, you're going to have to potentially defend the existing measures after that. Paul?
Oh yeah, just to kind of as a contrast to Divya's, really, I think from a Western example, been reading about and hearing rumblings about what's happening in Florida. I'm sure there are people in this room who are much closer to that and know much more about it, and I'd love to have a chat about it afterwards. But there seems to be this kind of move to do something about the sharks that are depredating on catch for recreational anglers, and recreational anglers are very vocal and wealthy minority, I suppose. And there was also some talk of almost a kind of conflicts between anglers and the diving community around provisioning. So I think there are things kind of rumbling around in different parts of the world, and I think we need to kind of learn about them and see if there's anything that can be done to prevent those kind of conflicts at this stage, but also learn from them for preventing future conflicts in other parts of the world when this thing will ultimately keep rearing its head.
And in that scenario, you're also looking at, as well as human-shark conflict, you've got human-human conflict between user groups as well for some of those situations. Okay, so if we head to the Menti, looks like there have been some responses. So Harriet, have you got any questions you can raise? And also, if people haven't managed to use it or you prefer the good old-fashioned way, then please also feel free to put your hand up and we can come to you in person as well. Can we just get a microphone to the front, please, for Harriet? Thank you. Just for Harriet at the desk. Thank you.
Try to group them where possible, where we've had multiple responses saying the same thing. So one of the kind of ones that come up most commonly is when we talk about co-design, what are the practical indicators that local communities and relevant stakeholders and so on have actually been involved?
Gonzo, this feels like one for you.
Harriet, sorry, you meant I couldn't hear you very well, sorry.
So when we talk about co-designing and everything like that, so what are the practical indicators that the local communities and the relevant stakeholders have been involved with the processes necessary for this?
I think in my experience, and talking about codes of conduct as an example, I think just making sure that the local community is the beneficiary of any economic revenue that comes out of the tourism. So the way the guidelines are set in place are not in a way that prevents that from happening as a mechanism. So that's quite an important component to bear in mind. I think from the management of the species and the environment point of view, that's where we need somebody like NGOs and governments to play their role, because that's their role to play. So they'll be representing the side of the animals. So least contact, least, presumably, that's the output we would wish for, the least impact on the animals and their ecosystem. And then, yeah, making sure that the guidelines are essentially there to, how do you say, enable a sustainable development of that industry into the future. I think it's all about sustainability and longevity of that process.
Thank you. John, I felt like you were reaching for the mic for a comment as well.
Yeah, I think co-design is a really big one for this deterrent testing we've been doing. There's sort of two sides to it. There's one of testing the sort of theoretical impact on shark behavior, which you can do through things like tank studies. But the really important part is obviously to do them in a realistic way during fishing, because one side of it is assessing the effectiveness at reducing depredation, but the other side is actually the practicality of using these things. You know, how easy are they to put on your line? Can you still feel the bites of the fish? Can they be used in strong currents? How expensive are they? How often do you lose them? All of these like practical considerations are really key when you want to actually get to the point of, you know, fishermen using these in their everyday activities. And then the other side of things is actually just sort of simple changes to fishing methods as well. We found that in some areas where you get a lot of like tourists coming in to fish, they often don't know, you know, where the hotspots of shark depredation is, or certain habitat features or things like that. So having that local knowledge by working with local fishers to communicate that to sort of the broader group of like tourist fishers is also a good one as well.
Anyone have anything else to add? Okay, we got another question.
We had a few around this, so I'll group them. Is there a better term that you'd suggest for depredation or for bites, negative incidents and attacks? And is there a danger that language might get too soft and fluffy and cause false confidence?
Should we start on attacks for Paul, as you referenced that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think the attack thing's been quite well covered in terms of, you know, there are a few options talking about bites, negative shark interactions and so on. And I think you always kind of come back to, well, you're going to get that phrase thrown at you, so you might as well use it. And I think that's one of the things we, in conversation, need to be better at, kind of just recognizing that phrase is coming at us and then going back with the phrase that we would rather use. So I think it's obviously a huge body of work by Chris Pepin-Neff on how we should address shark attacks and the alternatives. Depredation, No, I don't have an alternative. I think some of the ones that John used, I think shark bite-offs is quite a good one. But I think yeah, obviously we mustn't make the language too soft. It has to be clear, but it also has to be clear in a way that isn't kind of picking sides almost. It needs to be, you know, some terminology that's even-handed and represents the situation as it really is, rather than a kind of, you know, placing the blame always on the sharks for the situation that's happening. So yeah, I think again, this is where we need to test our language, we need to try out different terminology, and then once we just settle on something, share it widely and make sure that it's being used as widely as possible. I think for that, John.
We've been saying accidents for years now. I'm sorry for the language I'm gonna say, but we had, what happened in Hadera was a full-on frenzy of multiple sharks on one person. And this was a real problem how to address it, because you can't say accident, you can't say bite, you can't, a person got killed. And many people saw it from shore, so you can't downgrade it. You have to use strong words. And this was a real dilemma, whether to say shark attack or how to call that thing that happened with the public. And I agree, it can't be too soft, because it's just, it's misleading, and it's not what happened.
Just to add, I think we should maybe take a leaf from the book of people who actually interact with these species every day. And I mean, they know how to call a spade a spade. I mean, if it is a lethal interaction or something like that, they call it an attack, but then they also have stories and other descriptions of behavior that tell you that they are not seeing this as like one broad group of sort of mindless animals that are doing these things, but they're able to, you know, identify individual issues or other, you know, behavioral traits or some understanding of the ecology that, you know, these animals can act differently in different places or at different times of year. And so I think bringing those understandings into the conversations alongside talking about the attacks or whatever else that's happening, I think is really important. That it's not enough to just say one word and then use that one word to define a broad group of species, but to bring some nuance into the conversation as well.
Very good point. And just to add on that, in July 2023, there was an incident with a blue shark in a swim with tour in the UK. And the BBC ran a story within 24 hours. And I thought that was handled very well. They didn't call it an attack. They didn't like read media, go crazy, frenzy. They called it an incident with a shark tour with a wild animal, which is exactly what it was. So I think using the right terminology is critical. I wouldn't downplay it too much, because in some cases you just can't. But potentially call it what it is. It's, you are entering their world. In many cases, you're attracting them to where maybe they wouldn't be. They would come into close contact with humans where they normally wouldn't do. So if something goes wrong, there is a responsibility to play from the tourist, the operator, and whoever else is involved as well.
So as with everything, it's not a one-size-fits-all scenario. In the UK, like you said, the media was very sensible, and I know we were kind of constantly waiting for it to hit crazy headlines, and it never happened. It was very sensible, but in Israel, obviously a very traumatic, tragic incident, and like you said, if it's witnessed on and it's on video, it's released in the media, you don't want to downplay that.
I think the media was actually very sensible. In light of what happened, we were surprised to see the reports, and I think it was much because of the videos that were circulating, and also because we've been working on it for many, many years, and I think we managed to shift it a little bit, and to people realize that there is nature within the water blue thing, and we were surprised, but yeah, it was relatively okay.
We got anything else, Harriet? 40 more questions. We've got
only a few.
Podcast series for the rest of the year.
Another set of questions focused around how kind of best to approach fishers and fishing communities to kind of ensure positive collaboration, keep them on side, and engage them with the process, and how can communities actually prepare for potential negative interactions moving forwards?
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, there is a lot being lost between the generations as people's interactions with sharks and rays in the water change. And I think giving people who've had these opportunities to interact with species and an opportunity to just tell their stories, I think would be amazing. I mean, I could even see something like a documentary or something being made of just people telling their stories of these interactions, which would be nice. And it doesn't have to be about their scariest interactions. It could be about just something that sparked curiosity or something like that. So yeah, I mean, starting with these stories would be a great way to go about it, because that's what a lot of people respond to, and that's how a lot of people learn as well. And so, yeah, I think that would be one way to go about it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And following on from that, we did a series of workshops with fishers across Northern Australia, and we had exactly that. We had a session at the start of the day where they could just talk about their experiences, share their frustrations, and really just get that out in the open, because some of these people in like small regional towns, you know, they'd probably never met a fishery manager or a scientist or, you know, someone doing research on depredation. So I think it was really good for them to have that initial session to share their experiences and just, yeah, just listen. You know, they have some amazing insights into the environment, into what's been happening with depredation that often isn't captured by the science. So we really need to do more of that.
Okay, we got probably one more, Harriet, if you want to select one.
Okay, we've also got quite a few just asking generally kind of what are the thoughts on provisioning, like feeding and chumming in tourism for, like, for instance, dive operators. Could this be linked to like interactions with fishers as well?
Yes, provisioning comes in many different forms, and whether it's intentional or not. So go for it, Gonzo.
I think that's a very interesting topic, and we could probably sit here for a few hours discussing provisioning.
2 minutes.
And I've got a couple of minutes. I think it's important to recognize that there are established diving destinations around the world where you can interact with sharks without provisioning. And there are some other sites where there has been provisioning for over 30 years. And some of those places have had no incidents. So it's not always a link between you feed a predatory shark and you're going to have some sort of incident. It can be managed, and I think that's where the set of guidelines we've been talking about and where the management comes in is we try and mitigate as much as possible for any potential incident with a predatory shark. I think there's substantial evidence to show that there might be short or mid or long-term behavioral changes to local groups of sharks. It's very context and site-specific and species-specific. So I think as a blanket, I wouldn't say provisioning is bad or is good. That's not my role to decide that. What I will say is that there are good provision sites around the world where you can interact closely with some animals that you wouldn't necessarily see otherwise. For example, the blue shark. The blue shark is a pelagic open ocean species. If you don't attract it in some form or manner, you're not going to see them. And you have tourism in like places like the Azores, Baja California, the UK, where it's been running for over 20 years. And yes, I am aware of some incidents that have happened, so that's when you hopefully work closely with the stakeholders involved and try and mitigate towards how you can prevent that in the future. And it's, as I was saying earlier, I think it's that adaptive management when it comes to that site-specific or context-specific or species-specific interaction.
Okay. We'll move on to final remarks now because time is running out, and we want to come back to those questions another time. But what more can we as a conservation and research community do to better anticipate and manage negative human-shark interactions, just as a final wrap-up thought from each of you in the last few minutes?
I think planning ahead and learning from the lessons, you know, or the mistakes that we've made in some countries where we're, you know, behind the curve on managing depredation, in other countries where, you know, shark conservation measures are just starting to kick in, or there's new management. We need to sort of learn from that lesson and start to really work with those fishers early to develop solutions, and also just document depredation rates as well and how that changes over time.
Yeah, I think in the context of tourism, again, is management and making sure we are involved and we are proactive about ensuring a sustainable development of that industry. Even if it might be a provisioned or not provisioned, how can we improve it? And I think that's the best we can do.
From my perspective, I think as people are starting to use the ocean more in different places, to also bring in the perspectives of people who have been doing this for a while and have that experience. Because when you're out there in the wild, I think it's mainly experience that counts and experience that teaches. So like as these wonderful initiatives are coming up about teaching people to swim in the ocean and so on, I think bringing in a little more of the idea of how do you then interact with all these species that you're going to encounter as you swim in the ocean would be sort of the next evolution of that.
I'm going to say citizen science because I might be, but I think it's just a way to not just go in the water, but when you report, when you join a project, when you help in any way, you just cross a line and you become, you go to the other side and you're part of the solution already, not part of the problem, and or both. But I think people have questions and people are naturally interested in nature, and we can grab them and get them into the science process when you do citizen science, and whatever level it is. But this helps. You can tell them, thank you for the observation, thank you for what you sent. Next time do it a little bit for more distance or release it different. So it makes it makes the education much easier, and it gets them more involved. And I think it's this is the reason why citizen science is coming up so much, because we have a lot of people in this world, so we have to get them familiar with the nature.
Oh, final brief wrap up.
We've ended up with all the microphones. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd like to see more of this. I'd like to see more of us sharing where things are working well, understanding that obviously one size doesn't fit all and we have to try different things in different places, but keeping open as a sector and sharing and trying to build good practice broadly, and then sharing it and making sure it comes out of the literature into where it needs to be with the stakeholders that need to benefit from the work that we're doing in science. So I think just, more sharing and better kind of keep it coming out so that it gets to the people that need to benefit from it.
Thank you. And ultimately, all of these issues are so deeply interconnected. Beach safety is tied to tourism and coastal use, which fisheries interaction tied with depredation, how we communicate everything is vital as well. So managing one effectively means understanding them all in some part. We don't pledge to have all of the answers right now, but we're interested in opening up these discussions, working towards this future scenario of coexistence, and as Paul said, keeping those conversations open. We had a lot to get through in 1 hour, and we've actually kept to time. So we have recorded some podcast episodes on the Shark Trust podcast. We've had a bit of a hiatus, but season 2 is back, series 2 is back, and we're focusing on living sharks with this. So we've already got episodes recorded with Adi and Gonzo and myself. They're going to be released over the coming months. This QR code that's enormous behind us will give you some pre-access. So there's a private listing on YouTube there. If you don't scan it now, come and find one of the Shark Trust team, and we can provide you with a link. And we'll be releasing others over the coming month that explore this theme of coexistence a bit more. So yeah, please check that out. And if your work fits within the theme and you want to be on it, then also come and give us a shout, and we'd welcome more guests as well. Thank you very much to John, Gonzo, Divya, Adi and Paul for being on this panel. I've really enjoyed the conversations we've had leading up to Sharks International, and being on stage with you for the past hour, and delving into those topics. And let's keep it going, keep the discussions going. Thank you very much for all of you for staying in and listening to this as well. Reminder as well that the poster presentations are open and will be on for the next hour or so, so do go and check those out as well. But thank you very much.